What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Microsoft Sundays. We got a big Halo 5 tournament ahead of us today, and I'm so excited to have you all here with me. My name is Yeso. As always, I will be your host today. We got a lot of fun ahead of us here. We are 80 days away from the release of Halo Infinite. I cannot wait, but the best part is we've got Halo here every single Sunday in the lead up to get you guys all psyched up for the release of Halo Infinite. Last weekend was a lot of fun. We had Tony and Shyway on the cast. We got to watch KCP have an incredible run. They were beating all of the Titans last weekend and really set themselves apart, and hoping they can do more of the same here today. A lot of the big names will be back once again, and everybody competing here in this big double elimination bracket with $1,000 on the line. I'll be here all throughout the day talking about matches, breaking down stats, and getting you guys ready for the rest of the day. So I hope you're looking forward to that. Hope you guys had a great week. Hope you guys are enjoying yourselves and enjoying this beautiful September. The best part is I got Clutch and Shyway on the cast. We got a bunch of games today, and the best part is we don't have to wait, okay? I got those gentlemen ready to go, so I'm going to throw it over to them, let them get things started. We got plenty of Halo 5 for y'all here on the show.
Play out of him. Should be able to clean up one, actually making it very difficult. Bullet does die.
He even has a sniper in his hand, who ends up getting the stick on Atso. Beautiful plays, and still has 3 shots in the sniper. And hell yes, go Dark Storm are here to play.
Oh my god, that was dirty. This man re-peeked a flag on the board in less than a damn minute.
1-0 lead going in
Snipe, so I like
full. And look at this. Boo Boo gonna actually get behind enemy lines, and Boo Boo Doo gonna put him down.
1,000 IQ prediction made there into the market. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to another action-packed ESA Sunday. Good to be back. My favorite day of the week. Of course, we've got $1 grand on the line and some of the best Halo players in the world here signed up and ready to play. And let me just say to the players, good luck. Have fun today. No doubt expecting you to put on a good show. And speaking of a good show, I got my man on the broadcast here. We got Wes Clutch. I have not seen you in a while, Clutch, and I'm so excited to have you. How you been?
Been good. It's been a little bit of a vacation for me. Stepping away from casting for feels like a couple months now, but it feels like it's been too long. So very excited to get this underway, see some Halo action, watch the boys compete, and win a little bit of prize money while we're at it. So very excited to be back in the casting booth finally. I had a couple of weekends here where I had to do some things, knock some stuff out in the personal life, but back to the important things, and that's in some competitive Halo.
Always good to have you back, my dude. And I know Halo is nonstop for you, right? Sure, you're not casting, but you're always working hard. You guys are in the final sprint on the pro team there, getting ready with Halo Infinite, and we're less than a week away from trying the game again. So I'm very excited, and I know that everybody watching is very excited to play the new game, which it's going to be a great time. But speaking of great time, we've got a tournament coming up today with 1,000 on the line, and let's just break down the prize pool for you guys in case you're not aware. First, second, and third, you can see 600, 300, and 100 for third place. So if you want to get in the money, you got to get in the top 3. And if you want to get in the top 3, you're going to have to win in a double elimination bracket. So you lose a game, you drop down the lower bracket, and still got a chance to fight. But every single match in this tournament is a best of 3. So even in the grand finals, you better bring your A game. It could end very quickly, especially with some of the top teams we have here today. Wes, just speaking of top teams, I took a peek at the rosters, and we've got a God Squad here. We've got Trippy, Ola, Renegade, and Penguin, and we have KCP returning again. KCP won last week, so a lot of great talent here on the NA side, and we got the Latham boys here as well.
Sounds like we got a few teams that we could see already in the finals looking down the road, but gonna have a first matchup, and that's Virginia Velocity versus Void. So we have a lot of ways to go before we get to that KCP versus the Trippy God Squad put together. And we know those guys 9 out of 10, even 10 out of 10 times, we see both of them in the finals from what it feels like. But let's get there first, right? Let's enjoy the ride. Let's enjoy the early bracket tournament, show some spotlight to some amateur players that potentially are on the come up. You mentioned Infinite. It's right around the corner. Some of these names, they're competing in Halo 5 at a very amateur level. I mean, it's every single game we see these players come up and turn into something special. So it could be somebody we're watching today.
Hell yeah, this is a proving ground for up and coming talent, and we get to see it every single weekend and seeing new faces. I mean, that's the exciting thing, Wes. We get some new kids out of nowhere who turn out to be cracked. Speaking of names, let me just read off some names for you, Wes. On Team Void, we've got Luor, Strikey, Laylox, and Vorzi. I definitely recognize Strikey and Laylox. I believe these are EU players, so we got some pretty talented EU guys. On the Virginia Velocity side, not sure who they're rolling with today. I'm going to find it in just a sec, but they did well last week. So expecting big things from them. I believe they placed in top 8. Anybody standing out on that Void side, though, Wes?
I had to honestly watch the gameplay.
That's
Though
fair.
these players may be familiar name wise, none of the gameplay really sticks out to me. I think that that's a fair judgment to say, just with where they are in their careers, right? But that's why we're going to be able to spotlight them today. And ask me the same question after the series, and I'll let you know.
Sounds good. We'll be kicking the series off with the Truth CTF. We got a Plaza Strongholds and Regret Slayer if we get there. Truth CTF, pretty bread and butter game type for Halo 5 West. What are you hoping to see out of these boys, assuming they're playing well today?
I just want to see good, efficient Halo, right? I think that that's basically the thing I get most excited about is when people are playing correct Halo. Not they're hitting flashy shots or like they're
Sure.
like fiving everything or whatnot. It's more important that they're rotating professionally, that when they're put in a position to succeed, that they're taking advantage of that. And when you can show that consistency, you're able to knock out the teams that you should beat and then potentially create an upset down the road.
It's a great point. I think in Halo 5, especially with all the abilities, it's a lot easier to find that player who's good at pulling off the flashy plays, right? But when it comes to coordination, teamwork, that's a whole different beast. And it's something that the top teams don't skip on. Any little hole in your gameplay, where you try to make a flashy play, you skip out on positioning, skip out on that timing. That's a hole that a team like KCP will take advantage of and cap a flag off of, right? So we've seen some great coordination, especially off of those opening strats. So I can't wait to see what these boys put together. We don't really know what to expect from these teams so far. Of course, we got to wait to see the gameplay. I want to lean to Virginia Velocity because I know these boys have been grinding, and last week they put on a show here, Wes. But I don't expect you. Do you have any early predictions? If you want to just go red or blue, or are you a gambling man?
Definitely gambling man, but I don't know enough about these teams to put money on
Fair.
either way. I'm just rooting for a good series, and hopefully to learn more about these individual players. So very excited to get it underway.
We'll be doing that shortly. Following that, we will have some Plaza Strongholds. We'll have some Regret Slayer. I guess we'll have a better idea of how that's going to look later on. But all this, of course, just leading up to a big day of Halo competition, and then leading up to our Friday, where we finally get to play Infinite once again. I know that you've been grinding it. Are you excited to unveil it one more time to the world?
Yeah, I think like a little bit of me is a perfectionist, and I'm always gonna want it to be more perfect, more polished, and then there's a little bit of me that's just like excited for the entire world to see it, right? So there's a lot of different emotions running through my head right now. I've been working on the project for about 2.5 years, and it's an exciting time, right? It's an exciting time where all of this hard work from hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people are going to be out there, and we're going to be able to see people's reactions. And honestly, so far it's been just like a journey, like a wild journey to say the least. It's been
Yeah,
like a roller coaster with COVID and everything, and then
right.
um, the first preview and whatnot, it went fantastic, I'd say. So, very excited to continue to get that feedback in from the community, and hopefully continue to just develop the game in a way that can shape what the entire Halo community will deem as a success and be happy with. So,
Yeah. I mean, it's good to see how much the impressions have kind of flipped around since last year. Things have gotten so much better and they seem to continue to improve. So excited about that. When we think about the opportunity that these boys have in esports arena when it comes to competition, I mean, you look at those signed teams coming up, right? Our 9 teams in Halo esports. Have we ever seen FaZe or Fnatic or Navi in Halo? What do you think of those rosters?
yeah, we've seen a Fnatic, but we've never seen a FaZe. We've never seen
Yeah.
a Navi. I think um, there's just a lot of hype right now around the competitive Halo
Yeah.
scene, right? And I think that that comes with a new game, that comes with the link, the strides and bounds that the HCS team has been able to do and accomplish, while kind of in the shadows and not having a an actual game to work with. Like, they're prepping themselves to really hit this ground running, and it's very exciting, right? Like, all of these orgs buying into what they see and to the potential that Halo Infinite can be. I mean, that's only good for the players, right? Everybody competing is going to have hopefully an opportunity to turn this into a career, because now it's no longer going to have to be about the prize money. It's going to be about that consistent like check that you're able to get if you're able to land on one of these top organizations that are interested in Halo. And what that does is that just gives you that level of comfort as a player to be able to focus on your game and compete and not necessarily worry about, if we don't place well at this tournament, I'm not going to be able to pay rent, which was a big problem back in the day. But esports obviously coming so far, it's good to see Halo's kind of riding that coattail and getting in that door. And hopefully, I mean, sky's the limit, right? So hopefully Halo just continues to grow, continues to accept organizations. We got, in a perfect world, every team is sponsored by players, or every player is sponsored by a team and organization. And we're able to make this thing the reality and the dream that all these players want it to be.
Well said, Wes. You're absolutely right. I mean, having those teams is a goal to strive for new players. It gets players into the game, gets them grinding. And of course, when you're on that team, that's a reason to keep grinding. You know, you got paychecks coming in, win or lose, but of course you win those tournaments. That's big money. That's big notoriety too in the community. You can blow up as a result of this. So it's good to see Halo in this position, because man, watching those, and I won't nag you on the top 25 list. I'm just going to say that the videos in the list, the top 10 videos that Muggsy and the team have been putting together, they're incredible. They're so hype, and it brings me back to the start of Halo 5 competition, to LAN events, to esports, and what that was like. It feels like ages ago. You know what I mean? Like it's been so long since we've had true esports competition. So I can't wait to get it back, and I can't wait to finally get into this game. We got Truth and CTF Astound on screen.
Already top car right now, picking up a kill. Simply Fear Me is going to pick up one in the kill feed as well. That's going to be 3 dead. The last one alive is Laylox right now, but the flag being run pink already by Astound. This is efficient Halo by Virginia Velocity already. I talked about that's what I wanted to see the most. They've already got the flag around pink. Laylox was in their base grabbing the flag, so this is going to potentially turn into a return situation, but already you see Virginia trying to push the pace here.
Early flag runs at Virginia Velocity is a pretty good tell on the coordination they already have, and individual skill as well. Apparently a nice little reversal kill and a double out of Fear Me, who is already cooking off the rip here. You can see that flag is out and likely going to be returned if Fear Me keeps up the damage. Men still getting kills, holding it down for P1 here.
Doing as best he can. That's his first death of the game, a minute and 10 seconds in. Picked up a few kills, so if he's able to continue that kind of a pace, I think he's going to be able to create a lot of space for his team right here. It's down, bottom mid, trying to get the melee, can't quite get it. Actually gets meleeed himself. Fortunately, Simply Fear Me able to save his life. It's down, able to fly into the window. Can he find this and pull the flag? The answer is going to be no, and good defense from Strikey right there.
Strikey going to keep it together. Astound with the unfortunate rip melee, but Strikey, okay, he will get back in time to take out Fear Me, so defense still holding strong. You got a player bottom base, though. That's Carnage being a nuisance here, who almost gets behind Strikey, but he'll deal with him. Pressure's still on, though. You can see multiple pushing in through pink side here. Vorsey getting tagged up as he makes his way up to P2, so it looks like they're going to have to pull back just a little bit here. You still got a player in their base.
I like the regroup to pink 3 right here. He's going to have a good angle on these players, trying to flank pink 1 and going to punish Virginia Velocity's aggressiveness. We talked about how that could have paid off and been a benefit, but it ends up being a double kill as he baits the push pink 1. And now we're looking at Void with their first opportunity to really get inside the base of Virginia Velocity right now. There are going to be 3 players spawning car door, and unfortunately Vorsey's going to have to back up. But a great job by him to get it. 1 kill, gets another to no shield. Now, can his teammates finish these kills and pull the flag in time?
Man was brawling in red base. On top of that, you can see Luar does have the camo. Looks like he's lost his teammates, though. He's going to have to back up just a little bit here. It's a great attempt. At least they pulled away with something. That's a first kill on the Carnage. Luar still in a good position here. Can his teammates get to him and help him out in time, though? He'll get great shots into Fear Me. He's got to back out front base, though. In a rough spot here. Strikey with a good pickup. Nade onto his teammate, though. Not what he was looking for. We'll slow things down just a little bit, but you can see that flag still there in the pedestal, but still got multiple teammates with him on the push here. A triple kill off of 1 nade out of Strikey. That's an easy opportunity for a flag pickup. And blue team, they're going to play off of this one. You got multiple spawning in car. They get the cutoff. And Strikey, I mean, this man looks like he's in the clear off that single nade throw.
There's going to be one player in his window, but that player not in a position to get the melee, and because Strikey's able to punch the flag in, get the melee kill as well. It's a killing spree as he punches the flag in. All the momentum right now riding with Strikey and Void as they go up 1-0.
What an opening. They just took advantage of their West. Strikey will finally go down. But perfect plays off the camo there to get themselves a first flag. And what a flurry of events. We've got players diving out front base for defense here. Borzy just trying to make something out of this situation. He'll hold on to top mid. Try to slow down the game just a bit here. Looks like he does have a flanker coming up in front of him. Can he get anything off of this, though? The melee is just flying out. These boys, maybe a little bit of nerves showing early on.
That's all 4 dead for Void right now. Virginia Velocity able to get another flag pull. Can they translate this one into a cap, though? They get it all the way to pink 1. He's knocked down to about half shield. He is going to cross it. He is going to get across pink 1 safely, and because of that, he's going to reward his team with the tying flag cap. It's 1-1. Simply Fear Me with great efficiency so far. You love to see how Virginia Velocity got 4 dead and instantly was in a position to grab that flag, get it out to where they didn't have to overslay to tie this game back up.
They did manage to tie it, though they did give up camo in the process there. I'm not sure if the camo was burned yet, but Void did slip away with it. You can see that pressure is being returned right back to red base here. Big pickup right there by Vorsey. Player spawning up in car. Lure is aware of it, so he can likely lock down the bubble here. Got a bit of a double dilemma, though. He wants to make sure he doesn't die in this important position. You can see teammates trading in the base as well. They're going to keep that pressure up, but I think it might not work this time for Lure. We'll see if he can grab anything as he backs off here. No, Fear Me going to get the best of him with a 5.
Unfortunately, Fear Me shooting very well right now for Void fans. Carmea going to try and overextend to get that kill car 1. He can't do it due to the teamwork, but Fear Me trades that kill out in the kill feed, and with it, he's going to lose his life. This aggression from Astound. It's a little bit too much as he goes down as well. Good defense by Void once again. You can feel Virginia Velocity is trying to play at a pace that Void potentially could struggle with, but right now, Void doing a good job of handling it and winning the gunfights when they need to on defense the most to keep this game tied.
Been answering back for sure, especially with that camo grab that they picked up when they lost the flag. At least they're coming out with something here, and Borzy getting some massive damage there. Laylock with the pickup. He can make the rotation and get a kill as he flies by. Good opportunity for him, but still a defender on the base. Nice little pre-netted out of Carmea. They're going to back Borzy off just a little bit, and this challenge might be all for naught if he can't get by these boys. Carmea just taking out 2 for a double, so big defense once again, but constantly I'm seeing Virginia Velocity back on the defense here. Not really what you'd expect from a team this coordinated, who placed so well last week as well.
We're seeing momentum shift back and forth, back and forth. It's defensive stands from both teams that have kept this game 1-1 up until this point. But with 5 minutes and 40 seconds left, one of these teams is going to get a flag cap and really put a lot of pressure to take game 1 on this enemy team. There's 3 dead currently for Void. You see sprinting from Lord as he goes in under the base. There is a player hiding pink, but I don't believe they see him. I think he might have camo pink 3. And because of it, he could ruin all of Virginia Velocity's plans right here.
Oh. Yeah, that's Laylock's with the camo. Despite losing all of his teammates, he somehow managed to grab it there last second. So big disruption out of him. You got some defense coming up from Lure in the bubble as well. That flag's still out. In a baitable position here. Multiple members are red up and ready to pick it up. They will collect it. Take it past bottom mid. I love the laser beams out of Lure, though, just to slow them down. But still a big dilemma for this team. If they lose their numbers here, they are in trouble. So big live out of Lure. Laylock's going to help him out on pink side. Flag still sitting down bottom mid here as the boys in red going to fly out and try to do everything they can to collect it a little farther. But the defense holding strong here from Void. They are very close to getting this return. Maybe a little more.
Yeah, they absolutely got this return. Great positioning by Lure. Like, never did he feel the need to go get that return until the very end. He waited for his team to pick up a few kills, but he just anchored himself and put himself in a position where he would always have eyes on the flag. That was a phenomenal job by him. If it weren't for that play, this game could potentially be 2-1 Virginia Velocity.
See if he can continue to keep that up, because they've got a great opportunity off of it, Wes. You got the flag out here. Strikey does want to pick it up, but he's a little worried about a challenge coming out from pink side here. Teammate collects it instead, striking in a beautiful position to slow down the defense here, but instead he gets sandwiched. Flag still made it to door, though. Warzy with a beautiful opportunity here, and it looks like he will be planting in that flag for a 2-1 for Void. Can they keep that lead, though? I do see some pressure from Red here. Oh my God, Zarak.
This would be a huge win from Zarak, and with that, he couldn't turn the corner. It took him just one too many shots. The timing got disrupted, and Spawner's able to take him out. Big news, though. Void going up 2-1. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. Virginia Velocity, we've seen them playing aggressive. Look at them flying towards pink right now. They understand that the pressure is on the clock now, working against them. They do have Camo to play with. 3 members top the base. They get a few kills themselves, but there's a flanker from under the base to pink. Laurel gets 1 kill. Can he get 2? The answer is no, but the flag being delayed is buying enough time for the spawners right now, and because of it, I'm not sure if Void is gonna... But huge, a huge kill from Astound, but no one quite there to run the flag as of right yet.
I think they might have backed off of blue a little bit too early, and everyone was focused on the car bubble cutoff, and they missed an opportunity to collect the flag. Astound going huge to get that kill, but I mean, if nobody's there to pick up the flag, then it's all for nothing. Unfortunately, Void, they're going to take full advantage. You got Strikey coming up in the door. He does get killed. And back on defense once again, but Wes, I mean, what a huge opportunity for Velocity that didn't quite turn out as planned.
Yeah, you wanted to see someone be able to grab that flag and run it while we saw Astound baiting it with the camo right there. He picked up a few kills, but because Void did just enough to stop the flag runner each time, they weren't actually able to get the flag around the corner, pink side of the base, and because of it, this game still remains 2-1 no matter how many kills we watch Virginia Velocity get right there. 2-1, they're pulling a flag of their own with 2 minutes. You want to say Laylock just play his life, this flag is not going anywhere other than back to the base. Astound, Pink Street, a nice try from Waylocks to try and stay alive, but he bought his team time to get up off the map, create some space, and right now Void looking very comfortable as we close this game out.
And Virginia Velocity looking very threatened by this Void pressure here. Not only the pressure, I mean, they got the time not in their advantage as well. We got less than 2 minutes left in this game, so these boys got to start speeding up. They won't be able to afford to with the pressure on their base, so you got Fearme with a nice pickup, looking for a double here. They won't be able to clean it up just yet. Carmea going to fly in to help deal the damage as well, but all they're doing is just delaying the clock at this point and maybe getting a little more. That's a big pickup. Flag going out pink side. We might have some overextenders here, but that is far and away. Wes, I think they might have the game here. He's taking it out through the door. I don't see any defense there to stop him, and Strikey will plant in that third flag for a Void win, 1-0 in the series.
I actually love what we just saw out of Void, right? They're up 2-1. The clock is now a factor with less than 2 minutes. What do? They don't get on their back heels. They don't play defense. They go for the killing blow. And with that, they get the slays they need and get the flag out. Virginia Velocity, the way that they were throwing themselves at the flag towards the end, at the enemy base, like, there were going to be openings that you can capitalize on, and Void did just that. Showing that kind of mentality to step on the necks of them instead of to like get defensive and try and just play for the lead that you have. That's such an important mentality that so many people mess up, and it's great to see Void not make that mistake so early on in our tournament, because that mentality will carry you to several victories from here on out.
Absolutely. The last thing you want to do is turtle up in that situation with an advantage and potentially give the enemy team an opportunity to grab that flag. Next thing you know, you're in an overtime situation, and it's a whole scary situation to be in. By the way, I was taking a peek at the scoreboard, and Luor popped off. I don't know if you saw that. Nearly 5K damage. He had 31 kills and 15 deaths, so over 2.0 out of him. And I think a big part of the advantage we saw at Void must have come from that camo, right? We had camo possession, I believe, for at least 75% of that game. Virginia Velocity had 1 camo, and that 1 camo almost led to a cap, but then they had that mishap. I don't know if it was with communication or whatever, Wes, right? Astound got a massive defensive kill. I think they pulled away from the base a little early, or their designated flag runner might have died, but there was a big opportunity that was missed there, and I think the camo was a big part of that.
Yeah, I think what happened during that situation you're talking about is Void just was able to get the 1 kill they needed to in order to stop the flag from continuing to move. So now how many players they lost, nobody from the other side was able to get that touch and continue it to be run. We saw a little bit of an oversway from Astound with that camo. You would have loved to seen him be in position to grab that flag, but I like where his head was at. But if you're going to make that play, you can't let your flag carrier die, or the second he does, you need to change kind of your strategy around what's going on. But Astound kind of got left with his pants down, like top to base, because he expected his teammate to make it around the corner, and unfortunately, that's not what happened. So
Yeah.
great defensive stance from Void, and then they were able to capitalize on the over-aggression and the holes that we saw that were created from that over-aggression, right? You saw, especially towards the end, multiple people just like sprint sliding pink one, trying to get to the enemy base as fast as possible, trying to hectically get this last, get a tying flag cap, and because of it, you're able to get a couple of kills and be in a position to get that third and final cap. I love what we saw out of Void in that game one.
Yeah.
We're going to have to see if it translates to anything in game two, but typically momentum is a real thing in Halo, and with all the momentum going in Void's favor, I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to repeat and take this series 2-0.
Well said. Void with a lot of momentum for sure. They're going to be taking that into a Slayer. Now, despite the holes in the game plan that we saw with these boys on Virginia Velocity, these guys are Slayers. They're known as Slayers, right? You got Astound, you got Crimea, you got Fear Me. They pop off individually. In Plaza Slayer, you would think that's the perfect opportunity to showcase their stuff. You expect to see the turnaround there?
Honestly, with these guys, to your point, they obviously have had a lot of success. They've obviously had they've gone pretty far in these esports arena tournaments, that's for sure. So they're a very resilient group. I expect them to answer the ring of the bell now that they're down 1-0. They made a few mistakes in game one that they can't afford to make in game two, but with better power weapon control, better power up control, and a little bit more teamwork, I think they tied this game up as well. But you really see the confidence from Void probably shining. But right now we're starting it off. It's going to be strongholds, and I actually love the fact that it's not a Slayer. We're going to test these two teams in objective game types, see how well they are at rotating, understanding situations, and strategy. Right now it's down, able to stay alive, pick up a kill, and get red nest control. I mean, that's huge for Virginia Velocity's confidence and to get off on the right start here in game two.
A great way to start off with inside map control. Of course, I thought it was a Slayer, but I will take strongholds even better, even more competitive, and a perfect example of player skill and team coordination here, especially when it comes to getting down in that bottom mid. They got to get the round of slays first. You can see Blue already dipping their toes in there, though. They got a player sitting down bottom Blue, over half capped here. Fear Me with a big pickup, and they won't make it in time. But if they pick up these slays, they could very quickly flip that base around. You got a player right up behind them, but he will not take that challenge. So nice little 2-cap here out of Virginia Velocity on inside map to start.
Great job so far to Virginia Velocity. I love the fact that they prioritized Nest at the start, then they went bottom middle. It's the typical rotation that you see all the top teams do, but this red Nest really is, in my opinion, the most important stronghold to hold, because once you have control and spawns on the inside, you're able to do so much with it. But right now, Lure just takes it right from them, and they don't even compete for it. They run into Yard trying to trade it out, but a trip cap in the meantime for Void right now, and Lure, he's going to sit back, he's going to watch the nest spawns. Nobody's spawning bottom left for Virginia Velocity, so he's done his job anchoring this position, and still Yard not in control. So Void, they just flipped the map on him. Virginia Velocity was in a perfect position. I just got done talking about it, but they don't do anything with it, and we see Lure and the boys up 24-6 already, shotgun in hand. Can he find this player behind him? He does see him on radar finally, but I mean, you're gonna have to see Virginia Velocity step on the gas now.
It might be happening. We are seeing players drop left and right, though. Astound going to get taken out immediately. Luor did drop that shotty. I'm not sure if Virginia Velocity was aware of it. Instead, they got their hands on the, or Void at least have their hands on the camo. They might be able to go back and collect that shotgun as well. So control still handedly in their favor. You can see multiple players are red in Cafe, going to try to get through Yard up to yellow, but about to walk into the center of a horrible trap there. I'm not really sure what the game plan was out of Astound, but he dove into center with full map control out of these boys in blue. And if they keep plays up like that, Wes, this game might end pretty quick.
I think it might. The way we're watching Void work together, you can see how much teamwork they have. You can see that they're all on the same page about what they want to do, where they want to go. Love the fact that he's getting into the stronghold with camo. Unfortunately, he misses the melee, so he only gets to turn one, but he creates so much pressure, right? Like, he flies in there, he trades. Can his teammates help hold bottom middle? Because right now, Virginia Velocity, they've got three players in there. There's a shotgun that they have to deal with, but they do that accordingly. 2 more players going to be found towards dip, 1 towards the truck, but the slays come in for Virginia Velocity. They finally get bottom mid control. You want to see him transition this into a nest control as we see multiple players for Void going towards yard. That'd be a perfect flip of the map for Virginia Velocity if they're able to execute it.
But I'm just seeing a couple fumbles here left and right out of the gameplay on both of those players who dropped. They'll very quickly get back into bottom mid. It looks like Void will recap it for 50 points on the board here. Lure making this combo work for him. There's multiple bottom mid to melt him immediately, though. So Virginia Velocity, very quick to get back control and quick to get up the top mid as well. Carmea with a slick little jump there. And let's see if they can hold on to it, because this was the difficulty last time, getting back up into high ground and holding your position here and keeping these boys back in the cafe, back in spawn. Instead, Carmea just getting pinched here. So the brawl in bottom mid going to continue. Strikey going to have to back off from it from now, but looks like he's been seen. So we're getting some good slays out of Virginia Velocity here. Can they keep this up, and can they hold it in time for Camo? Because you know Laylox wants a piece of this, and somehow the man is still alive.
Good damage by Laylox there, too. And plays his life somehow. Is able to pick up a second kill, get another more damage onto the player in Nest. This Camo coming up any second right now. We see Void, for the first time, have to deal with a little bit of Virginia Velocity's firepower. How are they going to be able to transition now that they're on their back feet? They've got to figure out a way to break this setup on the inside. They want to get that player off glass, but he's not going to let that happen. It's simply Fear Me with a player and Zart jumping top yellow. Now the pressure really on Void. The trip cap could come through, but there's a player in yard right below them. Doesn't get a kill, and now the last 2 trying to push through Flowers. One of them goes down, but because they're continuously pressuring this third stronghold, Virginia Velocity is going to find themselves right back in this game.
It's going to flip the focus of Void as well. Do they sneak up on Nest? Do they fly into Yard through Cafe, which looks like Yard is the play right now, but the defense on Yard is heavy. You got everyone spawning up in Cafe. One actually sneaking up on Fear Me. That's a huge play if that player can stay alive there up on S4. Gonna have to back out to Nest, and then hopefully we see some coordination here out of Void as they get back into Yard. So, I mean, ideally they turn 1 capture out of this. You can see they're bleeding points here. West, the lead has been turned over. They're gonna die in Yard and flip it once again. So we've got a trip cap still being held here, and this is when the nerves come into play for Void. They gotta coordinate, they gotta get together quick. They're bleeding time.
Well, look how separated they are. And finally, they're all 4 together, but there was 2 on each side of the map. They got the split spawns that Virginia Velocity wanted, and because of it, they were able to get about 20 unanswered points with that trip cap right now. Now that they've lost Yard, I want to see them kind of pull back, just hold these 2, maybe get some slays, and then push Yard once again. They get the first 2 kills, and these last 2, they're going to be the easy ones to get once it's a 4-on-2 situation. Numbers in Halo is everything. And with that, they continue to hold the inside of the map. They're going to pick up this kill in Yard. I want to see him hop into this Yard stronghold. You got 2 kills. Continue to step on the throats of Void right now. But unfortunately, Astound has other things in mind. He's going to challenge the world, and because of it, eventually you think he's going to lose his life. But he makes Void work for it right there and buys his team an extra 10 seconds.
These boys have no fear just brawling them right in the spawn. The instant they spawn, they got fisticuffs in their faces here. Dare I say it? I mean, Virginia Velocity starting to look a little cracked, and so was Laylox there as he picked up a pivotal kill on the Camo, but is it enough at this point? We're at 90 points and counting. Void, they got to coordinate. They got a big kill out of Strikey. Strikey with a second kill. Carmea with a trade. 93, just hemorrhaging time here. Where are they going to go? Are they going to go to Nest? Looks like Pit is the play. They got no time for anything else. Lure and team, they will be able to cap Pit, but at 96 on the board here, West, we got to see perfect Halo out of Void, and they got to get into good positions quickly, or else they will lose this control.
Void, 0 mistakes here on out. You got 96 to 56. You need 40 unanswered points, and then 4 more to end the game. You got a couple of kills. 3 go their way. That's going to be nest control for them. Are they going to be able to hold a trip cap is a question, because when you're down 40, 36, you're going to need a little bit of a trip cap. You see Virginia Velocity actually splitting their decisions right now. They get 1 player towards Nest. Nest does get denied, though, and that could buy them a lot of time for this trip cap. We're going to see Carmea once again jump up. And that was his nade that came down, almost hit him in the head. But they were able to get them out of Nest. This Nest denial stops the trip cap from happening, buys Virginia Velocity more and more time to figure out a way to get bottom mid control. And if they're able to do that, this game will be over.
This is it, the final brawl for bottom mid. Here we got to see players on blue fly in. They don't get in time. 97, we hit 98. That's going to be a GG, and I don't think there's anything stopping them. Carmea going to put these boys down and tie our series up 1-1 with a 100-72 finish. Wes, we're going all the way with this one.
Yes, we are. It's 1-1, best of 3. So now both teams going to see what they're made of, right? Virginia Velocity showing some encouraging play right there. I mean, their backs were against the wall. They had a rough start to game 2, but once they were able to get that control, they were able to really turn that trip cap. And with that, you saw the mentality and the egos come out. You saw the confidence showing from Virginia Velocity. It wouldn't surprise me if that confidence can roll into game 3, but I feel like Virginia Velocity was in such good positions throughout the first 2 games, and a few times they threw it away and a few times they were able to capitalize. You need to figure out a way to be a little bit more consistent with that capitalization when you're in those good positions in order to close the door on a series like this, because even though we're early in this tournament, these 2 teams, this is the best first round talent-wise that I've ever seen in an esports arena tournament, I think. And because of that, it's going to be even harder to close the door on the series for these 2 teams early on.
And it's only going to get better, Wes. We've got some big teams coming up, which I can't wait to see. But it's a good precedent for whoever wins to kind of set going on in the tournament here, because the competition only gets more fierce. So good to see Velocity kind of start to ice up, start to play the way that I think we'd expect. Void, they had a lot of momentum coming off of game 1. They carried that into the opening of game 2, right? They started with the inside map control. They had that opening nest capture. Things were all looking great, grabbing the camo. And then Virginia Velocity, they started to flip it. They started to claw back. And now they're looking confident, right? They're flying into spawns. They're getting in their faces. We're seeing Carmea, hit the spring jumps, throwing nades way up in the air, which actually looked kind of calculated, by the way. He was bottom glass, and he threw it directly up at like a 90, and it landed on the light rifle. So I'm going to take notes, and who knows, maybe I can pull off a play with that one. Either way, it's good to see them making plays here, because I think they're in a good spot going into game 3 if they hold on to this.
We'll see. I think these 2 teams are very evenly matched. I think depending on the game type, depending on momentum, and just like a few individual plays, this game is going to be decided, right? I think like if you can get your team in a good position and you start to capitalize, we've seen what these 2 teams so far in this series have run with it. Regret Slayer, one of those games that can really take off when you're talking about momentum. So you want to get off to a hot start. Strikey's doing a good job for his team, not only getting 2 kills, but the overshield, the match, making sure the enemy team doesn't get that, turning that into a few kills. That's a winning recipe. Strikey, he's got players on both sides. He's going to get trapped, but it's not a trap. It's a actual Strikey getting a kill and getting out with his life. I mean, that was incredible. 7-1 lead for Void early on in this game on the back of plays made by Strikey.
What you got to love out of that play from Strikey was how quick he dropped from his thrust into one of the fastest tight strafes I've ever seen on that next player, right? He came out of that kill with full confidence and just assaulted that man mentally with the strafe that he had pulled out there. And I mean, speaking of mental assault, we got a 10-5 off the start here. Regret Slayer, what a way to close this series, because this map, it's close quarters, it's a bloodbath, and it started out hot for Void.
Very fast-paced game type, one of the smallest maps in Halo 5. And you're seeing the action ensue here. 12-6. Void still off to a good lead. Not quite the 7-1 lead, but you expect a little pushback from Virginia Velocity. We don't have Overshield coming up for another 40 seconds right now, so I want to see Void slow this down, play with their lead, because right now being dwindled down to 5. That's not a good look for Void as we see Virginia Velocity control the inside of the map.
You see Virginia Velocity getting up into those high places in center. Borzy with a big pickup just to take that Stound off his perch there. But still, Fearme going to replace him, get right back up to high ground. So holding on to those important points in the map is such a great way to be oppressive on spawns. You can see players starting to focus their attention back down to bottom mid, and OS going to be coming up very shortly. Here's a rock in a beautiful position, going to play it patiently. And right now they're ready and set up for this next OS. Of course, going to turn the tides on this game. And you would think he'd grab that caster as well. Instead, he'll eat a nade, and they'll be down a player going into this OS. We'll see who picks it up. Big kill off of Luor. Gets Carmea as well for the double. And that's the type of play we need to see to hold on to a lead.
Yeah, that's how you stop momentum right there. Luor with a huge 2 kills, including the player that would have been able to secure that overshield. That's a monument kill statement right there. You keep this game a 2-kill lead for your team, and you remove overshield off the map for the enemy team. I mean, that's all you can ask for a player right now. here as we cross the 9-minute 30 mark. It's a 1-kill game all of a sudden, so Void's hot start dwindled down, and Virginia Velocity starting to show what they're made of.
Virginia Velocity definitely clawing back here. Like you said, just a 1-kill game. Carmea can try his hand up on Car's side here. Lure, nice little double team coming out from VV. They're going to hold down top map here. Keep things close. Strikey trying to get cheeky with the barrel. Can he get up into Fear Me? Looks like Borzy will take it instead. Strikey going to take back his perch up on top mid. And a beautiful place to be to get the double onto Carmea. So keeping up these type of tag teams is what gets you a full squad wipe. Look at this. Astound now down. Boys on respawn. And can they take advantage? Strikey right now already putting them under pressure off a spawn.
Good job by Strikey not to challenge there. His teammate actually able to pick up the assist. Then he goes under the base, picks up another kill of his own, extends this game by 2 kills, a third in the kill feed as well. Great job by Void to understand the situation. They're going to block red spawns now, trap them at blue, and really this is where this game could explode. What was just a 1-kill game is now all of a sudden up to 8. Players trapped top blue. A little bit of an overextension, but the teamwork is there for Void, and because of it, it's a 10-kill game.
10-kill game. We're getting close to the end zone here as well. Virginia Velocity likely feeling the pressure as multiple dropping like flies. It's another 2 dead. Final 2 being collapsed on in red base. Can they pick up any form of trades in this just to stop the bleeding? Fear Me goes down. Carmea, he gets a 5, but I mean, Strikey going to answer right back. They've got a massive lead at this point, West, and it looks like they're only going to hold on to it. OS popped up center map. Strikey going to dive for it. Teammate does get him with the nade, but he's planted that on the body, and I think this might be a GG right here. He's just chasing him down.
Unbelievable job for Void. The win condition for Virginia Velocity was to get that overshield and try and amount almost an impossible comeback here on Regret, and they're going to deny that from being even in the cards for Virginia Velocity right now. 4 kills to go. It's closer to a stake than a close game right now. Void sandwiching these players top red, not dropping a single kill as they do it. A little body disrespect on top of this, and we're going to see Void advance here in this first series of the day against a very strong Virginia Velocity team. That is a huge confidence builder as they continue to go out through today's bracket.
Looking like Virginia Velocity are dropping into the void with this one, Wes. That is my first pun of the day. Get yourself ready for several more coming up. But Void, they're going to move on to this one for sure. It's just a matter of when and who's going to be the one to die on the kill feed. It looks like it's Astound to go down for a 50-32 scoreline to close that game. Nearly a stake, and what an answer at a Void to close it.
What an answer, right? I did not see that response coming after game 2, but they showed out here. It was on the back of Luor. We saw him get those crucial kills, especially the overshield player, but he also had 13 other ones and 10 assists behind that one play. So had to be doing a ton of damage, had to be doing a ton of work throughout the entire game. And we saw a ton of teamwork out of Void, which really made up the difference. They finish each other's kills. They back up from fights that they don't have the advantage in, and they pushed their advantage when they had map control. They were able to flip the map, turn a 1-kill game into a 10-kill game in the blink of an eye, and good teams are able to do that. And that's what we saw. We saw some very good Halo here in the first series of our day, and I'm excited. If that's just the start of where this race goes throughout today and the quality of Halo we get to see, this is going to be a hell of a tournament.
Hell yeah. Can't wait to see where we'll take it. Of course, nice to see some names popping off, some names I don't recognize too well, right? Luor, I haven't seen too much of Luor, but I mean, I'm looking at him now. He's in the spotlight, making big plays game 1 and game 3 to close it out. Let's see if these boys on Void can hold on, because it's not going to get any easier. But before we do that, let's let Yeso break down the stats here in the GBO zone. Let me know how it went.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great first match of the day there, as Void will move on, taking down Virginia Velocity 2-1 in that series. So they'll move on to winners round 4. Big bracket today, as always, so lots of games to play. But let's break down some stats here from that last matchup before we move on to the next one. We do not have the stats for the first game, but it was a big win for Void. They were able to take the CTF victory on Truth, and that gave them the 1-0 lead going into game 2, and Virginia Velocity then hoping to force the deciding game 3 as we went to Stronghold. So let's pull up the stats for strongholds here. And this is how Virginia Velocity were able to get back into this series. We saw multiple triple caps from them, able to very well control the space in this second game. And you see Carmea leading the way on that front. It was 100-72 win, so not a huge margin, but still a strong victory from the side of Virginia Velocity. So let's go to the next page here. Yeah, let's take a peek at these Slayer stats. Carmea leading the way there. We'll deal with the stats later. That was the first match, though, that we got to see on stream. And Void, honestly, looking really darn good so far today. Virginia Velocity with a good response. We'd love to see them in the lower bracket. We've gotten to see a bit of them over the last couple of Sundays. And I've had, kind of a lot of little moments where I've been impressed with what I've seen from them. It still remains, and we talk about this every week, that there's very much an upper echelon of squads that you have to beat most likely multiple times to be able to place in top 3 here. You're going to have to deal with one of the 2 Titan squads every week, which is going to consist of a mixture of Frosty, Pistola, Renegade, Penguin, all these guys kind of mixed up between 2 rosters. There's always going to be 2 rosters like that. There's going to be a KCP. Sometimes we get Pittsburgh Knights out here, though not certainly every weekend. Fire and Ice, one of those big contenders as well. So you're most likely going to have to go through at least 2, if not 3 to 4 matches against those caliber of squads if you want to place in the top 3 here on a Microsoft Sunday. And it makes life difficult. These are very good teams, very experienced. They play against each other consistently, so they continue to kind of level each other up. And so when you're looking at a squad like a Void or a Virginia Velocity, these closer matches I think are good to build on, but you do have to understand that, if you're playing this close of a matchup against squads that aren't considered in that upper echelon, you're going to have a tougher time. So it's going to be very important for Void to build off of this win. And they're likely going to run into one of those big boy squads here very soon. Obviously, we're getting into winners round 4. That bracket starts to shrink on the winner's side. And they're going to come up against one of these teams most likely. And that is where it's really crunch time, right? Obviously, it's double elimination. So these teams have opportunities to make mistakes. And it's a best of 3, right? So you can even drop a map and try and play from there. But I think it's very important that even if you aren't winning those matches, you need to be learning from that, seeing kind of where those deficiencies are. Where are these big squads separating themselves from you? Try to understand that and learn from it and build on it. And that experience is extremely valuable. It's obviously an incredible opportunity that anybody could sign up for today and come and compete against some of the best pro Halo players right now. There's been the big conversation around the top 25 greatest of all time list, and I certainly think it's a very interesting and thought-provoking discussion, but some of the best players currently in the Halo scene play regularly on Sundays here at Esports Arena, so it's an incredible opportunity for you to test your mettle against these teams and learn and grow from it, because we're, as I mentioned at the top of the show, just 80 days from the next generation of Halo. Halo Infinite is coming. It is less than 3 months away, and then that will be another huge opportunity for the next crop of great Halo pros, especially for the fact that I think Halo Infinite is truly going to revitalize the Halo esports scene. I think it is going to tap into a new generation of players, and it's really going to put Halo back on the map in a way that we haven't quite seen it in a while. Halo 5 has been incredible, but I think Halo Infinite is going to be another huge step for Halo. So the best part, though, Void takes the 2-1 win. They move on, and we're going to move on to our next matchup. So I'm going to hand it back over to Clutch and Shyway to get us going.
Thank you, Yeso. I love the shirt, by the way, my man. Shout out to Jujutsu Kaisen, always finding ways to sneak a little anime into our Halo broadcasts. I love it, man. Anyway, speaking of Halo, we've got more of it, of course, coming up. Our next matchup, Wes, is PK going up against Border Control. Now, PK we know pretty well, right? We got tapping buttons, we got Atso, we got Drift, and Gambino to line up this roster. These boys are deadly.
Yeah, PK is one of those teams that we see every week, and they go far, right? We know that they're going to be here towards the end of the day, it's just a matter of how good they're playing. Are they going to make it to the losers finals? Are they going to make it to the winners finals, the actual grand finals? We know they're capable when they're playing well to compete with just about anybody in this tournament. So very excited that they're once again putting in the effort, showing the grind, and continuing to push themselves throughout these these esports arena tournaments Sundays, and very excited to see kind of what level they're playing at early on today, and see where can we kind of gauge them for the rest of the bracket, because we've already seen some solid Halo. We know some great teams are still in this
Yep.
tournament. Where does PK end up in between those? Are they towards the bottom or are they towards the top? We'll find out very, I think, quickly once we get an
Yep.
opportunity to watch how well they're playing.
I think this series will be a good tell for sure. Of course, PK always a threat, but their competitors no slouch this time. So this is Border Control. They've got Valid, Ruler, Sensei, and Command Station. Now, of course, Command Station, a name that kind of pops off the roster there. Someone where we've seen several times, especially in a 2v2 format. She's pretty nasty. Wes, what do you think of this roster here?
You know, I've seen them. I've seen Command Station play a few times. Very solid player. We're going to see more out of her if she wants to continue to like get farther and farther into these esports
Right.
arena tournaments. But I mean, that's why you compete, right? That's why you enter these tournaments. You do that to showcase your skills and to get better and to get that tournament experience. So I think the previous tournament experience can only benefit her and the rest of the squad on border control. So very exciting opportunity here to once again go up against a very good team, but a beatable team, right? A team that, like, when you're playing your best, you want to be able to upset, because they're not the best team in this tournament, but they do have some accolades. They do have a history of making it
Right.
far in the tournament. So if you're able to beat this team, that sets kind of a bar in your head as far as like how far can we go. So Border Patrol, we're gonna see where that bar is for today, and it's exciting, right? I mean, this is like
Yeah.
a nothing to lose series for Border Patrol, but an everything to gain as far as mentality and achievements, and to place your best here towards the end of the Halo 5 stint as we enter Infinite. So another opportunity, and we'll see can they capture that.
Like you said, PK is what I want to say is like a true team of four, right? We've got a lot of pickup squads in these tournaments, players that they played together before, or maybe they haven't. They get together. Like we've got a roster called Last Minute, so I assume the boys just got together and they're playing. But PK, they grind on a regular basis. It's the same roster, and they're very coordinated. They know how to play these maps and game types very well, and they play them very efficiently. So they will capitalize on your mistakes. As far as the series goes, I'm pretty sure it's the same layout. So I'm pretty sure we've got Truth CTF coming up next, meaning that this border control team, it's a good test to see whether or not they can hang with a coordinated squad. What would you hope to see, I guess, from border control coming into a CTF against a team like PK?
You want to be able to deal with their aggression, right? Because PK plays very fast. They play very coordinated, to your point. They're all on the same page about how they want to play the game type. It's very difficult to kind of weather that storm and to control the pace yourself when they're throwing up a lot of speed and momentum at you. I think for border control, you're gonna have to get your one-on-one kills. You're gonna have some defensive stands early on and prove that like you belong in this series. And then with that confidence, hopefully transition that into some offense yourself and find some openings that could be through the recklessness that PK can potentially play at times. You got to find those openings, but at first you need to get those crucial kills in order to slow PK down, because if you can't slow PK down, they're going to overwhelm you at times.
I heard you say speed and momentum, and all I could think was violence, speed,
Oh,
momentum.
stop. I
Shout out
know.
to Dr. Disrespect. You knew it when you said it, but
I
you're
know
right,
it.
right? They gotta hang with the speed and momentum of these boys on PK, and they do that by getting crucial pivs. We call them pivs in Halo. When you get a pivotal kill, and that kind of breaks their pressure, it breaks their play, and gives this team hopefully an opportunity to get out of the base and start to gain some map control on their side. Of course, getting the camo going to be massive here. We got the combo, and then you got the silence pistol, the tac mag sitting down in bottom mid. Several plasminades kind of littered around the map as well. So a couple different goodies to fight over here. But I think the big thing, like you said, get those pivotal kills, get back to map control, and start to fight fire with fire. We got to see the pressure return on the side of blue if they want any hope of winning this one.
Yeah, and that's a tall order to ask of just about anybody, right? Like we see even some of the
Yeah.
best teams in the world struggle when they go up against PK, and PK is playing well. So Border Control could have their hands full, and this could be a very lopsided series. I think we'll know the answer to that question very early on. I think in the first 5 minutes of game one, it's either going to be 1-2-0 for PK, or it's going to be 0-0, and Border Control will have done a good job of staying in this game and weathering the storm. And then they've proven that they can kind of stay with the pace that PK is going to play at.
I mean, assuming things look rough in game one, there's not really any time to breathe either. Assuming we're working with the same layout here, right? Because you go from CTF to strongholds, which is just, if you have a good team, you're going to be, ideally, you're going to be good in the strongholds objective focused game type as well. Typically, teams that lose in CTF, they get a breather, they get a Slayer match, and maybe they can make a couple plays and kind of go toe to toe. Slayers, they're a bit of a toss up sometimes, but the way it's laid out right now, it's kind of deadly for the team that's well coordinated. So we'll see how it goes. PK, of course, they take this and they'll give us, I guess, an inkling of what to expect from them going on today, because they have some competition. They have some serious competition today. I just want to shout out a couple names, Wes. I mean, we got Ola back in this tournament once again. We got Trippy in this tournament. They're playing with Renegade and Penguin. I mean, that's half Envy, half C9. Like, what do you think of that squad?
I mean, that's the best team in this tournament, I think. I mean, when you put those four individual players and their names out there, KCP is good, but I mean, Pistola is Pistola, right? And Renegade being a top 3 Halo 5 player, like that's going to be a very difficult roster. A lot of individual skill when you're throwing Penguin on there too. So, I mean, even a team like KCP is going to have their hands full, very, very full. But I think KCP probably welcomes that team and is like excited to see another top team and know that they're probably inevitably going to end up in the winners finals and the losers finals against each other. It's just a matter of how we get there. And then once we get to that series, how well those two teams are playing. But to your point, like PK sees those two teams and they're like, we have to knock one of them out to be in the finals. We have to knock both of them out if we want to win this whole thing. So that's the mentality that they have to have. And they know that they have to be playing at a very high level in order to do so. It starts with this series for PK. And unfortunately, like for Border Patrol, PK is going to come in here fired up, like trying to start this tournament off right. Border Patrol, you're going to have to take PK's best punch if you want to take this series.
Wes, I know we spent all this time buttering you up and getting you ready for the PK Border Control matchup, but unfortunately, it looks like we couldn't snag that series. I think it's still going to be happening in the background. Instead, we've got Fire and Ice and Carnage Gaming. So time to shift gears a little bit here, but not too different, I want to say, from what we just had previously, because Fire and Ice, they're the other kind of, I guess, commanders of the LATAM region, I want to say. They hold it down as a top 2 team.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are the 2 best LATAM teams, and we've seen both of them necessarily compete at the highest level with the top North American team. So if we're not watching one, we might as well watch the other. So very excited to watch Fire and Ice here.
Now, this is interesting because I'm looking at Carnage Gaming and their roster, and I'm seeing Joan, was it Rorsch, and Guardian and Running, which these are very high-level Latin American players that I sometimes see on the Fire and Ice roster, right? They tend to kind of dip in and out of these top rosters. So I'm wondering what Fire and Ice looks like today. I think we probably have, Magico. I believe Palu was on there. We had Nugget or Noble last time. So definitely some top performing Latin American players. And then Carnage, no slouch as well. This is just kind of your, I guess, a top Latin American talent matchup here, Wes. Something you might see in the finals of the LATAM Pro Series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of talent in the LATAM scene, and we just got done talking about one team, Fire and Ice. They have just as much talent as PK, if not more, in my opinion. I think Fire and Ice is probably the favorite when they play against PK. Or, I mean, honestly, they trade series out, so very excited to see both of them still continuing to compete. And when Infinite rolls around, I expect it to be that 2-headed juggernaut in the LATAM scene once again, and that rivalry is only going to continue to build between them.
Who would you say is on your radar as far as the top LATAM players? Anybody who might have a shot at? We've got a lot of unannounced rosters that are looking for top talent, Wes. I'm sure. You got anybody on your radar?
I mean, obviously, Tapping Buttons is probably the number 1 player in LATAM. Yeah. I don't think that that's a secret. I think Adso and Drift are very consistently at that highest level. I mean, we've been seeing names like Rorsch pop up, though. And it's these players that pop up out of nowhere that really catch your eye, because you see that, like, Drift, Atso tapping buttons. Like, these guys don't just team with anybody that's in the LATAM scene, right? Like, you're gonna have a certain level of skill. You're gonna have a certain level of, like, of Halo knowledge. And for them to, like, find a player that we might not know is very exciting, because they're not gonna just team with the slouch. He's probably pretty damn good. We just gotta have an opportunity to see what he's capable of as well.
Well, I can't wait to see who steals the spotlight today. We are finally in our winners round 4 matchup. Fire and Ice up against Carnage Gaming, of course, on board here with Pelu, who is rocking the tag Luna God today. Interesting, but looks like he's as cracked as ever. He'll take him a double kill here and some early strides on the pit if he doesn't get cleaned up. There's multiple every direction the man looks, but a nice little start out of him with the slays.
Yeah, he's able to get another player to no shield, but that player actually stays alive front blue, and because of it, you're going to see Carnage Gaming control bottom middle and start scoring for the first team on the board. They're going to actually push into blue as well. Unfortunately, a premature melee is going to cost Guardian Flies his life. And Carnage, they're going to be in trouble right now with 3 dead. You're going to see Pit go right back towards Fire and Ice. So they tried to go for a trip cap. They tried to be aggressive there, and unfortunately the slays didn't work out. And because of it, Fire and Ice going to punish them with a perfect, make it a triple kill from Noble.
Noble was a man who popped off last week, Wes. I expect him to do it again, and I mean, he's going to be... What?
God.
He gets a perf off that? With 2 players in front of him, he's still burning left and right, but there's a double to answer back at Aurora just to fend him off for a second there. But what a flurry of pressure coming out of Fire and Ice. The moment these boys wake up, looks like blue team feels it. They're very quick to get back to pit, though, to recap it, to slow things down once again and maybe gain some control here. Gorsh right up in the face of Magico. Can't take that fight, though. Magico going to knock him down. And once again, Fire and Ice, they'll pour into the pit.
Pouring into the pit, they try, and Fire and Ice, good defense. They're able to get 2 kills. With power-ups coming up here in just a few seconds, that's probably going to secure camo and overshield for the boys in red right now. Overshield is going to be 942. It goes in the hands of Bullet. Camo on the other side of the map. We're not quite sure who was able to successfully achieve that one, but this overshield into play. Bullet going to have to make a play. Doesn't go pit, doesn't go blue. They lose both, and for some reason right now, Bullet kind of hesitant on making a decision.
Oh, no.
He's actually going to lose overshield completely, in a huge blunder by Fire and Ice on the back of Bullet right now, as Carnage Gaming somehow gets out of that. A nice reversal kill is going to keep red control, but Carnage continuing to score 28-14. They're doing a phenomenal job based off the situations they've been put in.
Yeah, a little indecisive out of Bullet, but boy, did he pay the price for it. It looks like it didn't hurt too badly, though. Fire and Ice, they're very quick to cap the side bases. Pit, of course, the hard objective, though. You got Magico with a big opening kill here. That's going to bring these blue players back. They'll have to maybe hold on to red to vanish the pressure, assuming Magico doesn't get his hands on the Guardian. Looks like he'll do that. So they'll be holding on to side bases here. And can this blue team break into a side base to start to get some points in control? Not typically a setup you see. Instead, what we're starting to see here is a blue base side flip. And there we go. Pick control out of Fire and Ice. A double out of Magico to hold on to that bottom mid and ideally keep this setup here for Fire and Ice.
Phenomenal job by Fire and Ice to answer that trip cap that we did see Carnage get into. But right now it's been kind of sloppy play from both sides, right? We've seen control flop and immediately, and instead of like a team with control able to play with it and play with an advantage, we've seen multiple times teams that are at the disadvantage gain control. We saw 4 dead right there for Carnage, and it's the first time Fire and Ice is really going to find some stability on the map. Power-ups coming up in about 10 seconds, and somehow a trip cap for Fire and Ice is going to just dwindle down to that double cap, but they're competing for overshield, and kills come in. Magico with the double, Noble with a single, all 4 dead once again, and that's camo, that's overshield, and now we're going to see what Fire and Ice can do with a good opportunity.
We got an avalanche incoming here, Wes. They've got all the control, trip cap in favor, all spawners in blue side, and get ready for the collapse here. You already got OS stealing attention. That's 2 dead. One up on the bend here. The Noble is going to miss, but he'll turn back, clean him up. That should be a cap on the blue base for a trip, and I love this out of Noble. He gets out of blue. He knows his teammates can cap it. Instead, focused on pressuring these boys in spawn, getting the reset, and keeping the trip cap going. These boys on blue, they're bleeding, Wes. They got to do something to coordinate, because this is how you lose time quick. Yeah,
this is where this game flips on its head. You get both power-ups to Fire and Ice, and Bullet doesn't make the same mistake twice. He gets the overshield, he turns it into a double kill and an assist, and with that control, total control, has been in Fire Ice's hands ever since.
Blue base secured.
They will finally get the blue base, so maybe a chance to breathe just a little bit, slow the bleeding. The entirety of the team going to pour into Pit here. Nice little trades, advantage. Carnage Gaming, as they do manage to get back Pit and some points in their favor. Now, can they hold on to this, or will we see another blunder? Because another mistake like what we saw previously, and that could be a GG's for them. They're going to have to hold on and ideally get the power-ups and win these melee trades as well. Rush, how is he alive? He gets a double out of that exchange, which is way more than he bargained for. And plays like that might give the team a chance to hold on.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time to come back. You're only down 33, and on a map like Empire, that score can get out of control quickly. So, you got power-ups coming here, up here in about 20 seconds. Already Fire and Ice outside. We're going to see if they tend to try and go for Pit before these power-ups are coming up. The answer is going to be yes to that. Lunago is going to be caught in between two players by the middle. Bullet's able to trade one out, but inefficiently, because Fire and Ice lose all four players. Power-ups coming up. You see Johan in a perfect position to get this camo, but what's going to go on with the overshield outside? That's the important question here.
This is it. Crunch time for Carnage Gaming. They need to pull out with the camo at the very least. Looks like they do have that tower side control. So, Johan, no hesitance getting across mid to at least get the melee trade, but the OS in the hands. Noble gonna square off with the camo. Got the camo eyes. He saw him immediately. He just beeline for the guy and meleeed him. So that's it for the camo. And I mean, they can make plays off this. You got Noble still going, spree in his, on his hands here. He will die, but what a disruption on the camo.
They're trying to get Pit, but Carnage actually going to lose two players there. They do get Pit control, but they didn't prioritize overshield, and I wonder how that's going to actually pan out for the rest of this game. It looks like they've been able to subside the damage overshield was able to do there. You lost your camo player, which was kind of crucial, but right now you're scoring. You're continuing to chop away at this lead. If you get a few kills, which they do, 3 dead in the kill feed. Magico trying to play his life over here at red. Teammates are going to spawn across the map, but that stick for the double could buy so much time for the spawners that are coming up for Carnage.
He couldn't have asked for anything better. Like, it's a 4v1, 3 dead there, or something at least, right? 3 dead. Magico alone in the red base gets a double stick, and look what it does. They pour into Pit. They take advantage. We got multiple dropping left and right here as Noble's going to try to sneak out and sneak back in to the Pit. Hopefully he can get himself a kill, though. Making it very difficult. Ninja Soy down. Teammates now pouring into Pit to hold on. Starting to look like a close game here as we get to the end zone, Wes.
Down to the wire, just 10 points separating these teams as we get down closer and closer to 90. That's when the blood starts to boil. That's when the adrenaline starts to go. Lunago going to play patient. Halo pick up a kill, but unfortunately it's traded out pretty quickly. Trying to make a play under red is Carnage. They find the pick. They get into red. Now they have both side bases. Can they get some pick control and split Fire and Ice's resources?
The last play for the OS and the camo as well. So the slays is one thing, but if you drop like flies, you're going to miss an opportunity to pick up the power-ups. And they will be up in just a second here. Yoan already with the camo, so good pick up at a Carnage Gaming. I think they might. I'm not sure if they have the OS. I don't see. They do have the OS as well, so big advantage in power-ups here, but they don't have the timing. They need to start getting into these caps and get time in their favor. You can see red under pressure, so Joan wants to dip in. Instead, going to focus on Pit. 2 caps in their favor. They could really turn this around with these power-ups here. You can see these boys in red just starting to drop left and right, and this is what happens if you don't pick up the power-ups. Thankfully, they do delete the camo, but can they hold on here, Wes? We got a trip cap in session at a Carnage.
Now they have such little time to work with right now. Fire and Ice needs to make a play. Where are they going to go? They have to stop the bleeding now. One player gets over to blue. If they pressure this player out of the blue stronghold, this is going to be GG. Not enough players jumping in strongholds at the end, and right now Carnage Gaming going to take game 1, 100-92 over Fire and Ice.
What a series of events, Wes. We saw a beautiful string at a Fire and Ice to get a huge lead, but Carnage Gaming, they pulled back. They didn't falter, right? And I think it comes down to the power-ups. It came down to that one pivotal moment when all the members of Fire and Ice, they tried to get into Pit. They wanted to cap that Pit, but of course, you're burning resources there, resources that on the outside of the map and grabbing those power-ups. And maybe Fire and Ice, maybe they didn't have the luxury. They didn't have the side bases in the moment, so kind of limited in their options there. But Carnage Gaming, boy, do they take advantage, and they're in a great spot now. Just a best of 3 series here.
Absolutely. I mean, up 1-0, you took momentum at the end of that game. You got both power-ups, and that's why you were really able to close out that game. You need to continue that power-up control story. If you want to have the continued success that you had, you've seen the difference that it can make literally at the end of the game. 1 right there. I mean, it was neck and neck, and being able to secure overshield and camo in the same play, they just gave them so much space to work with, so much power to play with. And because of it, you find yourselves a victor and potentially on the cusp of upsetting one of the better teams in this tournament.
This is an interesting series, Wes. I'm assuming this was game 1, because I know we kind of we flipped. We had PK in the border control matchup that we didn't get to see, so we jumped over to this one. And Empire Strongholds is usually a game 3 in a series. I can't seem to find it as the opening for round 4. Instead, I see Rig. So I assume that was game 1, but if it is, it sets a good precedent. I'm not sure what to expect next out of this. But you know what? We don't have to wait. Instead, we'll get it right up on our POV, and it looks like it will be a Truth Slayer and a perfect opportunity for Fire and Ice to showcase their stuff here in the Battleground.
Yeah, Truth Slayer is going to be another fast-paced game type. So you go from Empire back to Truth, and this is going to test the speed that these players can play with. We saw Carnage come out on top in game 1, but already Fire and Ice off to a 4-3 lead, trying to show what they're capable of. We know how strong of a team they can be. They do not want to go into this loser's bracket early. Nice shots by Bullet to secure a nice kill there, but unfortunately he rechows a little bit too early, pays for it with his life. But the team, Luna and Noble, they're able to pick up kills. Luna loses his life, but trades efficiently come through. You find yourselves up 2.
Let's see what they can make with it. Guardian right now just going to try to hold his own, but the boys in red looking cracked. Magico with a big 5. He will drop. Has 2 dead on red. Rorsch going to try to sneak his way up behind Pink here, but Palu, he's completely aware of it, though it doesn't matter. Nice shots out of Rorsch just to keep him back. Pink control, looking like Fire and Ice will still be collecting it, though. We got multiple players up there as they fight for Pink. Of course, such an important place to control here. You've got sights across the map, and Rorsch wants a piece of this.
Good teamwork right there out of Carnage. They find 3, tie this game up 12-12. This is a great Carnage team that we're watching. The fact that they're able to go blow for blow right now with Fire and Ice, that shows me a lot about this team very early on.
I mean, one thing's for sure, these players, they have no shortage of experience against each other, right, Wes? They must know each other's game plans, be able to read each other, considering they play 8s, they play Pro Series against each other on a constant basis. So you know that they're confident up against each other, and you can see it in the accuracy. You can see it out of the shots of Noble right there, getting a double trading with Ninja. So just multiple bodies dropping left and right and keeping our game nail-bitingly close to start here right before our camo comes up as well.
Honestly, one of my favorite things is to look at the other regions in Halo and see the rivalries that have been forming, right? I went to an Australian tournament back in Halo 5, and it was like refreshing to see these rivalries that have grown amongst these players, because not only did they compare each other, like themselves to like their ranks in the world and where they stand up against the top North American teams, but almost what's more important is making sure that they're the best in their region. And it's awesome to see multiple teams from the LATAM scene be able to compete at that level and try to create that rivalry and to create that interesting storylines for us at home. It's the Fire and Ice versus Carnage squad right now. We know PK's still in this tournament, so there's a lot left to be determined, and a lot of these teams take so much pride in being the #1 team from the region. This is just another time where these two teams will match up in their history, and who's going to come out on top, who's going to make that little notch on the belt for today's win. We see Carnage doing a phenomenal job, taking game 1 up 27, 28, 26 right now, looking to close this series in 2-0 fashion. Fire and Ice would be devastated if this game were to end with this scoreline.
Fire and Ice definitely under pressure, still keeping it close. But like you said, Wes, I feel like with these lesser-known regions, now more than ever, there's a hunger for the spotlight, right? A hunger to really showcase that talent. And I think with Halo Infinite coming up, it's the perfect opportunity to do so. So these boys fighting with force behind them for sure. Go on, going to get a big kill with the melee. Player spawning up in red here. You can back out to Pink. try to stay up. Nice little control they have, and a little spawn lock onto red. All 4 members spawned up in red base. If they can coordinate a collapse here, big plays come out. So Juan needs to stay up. Roarch with him at P2, but the nades coming in hot to break through. Noble will drop, though. Guardian with a big double. And that's how you hold on to a lead here. It was sloppy, but the trades, I want to say, in the advantage of Carnage Gaming, as they've got quite an advantage here going into the next camo.
A little bit of body disrespect as Winner tries to get that kill, but unfortunately, he can't even finish the player shooting the dead body off. It's going to result in a Ninja Soy double. Make it it was almost a triple, but Roarch right there to finish that kill off. And right now, all of Fire and Ice spread across the map, split spawning everywhere. You see Carnage Gaming taking advantage of this, keeping the pedal to the metal right now, 43-31. This game is over.
It might just be these boys on red definitely feeling the pressure at this point. They can't afford to make any mistakes. Trades are bad. They need to win their pivs here. Guardian, he's going to cut off the car side of the map. All members seem to be in red base here. You got one sneaking under. Guardian, look at that melt, though. Nice little team fire. They need to answer back, and they got to do it 10 times to at least close the gap. Make it 11 here. Magical going to drop to a melee. That's the camo in the hands of Blue as they are just assaulting them at this point. Wes, 4 kills left to close it. I think you're right. I think we got to call it here. I don't see Fire and Ice making this comeback.
Absolutely not. Carnage playing with too much aggression, too much confidence right now. There's a player front the base, but he's sniffed out. Roarch with 2 nice nades. He trades his life out, but it doesn't matter. It's 48-37. You need 2 more. And on a map like Truth, with no power weapons here, I mean, this is just too tall of an order to ask of any team right now. You see the confidence. Roarch with the perfect kill in the kill feed. 1 more will do it for Team Carnage to create the upset. And there we have it. They take the series not 2-1, but 2-0 over Fire and Ice. A very lackluster performance, and Fire and Ice has got to be kicking themselves for coming out the door slow. But Carnage, they're going to be celebrating as they advance in this winner's bracket.
Hell yeah. One thing's for sure. Carnage Gaming, they came to play today. Fire and Ice, usually that's the team that we're looking at. That's the team in the spotlight. And we're thinking, okay, are they playing? How hot are they playing today? Based off of how dominantly they win is what we judge it by, not whether they lose. Fire and Ice going down with an L early on is a little unexpected. Of course, it is a double elimination bracket. So Fire and Ice, they'll sit in the loser side, and they got to fight just a little bit harder, I guess, to stay in here. But Carnage Gaming, I mean, with that kind of start, I think the sky's the limit. I'd love to see how they play up against the other juggernaut, up against PK, which I would assume is still in winner's side as well. Of course, we got a lot of juggernauts in the winner's side of the tournament here, and we'll get that all sorted out shortly. But first, let's send it over to Yeso to break down the stats on this one.
Thanks, gentlemen. Great series there. Carnage Gaming coming out with the 2-0 win over Fire and Ice. And I would say, Shotway and Clutch were highlighting it before that series. Fire and Ice is a very strong squad, one of the 2 big ones coming out of the LATAM region. And I have high expectations for that team. I think they looked really good a week ago. I was looking for them to have more of the same kind of performance here this week. And for them to go down, especially in an 0-2 fashion here, is definitely defying some expectations. So Carnage Gaming, I think, can feel really good about the way that they just played in this best of 3, and they will move on. And Fire and Ice are certainly no strangers to losers bracket runs, but I'm used to seeing them going down to a KCP, a PK, one of the 2 big Titan squads. Seeing them drop to Carnage here is a bit of a surprise, so they certainly have some things to work on. But let's get the stats up here for this last series, and we'll start up on game number 1. We were kicking it off, strongholds on Empire, and Carnage starts it off with a tight win here. 100-92 is a very close margin of victory, but they're able to get it done. Let's go to the Slayer stats here. I want to take a quick peek at these ones because I think this is really going to highlight, Fire and Ice is a squad where kind of everybody can frag out, and you see it here. They all brought it to the table. Look at Noble with 23 kills, Magico with 21, but the control was good for the side of Carnage. And they even had Ninja Soy there with 20 kills. So getting up into the 20s, everybody up into the double digits. Great assist numbers as well. Look at Guardian with 17 kills and 17 assists there. So interesting first map here, and it's very, very close. And that maybe would have set us up for possibly, a full series. Maybe we go the full 3 games, but it wasn't to be. Let's check out the final page of stats here for the first game before we go on to Slayer. Just a quick peek here. Leading the way is Noble with that KDA of 11.0 and a 54.7% accuracy. Also led in the damage number, so really just across the board a great game for Noble, but it didn't matter because Carnage just top to bottom came to play. Great accuracy numbers. Johan there with the lowest at a 50.5%, but really everybody showing up on Carnage Gaming, and they're able to kind of pull out a very tight victory here. So that sets us up for game 2. So let's go to that. And this one was Slayer. And this is interesting. We talk about it regularly around KCP because they're such a good objective team. We regularly just get to kind of dive deep onto how well KCP plays on strongholds and especially on capture the flag. And then Slayer is kind of an interesting bit of a coin toss, but here we get to game number 2 and look at Carnage did it again. Total team effort. Everybody into the double digits. Rorsch and Guardian here up at 14 kills apiece is a great showing there. Even Guardian with the 10 assists on top of that is very solid. Meanwhile, on the other side, Noble with another solid game, 11 kills, 5 assists. Magical leading the way with 12 and 7. And Bullet with a bit of a rough showing here. 6 kills, 9 assists. I mean, still participating in 15 kills for the team, but I would say that's an uncharacteristically low number. And 50-38 ends up being the score at the end of this match of Slayer. And while that's, not very far away from, a margin below 10, that is a significant and strong victory here for the side of Carnage, and they've got to be feeling really good. They built on a very tight matchup in the first one. They slayed out in the second one to get a strong victory and a pretty definitive finish to this series. Let's skip through to the final page of stats here. Go right over and check out those KDAs and the accuracy numbers. A lot of headshots there for Guardian. Very nice, but we'll go to the last page of stats for this one. Magical also getting 11 there. Look at Guardian and Rorsch. 9.3, 8.3 KDAs. Bit of a drop in the accuracy numbers there for Rorsch, but everybody else in the team up above that 50% threshold, which you certainly love to see. And as this game didn't go quite as long, nobody breaks the 2,000 damage threshold, but Guardian, Rorsch, up over 1,900. That's very good to see. Meanwhile, on the other side, Magico, actually the only one close to that 2,000 damage mark, and it shows here as they just weren't able to get it done. A less than 6-minute game. Guardian and Rorsch leading the way. Ninja Soy and Johan supporting there for Carnage, and that's got to feel really good. So 2 matches under our belt here. It's been a great start to the day, honestly, and we're loving to see it. I believe we're probably going to a break here in a little bit, but I just want to continue to talk here about the opportunity right now. And I highlighted it during my last segment, talking about how we're 80 days away from the launch of Halo Infinite. And really, I love to see the fact that even as Halo 5 kind of moves on out, right? We are very likely to see Halo kind of take its last breath on this Halo 5 front, and there's really going to be a huge push into Halo Infinite from the entire community. I think with how long it's been since the release of Halo 5, obviously there's still a ton of passion for the game, and I love to see that. A lot of people who really loved Halo 5, it wasn't necessarily the game for myself or for others, but I think it's very important to see that the community is very passionate about it. But I think what we are seeing is that there's a lot of excitement and hunger for a new title, a new Halo, a new generation, and a new step for this franchise. And what I'm really excited about is there's so many young players, so many maybe up and coming pros coming out to compete in things like Microsoft Sundays here at Esports Arena, and they're taking this very seriously, and they're looking at these Sundays as the opportunity to build up to the release of Infinite. So that is very, very fun to watch, and I'm excited to watch the rest of today's action. The first 2 series have certainly delivered. The casters are bringing the hype and the analysis, and that's great. But we're going to go to a quick break right now. When we come back, we'll keep Microsoft Sundays rolling, so don't go anywhere.
Well, hello there, and welcome back. We've got more Esports Arena, more Microsoft Sunday, of course, and our tournament's going to continue with another big matchup as well, Wes. I'm pretty excited for this one. We had Carnage Gaming with a big upset, right? They took out Fire and Ice, was not expected, but their competition just got a whole lot steeper. Their next competitor is Halo 5 Day 2154, but I don't know what what I'm trying to say is they always have a creative team name. The players, though, are Trippy, Ola, Renegade, and Penguin. And these boys are basically Halo gods in their own right, Wes. What do we call them, though? Because I don't want to say Halo 5 Day 2001. I don't want to say that every time. What are you thinking?
I think we just call them, what's the number, 2154?
2154? We can just go with that.
21, yeah, we'll just call them 2154 is what they'll go by. They did this to us every tournament, and rightfully so. They're so good at Halo that they don't have to focus on the game. They're just focused on making an interesting team name for the week. And already they've got the flag out. The players are flying around. Ola's found himself a railgun. Unfortunately, he's going to get shot in the back by Johan right there. Gets caught off guard, but the flag's still being run and punched in. Trippy getting the first flag on the board, and if you blinked, you missed it, because within 30 seconds, 2154 already up 1-0.
Is this a speed run? I'm pretty sure they're going for a new record time or something, Wes. That was like 28 seconds for the first flag on the board, and a whole lot of pressure on their base already. Penguin's got the railgun once again. Gonna look to get a return here. Does get melted, though, pretty quick. Stick from the grave from someone there who died. We got players dropping left and right, though, as they try to get over to this flag. It looks like they do collect it. Guardian going to take that flag just a little bit farther here. He's rallied it over to the silo, so a nice little checkpoint for him, but Penguin going to delete him with a nade. They got to get past the last little threshold here, and it might be difficult with these boys in red hot in pursuit.
Right now, 2154 in the driver's seat. You see Carnage Gaming just getting off a very big successful win, and they're going to tie this game up, actually. I wasn't expecting them to get that flag punched in. I thought it was going to be stopped, but 3 dead, so what did it cost them at the end? The flag being ran the other direction now with the counter cap. It's going bottom middle right now. Ola going to get that flag all the way to the front of his base. He is getting shot from his door, but unfortunately, Ola's going to snap onto that player, finish him off, punch this cap in, take the lead back into his hands. So Carnage Gaming, unfortunately, they tied the game up, but at the cost of all 4 players going down, complete map control, and a counter cap from 2154.
This game is coming at you fast for sure, though. Looking like Halo ping pong. We got 1 flag going in, the counter flag going in, counter to that counter, right? So we already had 2-1 on the board. Guardian going to pick up the rail. Let's see if he can put this to work. Instead, completely whiffs, and you can't whiff on a man like Penguin. Although it looks like, thankfully for the enemy team, Rorsch will put Penguin down. A couple slays coming out to return the favor, though. Trippy going to drop Rorsch and try to hold onto his position. And Treehouse can't turn and burn. Joan, though, gets a big double. Penguin off a spawn. Second opportunity with the rail, and he'll put it to work with a double, but drops shortly after as Carnage Gaming. They're still hot in pursuit here.
Yeah, Penguin, one of those players that's known for when he gets power weapons, just taking faces, taking names, attributing himself a ton of kills, gets that nice double with the railgun. Gonna actually have spawned up, found the railgun back in his hands, misses the last shot in that rail, but 2 go down for Carnage Gaming, and you see Penguin immediately start to sprint towards the front, but realizes his teammate Joey dies in the tree, so he's gonna fall back, get top middle control, an instant awareness of what the right situation was going to be. That's what makes these players so special. They're able to stop on a dime their initial strategy and figure out what the most efficient thing is. Unfortunately, Penguin does go down, but you see 2154 complete map control in their hands. A nice 5 onto Renegade there. You're going to need to continue that in order to stay in this series, but right now Carnage Gaming fighting for map control, and against one of the best sets of 4 players you can basically imagine. Playing Halo 5 today, it's going to be more difficult than ever for Carnage to find any footing.
This is the ultimate juggernaut. This is the, in a sense, the final boss for Carnage Gaming. They do this. I mean, it is only winter semis, but I mean, if they can beat this team, then I think they can beat anyone. But of course, they got a hell of a road to climb to get there. These boys on the red team just know how to play a little bit better. Trippy making good work at that BR spot. Of course, as I say it, though, that flag is out. We got Rorsch with a huge defense there on the Ola. I think that was the camo delete, or couldn't have been the camo, so I'm tripping. Either way, speaking of tripping, we got Trippy with the flag, and he actually managed to return it, rally it back, and plant that one. Wait, Am I confused? Did I plant that one in for... What did I just see, Wes? Is it a 2-1 or wasn't it a 2-1 previously?
It was 2-1 previously. The
Left in the
flag
base.
didn't actually get returned.
He dropped it. Oh, okay,
yet. He dropped the flag and he left it to go slay. All of Carnage Gaming just goes down. The last player to spawn, Elbow Johan, he goes down as well. Final flag gets punched in. So what Trippy did there was he realized the situation where his teammates were all being aggressive. They had an opportunity to collapse, get some kills in this game. So Trippy drops the flag at his base, pushes with his team, knowing the first player to die for 2154 was going to pick that flag up, and that Carnage was going to be in no position to like play offense there, right? They are all on the defensive side. Trippy read the play perfectly, was able to help his team enough get that return, and because of it, they closed the door on that game. Carnage, they showed some life. They got that one flag cap, but it ended up actually costing them a flag in return. So a 1-for-1 trade goes in the favor of the team already in the lead. And 2154, just playing perfect Halo as usual. They're off to a good start today, and I don't even think that's the best we'll see from them.
Definitely a good start. Definitely a fast game. And well said, right? Trippy leaving the flag in the base, getting advanced timing to keep the pressure up and ensure they got the return so that the new spawner can pick up the flag and plant it in. What it looked like, though, was he was sitting on the pedestal, and it looked like the flag was just about to be like returned, and he dropped it on the pedestal the instant it looked like the flag was returned. So my mind just, I had like a blank because the game didn't end and the point didn't go in anyway. Either way, like you said, he got some good timing there, and they won the game off of it. And taking that energy, they're probably going to be plowing through game 2 here. I mean, I don't know what it is yet, but I don't think it matters what it is, Wes. This team is just a team of juggernauts.
Absolutely. I mean, this team would compete in Halo 5 against even Sentinels and the best in the world, right? So for them to find themselves in an esports arena tournament with not too many top teams in it. We have KCP still in this tournament. We'll see them compete, I'm sure, later on. But right now, they're just having a field day, using their individual skill and their knowledge of how to play Halo 5 at a high level and working together. I mean, like, although this isn't a set team, they sure seem like it when they play together.
And on a map like this, things could get ugly real quick, right? Regret Slayer, close quarters, easy to collapse on spawns here. And these boys, they know how to collapse. They know how to slay. But Slay's going in the favor there. Carnage, that's 2 dead, just to try to even out the score a little bit here. Penguin, I like that positioning. Nice and patient. Wait, gets the shields off of Guardian, but then immediately turns to top mid. Great little reticle placement there to stay alive as long as possible, but it does look like the team fire at a Carnage, returning the favor here.
Right now, Carnage staying in it, and that's important because this game could have spiraled out of control with that first overshield in the start at the break. Regret, one of those game types that can snowball, so Carnage has to literally maintain a consistent pace throughout this entire game, or they're going to falter to just one slip up that they give Renegade or the boys here in red. 2154 can't figure out the recipe just yet, but you know they're capable of it. 2 go dead, and right now Renegade smells blood over it.
Oh no, Renegade is just heating up. Easy kill into the spawn for him. Gonna drop down to bottom center, look for more blood. Penguin with 1. Renegade shots into the player who will try to dip back into the tunnel, but you know he's so quick to get in there with the collapse. We'll see if he can take this exchange though. Renegade can't actually win it. Rorsch with a big win, and he ties it up, taking that 1v1 fight. Rorsch, look at the confidence out of this man too as he snaps on the pink side right up into the window, but not enough to pick up any more. Still, I'm loving the plays here as we go back and forth on the lives.
So far, so good from Carnage, right? Every point of view we've gone to, they've been getting their kills, they've been clutching up. That big one-on-one win from Rorsch, that's a confidence booster. That shows that you can individually stay with this team. Just a matter is 2154's teamwork going to be too much to overcome. An overshield, no problem. He gets back whacked, and that is a fatal mistake we see from Johan right there. And unfortunately, 2154 able to erase what potentially could have been a big moment for Carnage Gaming.
That was beautiful out of Trippy, though. I didn't quite see it. I'm not sure where he came from. The man, like, you know, like Batman. I think he was on car 2 above and just dropped down with perfect timing. And nice timing right there for a quick round of 3 dead, though. Try to even up the score and keep the lead in their favor. Despite losing that early OS there with the shutdown from Trippy, they're still holding on to map control. Got the bank nade into Pink Attic there, so beautiful damage potential coming out of Guardian as he keeps these boys back, but teammates starting to drop here. Guardian doing what he can to live up. Beautiful damage. Oh, and Renegade drops from Roar, so these trades back and forth, just keeping it close in a dicey situation.
Keeping it close is saying the least. Like, this is an unbelievable job by Carnage. They take the lead for just a second. 27-26 Carnage Gaming, showing they can stay in Regret Slayer right now, halfway through with 21-54. This is an impressive feat from them off the back of an upset here in the winner's bracket before this round. For them to find themselves up in game 2 potentially push this series to the limit. They are playing at such a high level today.
Juan trying to trade out with his teammate up on Car. Guardian did go down, though. Tough spot, though. A wrap out the tunnel. Great shots. Help from Ninja Soy does get the kill, so 2 dead there. Like you said, it's huge that they're even holding on to the lead that they have. However close it may be, Trippy, he's going to try to dip his way out of a double team there, and he can't do it. Nade comes in to clean him up, so trades continue here as they hold on by 1. Ola going to get sat on here. Instead, he reverses it on the Guardian, so great play out of him. Can't quite get the jump up to the bridge. Instead, not going to waste time. Going to get down the bottom mid and try to get some presence onto this OS here. I think this OS will set the momentum going forward for this game. They will all dogpile on top of it. And who got it? They all died. The entire red team just died there on OS, and I think it got burned.
It got burned by 21-54, but the kills all in favor of Carnage. That's the important feat. They went 3 for 0 right there. Unfortunately, they lose a couple players on the way out. But a 4-kill lead now for Carnage, the best it's ever been so far here in Game 2. Look at them go up 4 kills. They're fighting for top mid control. Roar's picking up a huge double. Guardian flies. He's going to need help over at Pink. Penguin wins a 1-on-1, but the kill is traded out. This could be a huge win for Carnage Gaming.
Carnage Gaming out for blood here, Wes. Just a 4-kill advantage, but that's massive for them. Will get taken out from behind, though. Renegade going to spring jump his way up to the doorway. Look at this pinch coming into blue base. Can they stop this from happening? Tries to dive in. Penguin, the saving grace, though. That's a double out of Penguin. Score just down to a 2-kill deficit. Trippy going to keep it slow here with his teammates up on top car. How will they make this rotation, though? Losing any lives at this point, absolutely crucial. What a team collapse, though. You got Penguin and Ola jumping into blue base to take out 2. That ties our game up. And we're down to the wire here with the last 7, Wes.
Ties the game up. They have 4-kill lead for Carnage. Immediately erased. Trippy with not the back smack, but Penguin finishes the kill. 2 straight kills go in their favor. Carnage answer it back with 2, but unfortunately Ola finds 1 in the kill feed to make this just a 1-kill difference as players hiding bottom middle. They're going to try and slow this down. Overshield's not another 40 seconds. This player bottom middle gets caught out. Can he get away from Carr with his life? Penguin actually loses his life to a grenade. 2 players in Carnage Gaming, bottom Carr. I don't like the positioning right now from Carnage. And Trippy continuing to stay aggressive. Renegade finds 1 as well. Gets traded, but with 2 kills left, Trippy finds a player top middle. Ola finds 1 as well. 50-48, 21-54 are going to close this series out, but Carnage Gaming made them work for it.
I mean, you got to give credit where credit's due. That's massive from Carnage Gaming to get it as close as they did, but a bit of a heartbreaker considering the fact that they held on to a lead the entirety of that game.
I mean, look at this Ola.
Oh my God, 63? Was that 19 and 11? And 63 accuracy out of this man. Ola, he doesn't you don't see him streaming, but he's always insane. He's always incredible at the game. So either he grinds, maybe in the background a little bit, or he's just, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's a bad day, a good day. He's always good at the game. But they clutched up, and you could see that clutch starting to happen, kind of like sharks in the water. They smell blood, right? You get the 1 kill, and then you see them all start to converge and collapse around the last 3 players. Trippy kind of holding back, holding on to top map, and then he gets that convenient pickup on top mid with the combo. But I mean, when it comes down to the pivotal moment, the last 10 kills, it's always that better team that has the ice that clutches up and really showcases why they're the best. But Yeso, let me see, or tell us, I guess, why they're the best with the stats. We'll send it to you and see how the breakdown looks.
Welcome back, everybody. Carnage Gaming dropping here after that big win against Fire and Ice. But I think, as Shaway and Clutch highlighted, they made Halo 5 Day 2154, great name by the way, really made them work for it, honestly, especially on that Slayer map. Just losing by 2 kills, very narrow margin of victory, almost looked like they would have a chance to grab the win, but they weren't quite able to do it, so they dropped 2-0 in this series. Let's pull up the stats here, and we can start going through those as we talk about this best of 3. Obviously, we kicked it off CTF on Fathom, and it's a 3-1 win here to kick things off. And we'll jump right into the Slayer stats here. Trippy and Pistola here leading the way. No real surprise, though. Interesting to see Penguin and Renegade down below double digits, but this was a quick game, honestly. Less than 5 minutes here, so pretty quick cap on cap on cap for the side of Halo 5 Day. I'm probably just going to call them Halo 5. Team Halo 5 here. But Penguin's still getting 11 assists, which is really darn good. When you look at the other side, it was Johan carrying the load. 18 kills, just 2 assists. But 18 kills there is impressive. But when you look at the rest of the team, 5 kills, 5 kills, 5 kills, that's not going to get it done, right? You know, kills don't necessarily win you the game in Capture the Flag, but it gives you opportunities. It opens up windows for you to get into the enemy base, get that flag moving, start to shift your way back towards your base to get the capture. So while it is not determined, you know, the team that gets the most kills isn't going to win necessarily every single time, it just gives you more opportunities as a team, especially if you're able to get those kills in kind of quick succession. If you can get 2, 3, even 4 players down, all on timers at the same time, that's when you have those huge opportunities. And when you have 3 players with only 5 kills apiece in a game of Capture the Flag, that's not going to be enough there. So Johan leading the way, but the team will fall. Let's check out the final page of stats here for game 1 before we jump into what was a very close Slayer match. Trippy leading the way in the KDA, 9.3 and a solid 63.7% accuracy. Look at that. Pistola, 64.7. I think that's a 66.2 for Penguin. So great accuracy numbers. Team Halo 5 just hitting their shots very consistently. Meanwhile, Johan, no surprise, going to lead in that department for his squad as well, 57.7%. And Ninja Soy with less than 1,000 damage. I mean, that really just highlights it, folks, that, you know, the rest of the squad wasn't bringing enough to the table to give Carnage the opportunities to grab this first map. So they start in a hole, but we go to game 2, and it's Slayer. And things certainly change here. Pistola leading the way, 15 kills for Penguin here as well. Rorsch had a recovery. Really, the whole team did. Still kind of a rough one for Guardian, but 12 assists to add on to the single-digit kills is still a solid showing, and it shows how tight this was. It goes just over 6 minutes. 50-48 scoreline is very, very close. Let's go to the final page of stats here before we get ready to move on to our next series today. Pistola leading the way, 10.3 KDA and that 63.3% accuracy. Also tops the damage charts here at over 2,400. So Pistola looking in form here for sure. Everybody, and you see it consistently. I talked about it a lot last week as we were talking about kind of the 2 top squads, is when these big boys kind of come together. They have an opportunity where even the best and brightest can have some off games. We saw it from Frosty a few times last week, but Pistola showed up in this one, a big part of his team grabbing that victory, so they will move on. And the best part is they've got another match ready to go. Production's in my ear. They're saying, give it back to the casters. We want to get into some more action, so I'm not going to waste your time anymore, folks. Let's go back to Shyway and Clutch.
Damn right we do. Thank you, Yeso. And that was a fun one, though, right? Carnage Gaming surprising today, playing better than expected. They will drop down to lower bracket, but we might see them again. Considering how well they're playing, they might, you know, come back with a force, come back with a vengeance. Speaking of good matchups, speaking of fun matchups here, Wes, we got another great one coming up. It's going to be KCP up against PK. Now, we got teased with PK a little bit earlier, and we didn't get to watch them, but I guess they won their series against Border Control, so looking good for them. KCP, though, this is a whole other juggernaut, right? KCP won last week. They were playing out of their minds last week, West. They were dominating last week, even against Trippy and Ola and team, to the point where, you know, they were looking like final form, looking like Pro Series season. I think it was season 3 at the start of the year, West. So what are you thinking coming off of KCP last week and you know, what to expect today?
Yeah, I think KCP is one of those teams that when they're playing well, they can compete with anybody. It's that level of consistency that we need to see out of them. I think against PK, they're going to be just fine. I think they have enough individual skill and whatnot to handle their business here. It's just a matter of that 2154 roster that we saw. Are they playing to that level yet? KCP, like I said, can compete with anybody when they're playing well. Are they playing well today is my biggest question.
Well, your question is going to be answered in this series, Wes, because I think PK is the perfect competitor to go up against to really show if KCP is playing well today. PK, they're a well coordinated squad. I would say probably the best number one team in LATAM right now. Of course, you got Tapping, you got Atso, you got Drift, and Gambino running that squad. All of them very talented and often stealing the spotlight. KCP, though, if they're playing hot, they can run over these boys. We've seen it before. You know, as talented as PK is, a good cracked out KCP can win like CTF games in 3 minutes tops, you know, just when they're playing insane. I wouldn't be surprised. So this is a good test. Or PK, maybe they came to play today. Maybe we got some surprises, Wes. You know, what are you hoping for? I bet you just maybe just some good Halo, right?
For me, it's about seeing KCP close out Halo 5 the way they need to. And I
Okay.
say that meaning I think KCP really has an opportunity going into Infinite to establish themselves as one of the best teams, to continue that into Infinite and compete with some of the rosters that have been able to form, because those Infinite rosters, they're scary. They're going to be tough to compete with at the highest level. KCP's kind of edged their way in there. They need to stay there. And I hate to see
Yeah.
them falter or show anything that makes me think that they're not going to be there here in a few months. So I want to see them still like maintain that level of confidence, place well, and play at that high level that we know they're capable of, especially in a game where that they have so much power in like Halo 5 before
Right.
they go into their infinite careers.
It's a really good point. They definitely have LAN experience. These players are talented. They were players that were kind of on the come up towards the end of the LAN, kind of segment that we had with Halo 5 back in 2018. Since then, been grinding, improved quite a bit. Now I'd say handedly a top 4 team in the league and capable of better when they're playing well. So, like you said, this is a very important proving ground coming into Infinite to see whether or not they're just online kids, or can they hold on to this dominance, carry it into LAN, and really make that KCP name proud as well, because they stuck with KCP as a roster, right? I heard some inklings. I heard some Halo leaks. I don't know what's true and what's not, but I heard that G2 at one point in time was interested in potentially picking them up, but instead they're still with KCP. They're still going strong there. So just kind of gives you a sense of the level of competition that they're at when you've got big orgs wanting to snipe them, wanted to potentially pick them up. So very interesting. Like you said, they got to hold on to it here. We'll see if they can do it today.
Only one way to find out, and that's getting into the gameplay, right? I think we're all waiting for this to kick off. With KCP knocking at the doorstep, trying to repeat their success from last week, I'm sure they're aware of who the PK roster is. I'm sure they're aware that they're going to have to play at a good level to beat these players. And PK understands the gravity of the situation as well, knowing how strong KCP can be. Are they going to be able to reach that ceiling? Are they going to be playing at the highest level? Because this is going to be the first time that we've been able to see PK for
Yeah.
today.
Now, this is winter semis. We did just see a winter semis matchup, Wes. So I would assume same layout, same format, right? We had Fathom CTF to kick off the series. We had a Regret Slayer for game 2. The worry here is any series that starts with a CTF played by KCP is, a bit of a red flag for the enemy team, a bit of a danger zone, right? Fathom flag, especially as quickly as it could go off that starting strat. What I'd be hoping is PK, they're watching their flank. They're watching the overextension, because I've seen it so many times. Either it's Struck or it's Soul Snipe. They're in your base in 10 seconds and they already have your flag. What would you hope from PK just to ensure they don't go down early here with Fathom CTF?
They're going to have to weather the storm and win the break, right? We've seen KCP win the start of games so often and go off to like a 1-0 lead in the first 30 seconds. Like, you have to make sure that doesn't happen. You have to weather the storm, win your
Yeah.
first few battles, and trade efficiently there to where you can find a rhythm for the game, rather than have KCP really get off to a hot start and throw everything for a loop and make things more chaotic than they usually are.
I like it. Shut down the opening. And ideally, You know, to really weather the storm, you get that railgun, you get the camo, you get the plasma sitting under the treehouse with a light rifle sitting at your base. That LR is a serious power weapon, right? 2-shot beatdown, 3-shot in scope. You can do some serious damage. Let's see if they can coordinate and grab those weapons and put it all together. Of course, we'll have that matchup coming up very shortly. We'll be jumping into a Regret Slayer following that, which no doubt will be a bloodbath. You think we can get a game 3 out of this one? I'd like to see one that goes the distance.
We'll have to see. I don't know how either one of these two teams are playing today to be able to answer a question like that. KCP, I mean, they should close the series out 2-0, but PK is good enough to make this go the distance, if not take the series outright. So it's possible, but my money would be on KCP if there were a line out there.
We talked a bit about KCP's story kind of coming into this, you know, what they're fighting for, obviously, you know, holding on to their position, going into land, going into, you know, this top level competition with Halo Infinite. PK, they're in a different position, kind of representing Latin America and trying to really, you know, own that spotlight, take over. Of course, as I explain all this, I hear that we are still getting this matchup ready. We're not quite ready to jump into it. So what we will do, and sorry in advance, we're going to give a quick break. We'll be right back. We'll make sure we are right into the action immediately when we come back. So stay tuned.
Gentlemen, and welcome to Eat, Speak, Compete.
Eat, Speak, Compete.
Yes.
Name, incredible. Logo, even better.
I'm your host, as always, Yeso, joined by my co-host, Luke Shimone. Brew.
There's a lot to unpack there. I don't even know where to start.
If one of the North American teams doesn't win, their 2021 season is done. I got my fingers crossed. I think you got this. Let's turn more towards the competitive side. They finished strong.
Like 35-2.
They finished strong. They looked.
If the only intent is, hey, let's make this game as esports as possible, then sure, but that's never going to be what Nintendo does.
And I'm very curious to see what kind of their first take on what a Valorant World Championship should look like.
Dang. That's super fun sounding.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be
That sounds super fun. I think that
And we are back with Esports Arena. Like we said, immediately into the action. Now, turns out, just to give you the lowdown on what happened here, we had a lobby disconnect in the previous match, so unfortunately our spectator was not in the game. We could not witness it, but turns out PK won game 1 in Fathom CTF. Kind of an unexpected turn of events, and that puts KCP on the back foot here in Regret game 2, though it looks like they got a good opening strat here, Wes.
Yeah, and the last question you asked me was, does PK have a chance in this series? Already up 1-0. Let me reframe however I answered that question and say, yeah, PK has a chance here. Up 1-0, but unfortunately, KCP, we must not have seen anything from game 1 because right now a 9-0 lead a dominant performance. They must have been pissed off from whatever happened in game 1, and because of it, 11-1, almost a perfect Slayer we were witnessing right here. Ladies and gentlemen, KCP and the boys, they're not going out that easily. PK, they may have been able to cheese some Fathom Flag. They may have been able to figure out a way to find success. But right now on Regret Slayer, they are looking like a completely different team. I can guarantee you that.
KCP, game 1, a bit of a slap in the face, right? Unexpected. They look at each other. They say, wait a sec, we don't lose CTF. What's going on here, boys? Time to wake up. Time to get serious, right? So they jump into game 2 with an 11-1 start, and now a 14-7. Now, despite the hot, flashy opening, things are very quickly narrowing on this side of blue. Here we got Atso starting to fire back, clap back on this enemy team here as they're trapped in blue side. And Atso instead get a turn for the split spawners. Looks like he does end up getting pinched in the process, but a 4-kill deficit from what was looking quite a bit worse a little earlier.
Yeah, much, much worse. But, I mean, you blink and you miss it, right? The score flips on its head. Just a 5-kill game. This is all of a sudden manageable for PK fans. This is all of a sudden anyone's game. With another overshield coming up here in about 10 seconds, PK has done a phenomenal job to crawl back into this layer. What was looking like a potential stake is now looking like a very close game. And with this overshield on the line being secured by Gambino right now, PK looking to swing complete momentum in their favor. And any chance KCP thought that this game 2 was going in their favor, those thoughts are dwindling instantly. Just a 3-kill, make it 2 now, and Gambino with this overshield gonna find 2 players. Far side of blue backs them both down, stays alive, and that's a good use of the overshield. Even just like maintaining control of the map can be helpful because they turn them into kills like so.
It was a nicely timed collapse out of PK to get to that OS and to really narrow the scoreline here. Just a 2-kill deficit now, making things look very close, and Gambino putting shots into literally everyone. Not quite enough to get a kill, though. 4-kill advantage now. Soul Snipe and team, look at this, back on the top of the map. The entirety of the enemy team sitting below them and about to get melted from above, too. Soul Snipe, a little dangerous game he's playing with the gunfight and the out-of-bound timer there, but it looks like he's okay. Watching his flank as well. Nice little stick attempt out of him. Got the teammate with him for the double team coming in as well through car side. Player spawning up in blue. And you can see this KCP kind of micromanaging every little gunfight here with 2v1 scenarios as they bait and switch and trade out kill shots here.
Unbelievable job once again from KCP to understand the gravity of this situation here. Winner's bracket on the line right now, down 0-1 in the series. The game all of a sudden was looking like it was about to be tied up, and once again KCP goes on a little bit of a run. It's a comfortable 9-kill lead, and now they're able to play with it here. Killing spree from Soul Snipe. You wondered where it came from, and that right there will tell you everything you need to know. Soul Snipe starting to heat up.
The KCP definitely woke up. Things are changing all of a sudden. They're starting to play like we'd expect. I took a peek into the chat, Wes. Pander says Druck took his shirt off. And I think that might be the key. You know, Druck typically, when he wants to focus, if he wants to play his best, he rips off the shirt, and then all of a sudden, look at this, 10-kill advantage. OS just popped as well, and it's in the hands of CC. So things looking good for the boys on KCP.
I'm gonna leave that there. I'm not gonna. Don't try and bait me. Don't try and bait me into a Druck with the shirt off comment.
Did I at least give you a visual? Did you think about it?
Yeah, I absolutely did. But then I thought about Druck, and I'm like, he doesn't even own the shirt. The guy only wears tank tops, right? Like I've never seen him wear sleeves in my life, and apparently even the tank top off at this time, and he's gonna need to keep that thing off because his team needs him to shine right now. They're up 11 kills, but this game, it looks like it's a bit of a blowout, but it was not as easy as it looks so far for KCP, and it's not over yet. I think this PK team could make one final run if they can get some kills to go in their favor, and just like that, a 3-for-1 exchange will make it a 9-kill game. A little bit of map control goes a long way on Regret.
Final stretch for PK in this game. They make a slight mistake, and that's curtains. And even if they don't make mistakes, they might be in big trouble here. 4 kills left to close it. Nice nades coming into base just to keep the pressure up, but Soul Snipe coming off either a blue spawn or a flank here. Gets a big opening kill, now 47, 6-kill deficit for this blue team. And can they do anything to pull this scoreline a little bit closer? Kalik gonna play it slow here. teammate with him on blue base, top map in control out of PK. But can they hold on to this? You can see Gambino with a hot 5 to bring it down to 5. Make it 4 now as PK slowly biting back here, Wes.
Say it ain't so. Not like this, KCP. A 2-kill game. PK on the ropes right now, getting off, throwing some jabs themselves. They make it a 3-kill game, but with so little room for Eric, and they do it just 1 kill to go. And you're going to see CC says none of that today. Closes the game out, but just a 5-kill game, right? Like, KCP not looking as crisp, not looking as dominant as they potentially could have, and PK, for good reason, finds themselves in a game 3.
Definitely some high highs and some low lows, Wes, because they started with what, nearly a 12-0 to start the game. So some flawless Halo. KCP definitely looking like they woke up. They came to play for game 2, but then PK just as quick to close it down, to lock it down, to show that they can go toe to toe, and to bring it to what was a nail biter there. If CC didn't kind of pop off in top mid and say, no, it's just ain't happening, then that might have been a comeback, right? It was looking like a little reversal starting to begin for PK here. So KCP, when they're playing well, they can dominate. But when things look shaky, you get worried on whether or not this is a PK kind of day. Maybe PK came to upset today because they're looking pretty damn good. We didn't get to see Fathom, but I think that does definitely set a precedent for the series and will likely have, I assume, a Strongholds up next. So another opportunity for PK to continue to coordinate and capitalize.
Yeah, you have that feeling throughout that game, like ever since you saw that 11-0 lead just disappear, that PK is on upset alert right now, right? Like KCP needs to figure out a way to close this series out because it is dangerously close. And when you're the favorite in a series like this, you start to feel a little nervous. You start to feel that momentum go in PK's favor. You got to start this game 3 off hot if you're Druck and the boys and you want to close this series out the way you know it should be. But right now, both teams fighting for map control. Druck opted not to push basement there, and one player hops in nest, but I believe he's going to get flushed out due to grenades, make it a railgun shot on the back of Soul Snipe, and because of it, you're going to see KCP get the first points on the board.
Nice prioritization there as well. You had Soulsight getting the shots into nest, but a teammate in basement making sure they had that capture. So it was a quick 2-cap, and then an immediate collapse on the BR base. The entire team, coordinated effort into BR. They get this quick cap turnaround, and then they're looking to already, capitalize on the splits here. You got the carbine side spawn, but I love this play at a Soul Snipe because it takes into consideration 2 situations, right? You got nest as they move over to nest, but also the carbine spawn if he wants to chip in. If he has the luxury to do so, because it looks like he does end up getting caught from multiple angles.
So far, so good for KCP. They've started this game off the right way. Unfortunately, it looks like they're going to be losing basement and nest, but a good reset comes in from Mikey. That's going to be Soul Snipe once again making the right play to get his team continued control. And unfortunately, Gambino going to be whooping some butt. Top engine right there. Gets 2 melee kills without trading his life, and because of it, PK going to get a little bit of an opportunity here. Gambino still somehow alive. Fortunately, finally goes down. Camo coming up in about 20 seconds. Railgun here in about 8. These fights are so pivotal for the mid game.
Speaking of pivotal fights, that Soul Snipe with 2 on the feet. CC going to dip right back into center. Big pickup onto Rail here. Can he put it to good use? Going to play patient for now. Teammate picks up the kill instead. Spawner's up in car. And an easy opportunity for CC if he elects to take it. He wants that camo instead. And I like the game plan here. Rail kill. Camo on the body. Looking like a Predator combo here. Let's see how he plays it.
CC in such a good position to close this game out for his team. A trip cap in his team's favor. Camo, Rail decides to melee, decides to pull out his pistol, can't get the kill, and decisions were made that were poorly invested into that Camo and Rail, and unfortunately CC cannot get the crucial kills he needs. The signs of life for PK. They got out of that terrible situation, but what can they do with this? Because you already see KCP in the basement picking up a scatter shot. Soul Snipe leaves his teammate behind, and unfortunately that teammate goes down. 2 members of PK here in the BR base. One goes down, the other one gets weak. Can Soul Snipe find the double? The answer is yes, but the triple is right around the corner, and he didn't know about it, so he's going to lose his life. But control back in KCP's favor, so Soul Snipe does enough with that situation to allow Talek and the boys to get control of a couple of strongholds and now play defense.
It's looking overwhelming from KCP right now, though. All I've seen from PK is just the ability to kind of push off KCP with their pressure. And what a better weapon to push off your opponents than the shotgun, though unfortunately he's out of ammo. It looks like he's got a rail instead, so nice little upgrade for him. Can he put it to good use, though? You got one on Nest to try to get the capture. That player is alone. Can he help Elena there? He's going to try to dip into Nest. Looks like they do have a temporary trip cap, so first open and control here. As I see that, though, I did see a player left on screen, and I'm hoping that doesn't bite us, Wes, because PK are finally starting to pop off and pick up double kills. But assuming that was a KCP player, which I'm going to guess it is, things might stop here in just a second.
Yeah, we're seeing PK understand the situation. You see KCP standing still right now. Unfortunate for the PK side because they were just starting to gain momentum. You don't know if it was due to the technical difficulty that KCP was obviously experiencing for that player to have to quit. But a nail biter nonetheless, and PK really looked like they were going to try and muster a comeback there. KCP, they got off to a hot start, but once again, started to waver. And we have to wonder what this is going to turn out to, like as far as what this replay is going to look like, what the score is going to be, and how either one of these teams chooses to kind of rebound mentally after being asked to pause and take a second to step back while going back into a game 3 with their backs on the wall.
Yeah, it would be nice to take a peek at the scoreboard. I don't think we'll be able to just yet. And I know Yeso will handle it a little later. But it definitely looked like it was all KCP. It was not too late, right? Definitely not too late for PK to turn it around and make the comeback. And I think that was kind of the pivotal moment to do it. At that 60-point mark, before it gets a little too scary, a little too dicey to make any mistakes, you still got some leeway. And I think that would have been a good time for PK to finally start to get things under control. As far as the final tally, how we're going to do this with the score, I'm sure the producer will let me know what we're going to work with here, because I assume we're not just going to go 0-0. KCP, clearly they earned at least halfway, right? So we'll see what they do with the points there. But yeah, it just looked like it was all KCP from that get-go, and that came off of controlling the rail, the camo, the shotgun, right? Just locking him down on spawns. Really just textbook Halo. We saw the collapse. It was the opening with the nest in the basement, the collapse onto BR, and then they spawn over on Carbine and Soul Snipe with that like kind of middle position to try to do damage to both sides just to keep them back, to keep them under pressure. Yeah.
There was still a ton of time on the clock, and not enough close, like not close enough to 100 was KCP to close the door on this series just yet. But yeah, to your point, we're gonna have to see what the starting point for these two teams going into the replay is going to be, because 0-0 seems like we're taking something away from KCP, but sometimes that's how it works, right? Sometimes that's just how the refs and the rules fall into place, and you mentally have to say, like, we got to go out there and do it again, right? And as a player, that's sometimes difficult to do. KCP probably veterans to this by now, because they've been doing this for a long time, I feel like, in the Halo 5 era. So this isn't their first rodeo. This isn't their first reset by any means. So they mentally have to be ready.
They definitely do. And we might be jumping right back in just a second. Now, I know the opening strat really kind of sets the momentum for the entire game going forward here, Wes. The only worry with this one is KCP are red side. And I find that red side does tend to be a little bit more heavily weighted with the access that you have to camo off the rip. But I think it's really going to come down to PK and whether or not they can counter it, right? If they can counter the opening strat despite the deficit, then I think they can kick the game off right. So it all comes down to this here. And you know what? Wait, what are we looking at a game that's still playing? We got Talik, who is so, okay, sorry. Can I get that one more time? One more update on it. 61-21 is the score update that I just got. And we might have to change that once again. We got a quick reset once again. Looks like somebody might have disconnected immediately there. We'll keep you updated as soon as we get the score here, Wes. But back and forth we go, it seems.
It appears it's going to be a 40-point lead for KCP, which is justified. I feel like that's about where it was from just like my perspective of being able to eyeball how the game was going. Unfortunately, you still are probably going to have to get what, 39 points, which is a good chunk of control, right? Like, and being able to do that, not always a guarantee against a team like
Yeah.
PK or anybody that's playing at this high of a level. So, got to stay focused, got to close the series out the right way, because too often do we see these resets make or break a team that was going to or was supposed to advance in a series.
Yeah. It definitely a hamper on momentum for KCP, who were definitely just getting it back. And even for PK, though, who are still trying to hold on to what they had gained out of CTF here. And I hope we do get to see that opening strat, though, to begin with. I think we got a quick peek at it. And you know what? It was actually PK. It was 14-2. So PK had a second chance at an opening strat, and maybe they won that second opening. Whatever their game plan was, I guess, recycle it, do it again, unless they get red on it. Either way, I think that's a big part of it, is just they get a strong opening, they can hold on to things. But as far as what we know, 40-point advantage to start this one out, Wes.
You're going to need a trip cap at some point. I'm hearing
Sure.
that I'm hearing that we're about to have to clear for break. Technical difficulties are still underway, but when these two teams can get it settled, we'll figure it out and we'll get that gameplay back to you guys as soon as possible. Very excited to continue this series. A lot on the line here as we get further down the winners bracket, and both these two teams, they know what's at stake.
Welcome back once again to our ESA Microsoft Sunday. Just to give you a little update on what's going on here, we, of course, were in the middle of a series between KCP and PK. It was 1-1. We had jumped into Rig Strongholds, and then somebody disconnected. Now, despite the advantage that KCP had, it looks like we had a couple disconnects back and forth here. Instead, what they decided to do, Wes, was just wipe it clean slate. We're jumping into game 3, 0-0, and going right from the beginning all over again, just to run it back. Give us some action here, Wes.
Love the clean slate. It's easy for the players, it's easy for the viewers, it's easy for the casters. So, back into game 3, both teams tied this series up 1-1. PK jumping off to an early lead, KCP answering the bell with the Slayer. And now we find ourselves rigged strongholds. It's going to be tapping buttons with the scatter shot to get that crucial kill back basement. Unfortunately, the rest of PK not having too much success so far this game. Going to be a fight over towards Nest. The explosive barrels don't go off and the trade comes through. Nobody able to get Nest control, but PK having 3 players dead. Tapping button still alive with the scatter shot, but he's not going to be able to do too much, although buy his team some time. But right now, KCP off to another lead.
Now, KCP, despite the advantage they had in this map previously, you can tell they got no worries wiping that slate clean, and for a good reason. They're pretty damn dominant and seem to be playing well on this map so far. They already got the first 9 points. Couple quick slice coming in to keep that blue team back on spawn and limit their options. You can see they're making their way over to Nest. Talik not going to waste time getting to BR base just to keep him guessing here. It looks like he will be able to jump down into base to get the kill onto Drift. He didn't actually drop down, so the reset came through with this cap and an opportunity maybe for PK to get some time here.
A real opportunity for PK. This is a completely different situation than they were able to find themselves before in the game 1. So now PK, with a little bit of signs of life, they were able to make game 2 close. You know that they belong in this series the way they've been playing so far today. Ooh. A trip cap for the moment. Can they get this player out of Nest and keep this trip cap? That would be huge, but they're not going to overextend. I actually like this idea. Unfortunately, there is a player back Carbine staying alive. It's going to be Talik playing his life so perfectly, but unfortunately, finally Drift able to land some great shots. Finish that kill. But while that was happening, KCP not only got Nest, but they got BR base as well. So right now, Drift on his back feet with his teammates spawning outside. They have to figure out a way to get inside, and Camo just being picked up by KCP is going to make it even harder.
PK still are taking full advantage of the opportunity they've been given here. They've got the 2 cap. They stopped the camo from being collected there. It looks like they will lose that 2 cap, though. Basement quickly returned by KCP. Drift going to try to get his feet in there, though. He's got a teammate with him, so should be a quick score here, but lost his other teammates. Pressure incoming, shotgun from above. It's Super CC to take out the first kill here. Drift tries to do damage, but CC blasts him. Blasts Gambino as well, apparently. And what a wrecking crew he is coming in by himself to take out Basement.
Druck with a perfect flank on the VR base right now. Can't get 2, though, and because of it, it's going to go back in the hands of PK. They've stopped the potential trip cap from going into effect for too long there. And KCP right now, you can kind of feel that they're playing on their back heels. They need to win a couple of fights. They need to get a couple of fresh kills in order to reset this map, get it back in their favor. Because right now, PK playing how they want to, I'd say. Even though they're down by a little bit, I'd say KCP still feels pretty pressured to close this series out.
They are kind of getting caught in some unfortunate situations here. We saw somebody fly out the bridge, get melted immediately. I think it was Atso. And then just a wonder nade across the map from Talik to get the kill to stop Basement. Collapsing still coming in here as one just dips and dives into the pit below. That's Atso. That's it for him. So about to hit the 50-point mark here. Spawners up in BR side. And you can see the ring starting to form as they slowly close into center map with pressure into Basement. An opening maybe for PK. Looks like it's about to be stopped, though, by this railgun. At a Druck, this man's coming in like a wrecking ball. Double for him. And he's only just getting started, Wes. Ammo about to come up, and Druck, he's going to push right through center to keep connecting, hopefully. We'll see.
Now, all of a sudden, this lead very comfortable to be played with. You're up by over 30 points right now. Druck having rail in his control. That double kill and the basement reset. The nice railgun kill there. Druck's doing it all right now.
And he's still somehow alive, just bobbing and weaving. Trip cap, though, at a PK. So they did manage to kind of fight their way back into some form of control here, but maybe losing some weapons in the process. I love how Druck just kind of patiently waited. Must have known the timing on the shotgun as well to just kind of wait and dive on it. Can he make it work, though? Teammate with him to help out, so BR, or Basement, likely to be traded with BR Base. And that only really stops the bleeding here. PK still holding on to a 2-cap and putting the pressure on as well. Druck, though, still hasn't died yet, and Druck still with the shotty, so expecting some plays here.
Still expecting Druck to make a few plays. You know how strong this player is when he's on fire, but unfortunately he's shut down right there. A player in Nest able to not only get that kill by a lot of attention right there from the KCP side. And Soul Snipe, he's going to finish off tapping buttons, jumps up top, going to try and impact what's going on in the middle of the map, and his teammate being chased from top engine. Does finish his teammate's kill off. Good awareness there from him to look down, finish that kill before he gets caught off guard. And an interesting little cheese spot by Talik awards him with a kill. Love that he's able to play his life here. They're going to know he's around here somewhere. They sniff him out. Yep. He gets some damage, but can't get the melee. And right now, PK trying to get Nest, desperately able to convert it. And now with BR base and Nest control, they're trying to push Basement. The split spawns are going to come through to BR, but they're going to collapse on Basement here. They got to get this kill in order to transfer this over, but a great rotation from PK is going to get them right back in this game.
Oh, it seemed risky for a second there because they left that teammate on rail out to dry, but they managed to get Basement and they managed to get rail here. So best case scenario, I think it's Atso who does have rail. And look at this, tapping with a double. Shots into BR. That's Atso with the finish. And a triple out of tapping. Spawners coming up on Carbine's side, but tapping, they got full control here. And he's going to come right back out and look for some victims. What just happened? West, PK, they just took full advantage. Look at this.
Look at these split spawns.
These are beautiful, right? He's got the first opening kill. Shots into one shot to the player on Whitehall, who's going to be forced to back off here. Instead, actually, he's a maniac, and Tappin's having none of it.
These are easy kills for Tapping Buttons. Picks up 2. Can't contest BR base, but his teammates should be able to get Basement when they spawn towards Carbine right here. You see all of KCP rotating to try and shut this down, but the transfer comes through. More players to deal with. Fortunately, that's got Druck. His railgun's too good, gets 2. Unfortunately, he actually gets traded out. Tapping Buttons made his way all the way over to Basement, able to contest that. But now Nest being threatened. A 20-point lead for PK is the result of the last camo coming up. A great play from Tapping Buttons to contest the correct strongholds to rotate properly. And right now, PK looking to close this series out and take the reigning champs down.
Yeah, PK, can they do this? Going toe-to-toe here. They continue to answer back despite the little moments of control we've seen out of KCP. 88 points and a blast to the face of Druck. He goes down. Drift going to rotate outside here. They're going to look to rotate the Nesto, and look at that double team coming in onto Drift. That's the type of play you want to see out of KCP. Got to burn them with multiple guns here. Druck going to get back to center. They do have 2 caps to their name. We're getting down to a nail-biter of a game here if they hold on to this, West. Nearly at 90 points for PK. Just about to hit the 80 mark for Druck as he needs this fight but can't win it. So close. Gambino going to break free. Soul Snipe going to try to have his hand here, but he won't get it either. So PK, they're winning massive pips. Can they get some points off of it, though? You can see despite it, KCP, they still have the control. It looks like Nest is the play.
Nest is the play, and unfortunately, Druck not able to get Drift out of the stronghold. Gambino tapping, both finding kills, and it's going to be a collapse onto Basement, but not before camo gets secured from Drift. He's actually going to take this to... Yep, he's going to try and contest Basement here. Can he stay alive, though? They know he's here. He's taking damage, knocked back down to no shield. 2 players in Nest. He's still no shield. He opts to shoot with the camo, gets the kill, which forces this single cap in Nest to be a no-shot. It's going to be 98 and counting. They have to hop in the Basement now, but it's going to be too late. Drift and the boys from PK able to create the upset, and KCP is going to have to make a loser's bracket run if they want to continue.
PK, you saw the body shots coming out of them at the end there, Wes. What the heck? What a turn of events for this team. KCP, they started out, they were dominating. We had a reset. KCP were winning again. But PK, they turned it around. They had the patience. They picked up the weapons. They won their pivs, too. Right at the end of that game, just winning every single 1v1. Each member of PK popping off and doing work. And I guess that equals a series dub. What a huge win for them. A bit of an upset today as well. We've had a couple upsets from the Latin American players today, and PK now going to push through to winners finals off this.
Yeah, PK is one of those teams that can do these things, right? Like when they're playing well, they can beat just about anybody. And it's exciting to see that they came out today and they're individually, to your point, winning pivotal gunfights at the end of that game. It was decided. It was a neck and neck game, and all of a sudden we switched to 3 straight point of views that all went in favor of PK. It's those pivotal one-on-ones that determine the outcome of that game 3, and in doing so, winning them this series. I mean, they got to be riding a ton of momentum right now. I'm very excited off the performance they just put on.
Completely agree, and can't wait to see what they do with that momentum going on in the winners bracket. Till we get there, let's send it to Yeso for a breakdown on the stats on that one.
Pittsburgh Knights there with the 2-1 win over, as Clutch mentioned, the defending champions KCP, and they will have to, in fact, make that losers bracket run if they want to repeat this week. The one good thing is that they won't have to go very far. It will only have to be 3 wins in the losers bracket to get back into grand finals, but still some work to do there for KCP, and PK has got to be feeling really good. As we pull up the stats here, a reminder, obviously we didn't get game 1 of this series, so it'll just be game 2 and 3. So we go to game 2. PK obviously took game 1, and this is game 3. Game 3's stats, I believe. So we're going to get that adjusted. We'll go to game 2. But, PK obviously took the first map, so then switching it up, KCP needed to respond. And, I talked about it a little bit earlier in the show. We talked about it obviously at length last week. And KCP looked to just be in some of the best form we've really seen from them. We've gotten to watch a lot of the Kansas City Pioneers, thankfully, on Microsoft Sundays over the last 6 to 8 months, and they're very fun to watch. A lot of very talented players, and we've really gotten to kind of see that journey here as we pull up. Again, these are Game 3 stats. So we'll just ignore the stats, honestly. But KCP has had really an impressive journey, and they've always really been a squad. One thing you'll hear me mention on the show frequently is there's kind of multiple tiers, and really that top tier is going to be the 2 Titans, and it's always going to be the mix of kind of Sentinels and Envy and Cloud9, those squads that always seem to mix up the players. They're kind of that S tier in our Microsoft Sundays competition. Then when you go to the A tier, you've got your KCPs, you've got your PKs. Fire and Ice, I would say, kind of can sneak in there. It just depends on their form on the day. Sometimes they're down in the B tier, so it mixes up. But we really saw KCP a week ago kind of establish themselves as like, hey, this is a squad you should consider in that S tier. This squad is that talented. They can compete with those top teams. And for a while, they were very much A tier. They could challenge those squads, but you weren't kind of betting on them to consistently beat them. And if you're going into a grand final, you're likely not going to be betting on them against one of those strong squads. But I think they showed last weekend, despite maybe a bit of a tough result here against PK, that I think they are jumping truly into that upper echelon and really should be feared in these events. So we love to see that. KCP obviously will still have some work to do to get back into the swing of things here today. They do have another tournament life available to themselves, but will have to work their way through that lower bracket. But we do have the stats now. Let's go to the first page here. I want to see the kill numbers here, as that's just that's the KDA and the accuracy there. And there it is. Okay, so Snow Snipe leading the way. And look at that for KCP. Everybody with 12 kills, and then the 14 for Soul Snipe. So a true team effort. Everybody also double digits in assists. That's a really fantastic showing and a true, pure team performance in Slayer. So absolutely love to see that. Great showing from KCP to get this tied up. On the other side, PK, everybody but Atso in double digits as well, so that's still pretty good. 10 assists as well for tapping buttons, 10 kills and 10 assists. That's a pretty solid game, but it was Gambino leading the way for the team in this Slayer match, but it wasn't enough to get them the 2-0 victory, and it meant that KCP tied things up. Let's take a quick peek at the last page of stats here. We'll peek at the KDAs and the accuracy numbers before we get ready for game number 3. And there we are, yeah. So 5.3 KDA there for a Soul Snipe. Good accuracy as well. Really just Druck. I would say an uncharacteristically low accuracy number there for Druck. We got to see in the third map, Druck looking really, really good. We saw that beautiful triple kill. So surprising to see Druck down at 43% accuracy, but still able to get out some solid damage. Still the lowest, though, on the team, and a good amount of kills. So I would say, Druck likely to adjust that in the losers bracket run. I would be surprised if we saw an accuracy number that low for him again in this tournament. I think that is way more of an anomaly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gambino leading the way there, certainly. Atso with good accuracy numbers, just wasn't able to kind of finish those kills on a consistent basis, and that means PK drops game 2, and now we're tied up, and we go to game number 3, and it was Strongholds. And obviously this was a map we had to remake, but it ended up in the end going to PK. Still relatively close when they were able to build a good early lead in this one, but we had a concerted push back from KCP. They got down by, I believe, almost 30 points at one point. I believe PK was kind of stuck at that 88-point mark, and KCP battled back. They brought it back all the way to within 6 points, but then we saw, just a couple of fights don't go their way. PK regains control of 2 points, and then it was over. They really didn't release their kind of stranglehold on the game from that point, and they're able to finish it off. So let's go to the Slayer stats here for this final map here. Just over a 9-minute game time. Look at that. As let's go back to the kills here. I'm curious to see. We had 3. Look at that. 3 players in the 20s. Drift, Atso, and Tapping Buttons, all in the low 20s for kills is great. Gambino, big game in the kill department in game 2. Not so much here, but it's okay. His team picked up the slack. He also had 18 assists. That's nothing to sneeze at. So that's still Gambino with a great contribution to this performance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Super CC and Druck leading the way in the kills department, 21 apiece, and both with 12 and 13 assists respectively. Really good showing here, but sadly they just weren't able to get the good timings on those kills late. They just lost those very key fights late in the game that allowed PK to get back into this one. Let's check our final page of stats for this series before we get ready for the winners finals that PK will be playing in. Drift leads the way, the 11.0 KDA really strong, 10.3 from Tapping Buttons as well. Solid accuracy numbers, and I was right about Druck here. Obviously his team loses the series, but still able to pick up those accuracy numbers, still had a good showing in this final map of the series, and hoping to, I would say for KCP, build off of the momentum. Even if you lose this map, I think they showed up really, really well in game 2. Had a solid performance in game 3 that just wasn't quite enough, so I think KCP can take a lot of good things away from this series, and now they just want to kind of stay warm as they wait for who will face them in their losers bracket match, and that is PK moving on. They get the 2-1 win. KCP drops down to the lower bracket, and now we're set up for what should be a very fun winners finals here. Some big names. PK trying to, as I mentioned, they're kind of that A-tier team. They've got to punch up a little bit against the big boys, and they're going to have an opportunity to do that here in winners finals. Should be a fun one, and it should be really kind of a litmus test for what we can expect here the rest of the day. KCP a week ago got into winners finals and looked strong. They weren't slowing down against the big boys, and can PK do the same here today? We'll have to find out. I'm going to throw it back to Shyway and Clutch so we can hear their predictions, and they'll get us ready for winners finals.
Thank you, Yeso. Quite a series we just had. PK coming in with a bit of an upset on the KCP, and now they've earned their place in the winners side finals. It's not going to be easy, though, of course. The other juggernaut they got to go up against is our Halo 5 Day, what was it, 2154. Always coming up with unique names here, but this is a team comprised of Trippy, Ola, Renegade, and Penguin. Some Halo gods in their own right here. 2154, they mean business. Is PK up to this challenge, Wes? What do you think?
This is a different juggernaut. This is not a juggernaut you're going to win 3 pivotal 1v1s at the end of games against. I think that these guys are too individually skilled to lose 3 straight 1v1s, especially if you're going to cross it across all 3. Like, these are some legends of the game. Renegade, Penguin, Ola, Trippy. I mean, we know who they are. they're champions for a reason, looking to become champions once again here today. PK, they can beat just about anybody, but I'm going to need to see even more than what they just showed us against KCP if they want to hang with 2154, because 2154, I mean, there's not 4 names that are probably scarier in Halo 5 right now if you subtract Frosty from the list. And these guys, we've seen them play earlier today, and they were ruthless in that series, and I expect them to continue suit.
They were pretty damn ruthless, but Carnage actually did run them pretty close, right? I think it was Carnage who came in and was looking pretty good, definitely going back and forth with the team. Despite that, though, expecting the dominance and consistency out of 2154 to really continue here. Our series layout: we got Truth CTF, we've got Slayer on the rig, and then Strongholds Empire to round out. Wait, no, I lied. Truth CTF, Strongholds Eden, and Slayer on the rig for this series. And with CTF, I'm very curious, right? Because we didn't get to see it with PK last time. PK came out hot at the start with Fathom CTF. Unfortunately, we couldn't. We had our spectator disconnect there, but something that they're doing on CTF seems to be different this week. If they can beat KCP, and I wonder if they can translate that over to Truth.
Yeah, I think Truth and Fathom are 2 completely different CTF modes. I think Fathom is much easier to kind of create your own play style, play at your own unique pace, and find openings. A map like Truth, you're going to really consistently have to outplay the other team. I mean, that's like a staple. When I think of Halo 5 staple CTF, I think of Truth. I think of Midship in H2. I think of Heretic in H3. They've all played very similar styles. They all play consistently at like the highest level that CTF, the game mode, can in Halo. So that being said, I typically expect the better team to win those games. And with that being said, 2154, we know who they are. I think they come into this series as the better team. That's a game type that I do not expect them to give up. If PK can steal that, we could be on. We could have an upset on our hands. But I think that that's a must win for PK, and I'm not sure that being game 1 is what you wanted to see looking into the series.
I agree. They started hot game 1. They definitely got a shot. They get run over game 1. It's probably the whole series. They'll get run over. By the way, it took me a while to clue into this. 2154 this is actually the day, like how many days we've had Halo 5, Wes? What was it, 6 years almost? So I wouldn't be surprised if that is actually, this game came out 2,154 days ago, and we're still making tournaments. We're still covering it.
That's literally not a shock, though. I mean, like, these guys are clever. Like, they don't just come up with a team name like that for no reason. Like, I expected that to be the date that Halo 5 came out. That's a lot of days these guys have played Halo. And how many of these 2,154 days do you think Penguin and the boys have played Halo? It's pretty close to 2,000, I'd say. I'd say there's probably not 154 days that these guys took off.
If you were to split the time, I'm sure you could get a few hours each day. I'm sure it probably you take a day break and then you get like an 8 to 10 hour grind session in one day, let's say. But you put it all together. That's playtime every single one of those 2,154 days, which is nuts to see. And what an era! And we're about to jump into a whole new one with Infinite. And I hope it's a good era. You know, I hope that we enjoy the next 2,154. That's a lot of freaking days. Anyway. Just wild to see, and also nice to know that we're almost through it, Wes. We're almost there.
Yeah, I mean, we've watched these guys grow up. I mean, that 2154. I mean, if we could take Renegade from the start of that era to 2,154 days later, he's a completely different player. He's revolutionized Halo 5 in a sense. He's become the man on the scene. It was him, it was Shotzi, it was Eco, Stellar, Frosty. Like, these guys revolutionized Halo 5 and the way the game is played. And I expect in the next, 2,154 days, we're going to see some players just like Renegade come up and challenge him for that throne. How long can Renegade keep this throne is the question. He's put in the work over that time period. Obviously paid off. He finds himself in another winners finals here in Halo 5, and for good reason, because when it comes to being in a finals, Renegade plays at an unmatched level typically, I'd say about 95% of the time.
It's such an interesting situation to be in. You've got so much talent that came up with Halo 5, not only came up, grew up, and now they're veterans, right? Coming into Infinite. And we've spent, almost 3 years at this point, and I want to say a bit of a hibernation, kind of like a stasis. Like, yeah, we were doing stuff. We had Halo Reach, we had Halo 3, we kind of jumped around, but it's been so long since we've had that big spotlight, since we've had, I mean, just like I said, seeing those HCS videos for the top 10, it brings me back. It brings me back to the TOWIE EG video days, Wes. I don't know if you remember that. I'm sure you do. But they used to make
Absolutely.
incredible videos for EG and just all the high quality content that we would see when there's money in Halo, when there's $1 million tournaments. Just seeing that again, it seems like a dream almost at this point. I don't know.
So much has changed. Even the ecosystem of esports is literally just blown up. That bubble burst,
Yeah.
and Halo being a piece of it, just a small piece of it. We're very excited to see it continue to grow and become a bigger portion to that burst that is esports, right? To your point, I mean, we can talk about the start of content creation with what TOWIE was doing, it feels like, and the ninja streams early on and everything going on there. And now, I mean, look at today's world, right? Esports is a multi-billion-dollar industry with I mean, generational talents that we've seen come from Halo become the snipe downs of the world, the nade shots of the world, the formals of the world. Everybody that started in Halo and was a name and had something going has been able to turn it around and flourish it through other avenues. And it's exciting to kind of see and have a piece of their heart be Halo's home. So the home of Halo is going to continue to grow with Infinite coming out right around the corner. You know, these guys in 2154, they have their eyes set on that big explosion. But I mean, just like that, we see the LATAM scene in Halo 5 really start to turn up and blow up and start to compete at a high level. And those are the boys on PK, right? Like those guys have upset some top North American teams for the first time. We saw some foreigners. Yeah, we saw some foreigners start to compete. So EU, LATAM, all of a sudden, like Australia, like all these different regions have really picked up their levels of Halo, and it's only going to get better with the way Halo Infinite's going to hit the world and blow this thing up. It's exciting to imagine like other regions coming into play and competing for that top spot, and I think we might have that on our hands with a little bit more practice.
Can't wait. We're getting ever so close, Wes. I can't wait to see it. Even just talking about the EG content that come up. I mean, that was Tapping's come up, right? We had Tapping out of nowhere jump onto EG, make a name for himself, and it's players like that from other regions that are so talented that kind of jump into the spotlight. I know, Legend and Shady over in France, right? All of a sudden, we've got some incredibly talented players in France coming out of what seems like nowhere in the last couple years. And I can't wait to see what Australia has to offer as well, right? I don't think I've seen any. Like I know they've had the Pro Series, but I haven't witnessed any of that competition in a while. And you talked about it previously, going to Australia, just seeing the level of play there, and being kind of inspired by it. So I just think, like you said, there's a lot of opportunity, and I'm really hoping that Infinite kind of explores it, and we get a lot more servers, and we get some better connection, and maybe some proper online tournaments. Speaking of online tournaments, finally we're gonna get this damn series under the way here. PK and Halo 5 Day 2154. If you've been a fan since day one, you are a real one. And just hold on a little bit longer. We're almost there.
Not just yet. We still have some Halo 5 action in front of us. And with that, 2154 is going to show us how they do it best. They're already in the flag of PK. Trippy is going to lose his life here, as well as the E in his gamer tag, apparently. But Renegade going to find 2 to his name, and they're going to get a flag pull out of this.
Yeah, they could make miles off of this one for sure. Penguin, I love that. Toss it out front. Penguin dropping down with the thrust slide off the floor for a pickup and a carry through. You can see Trippy, Renegade, 2 kills on the feed. They're going to collapse on the return for an early cap in the board in less than 1 minute here. You know that 2154 came to play.
Second flag game in a row we've seen this team play today. The second cap in the first minute we've seen this team accomplish. I mean, they are rolling on all cylinders. The efficiency is there. They understand Halo 5 at a whole different level. 2,154 days of mastering this game, and it looks like they've done a good job of getting their PhDs in H5. Trippy, looking to once again push into the base, finds himself a double the whip. gets him that kill. It's 3 straight dead. Renegade finding himself one off screen, and even though Trippy gets down to no shield because of that nade, he's going to continue to run this fight because he just knows the game so well. He knows his teammates have the angles and the cutoffs. He's not the no shield again, but once again, he's going to play his life perfectly. Thrust in with the shields come back, and with it, a 2-0 lead, 2 minutes into the game, and this is our team coming from the other side of the winner's bracket, being made into lunch meat right now because 21-54, they're champions for a reason. They're going to close the door on this series as fast as they can.
That's a worry against a team like this, right? Just these boys on 21-54, they got all the experience. They've been here time and time again. They're not afraid of a team like PK. They'll start out hot, and they'll hold on to it when they got it. You got Renegade already in the base here. Atso trying his hand unsuccessfully. There's Drift, though. He does have a camo. So hopefully getting something started here. Shots into Ola to get him one shot. Maybe just leave that flag behind for it to return itself, and instead focus on this top mid player. Ola drawing a ton of attention to himself. Somehow backs down to bottom mid, gonna rotate the car here, but Drift, he's hot on his tail. He'll pick him up. Drift looking for Renegade as well. Wants the peak shot, but the pink side control's too strong, and it's that top map control that keeps 21-54 in their lead.
DK needs to figure out a way to make this game go longer. They cannot afford to lose this fast. They do not want to be shut out. They have to show that they have what it takes, at least gun skill wise, stay in this series, and they need to do that by extending game one. I mean, coming away with a win in game one seems unrealistic, but getting a little bit of confidence for game two could be everything that they need in order to stay in this series and push it the distance. Unfortunately, I'm not sure 21-54 is going to give them the light of day to do so. Renegade with the plasma on the ground, tapping buttons, tries to chase him down, but can't do it, and because of it, Renegade plays his life perfectly, picks up the kill, and now with the flag out, they have to be very careful on the side of PK that this doesn't turn into the end of the first game.
It's kind of wild how even Renegade's missteps there can just bait a player like tapping buttons into dropping down onto his nade, you know? And now here he is, back up on top car, just beaming and dropping Atso like a fly. You've got multiple up in blue here, but they're quickly going to drop as well. It's a 5 out of Penguin. Renegade diving in the window. Multiple one shot here. Got a teammate with him to clean up a couple more. Penguin quickly realizing he's running out of resources, though. Going to start to back up on Pink here. Hold the shell at the very least. Does want to pick on the tapping, but it looks like that distraction might come to bite him unless he can hold on here in a pivotal position. He's drawing attention. Renegade already with a pickup. Camo coming up soon as well. Penguin, a couple different things to you know, be attentive to. And it looks like he's doing all that, just sitting out front base and timing his challenge.
Penguin, one of the smartest players we have on the pro circuit in Halo 5. I mean, his patience just pays off dividends. The damage that he does, he gets a kill, he gets another guy to no shield, makes it easy for Renegade to get that first one. Trippy's going to debate pulling this fight with camo, but understands the situation so perfectly. 3 players spawn below him. He knows he needs to resway at this point. Can't quite find the player hiding at the lift, but does pick off the tapping in the window. Does get a little bit of help from Penguin. Can he play his life, get up top? No. Atso finishes the kill, but Penguin already out the base with the flag. And it's a see you later, alligator situation because Atso trying to get an angle. Can't do it. Penguin across the map. Tapping buttons does get a touch, but it's only going to delay the inevitable.
Yeah, tapping, he dove on it in a flurry of events, hoping to get that flag into a baitable spot, but nothing will stop 21-54 with a 3-0 start. We were worried a little bit whether or not, because PK, they started out so strong against KCP and Fathom CTF, we thought maybe they could carry that energy, but 21-54, they're a different beast. And Wes, you already stressed that pre-series. These boys, they're just built different, and we see it in the scoreline.
Yeah, these guys, they're not going to let you win easily. They're not going to give you the win. They're going to have to, you're going to have to take it from them.
Yeah.
And that being said, I'm not sure PK is ready to just take this series from them right now. At least nothing in game one showed me that they were making the plays they needed to upset this team. It really comes on the back of individual, just godlike plays, right? Like who's going to step up and win a piv, turn it into a second, and get that flag run started. Nobody on PK had the answer to that equation there in game one. Game two is going to come up quick enough, and if they haven't figured out a solution, this series could be over quickly.
So much great awareness too. You know, not even just the accuracy or the outplays, but just understanding your role and understanding where to be and when. Like Penguin pushing up on blue base, seeing his teammates drop in front of him, rotates back to Pink Street, thinks about that P2 cross, gets a player one shot, but just his ability to navigate, kind of micromanage all these scenarios and put himself in spots where he can be helped and he can stay alive and he can be a nuisance if he needs to. It's what keeps them ahead of the game and puts them in a great spot starting out on game 2 here. Eden Strongholds with an OS and a double. Everything coming up Millhouse for these boys off the start.
I mean, Ola, Penguin going for Overshield. They turn it into Overshield Rockets. Penguin in a perfect position to anchor Red Nest right here. He's going to hop in after the nades go down, find himself the first rocket kill. Spots 2 players on Catwalk. I thought he was about to get a triple with that rocket. Fortunately, both players from PK get out of the way, but unfortunately for them, looks like Blue Ben, Red Nest, they're both going to go in favor of 21-54, at least early on in this game.
And it looks like it might stay that way if they keep getting sliced. Penguin, Ola, 2 on the feed. Capture up in the top catwalk. Catwalk likely happening soon. Words are tough, Wes, but we got a trip cap on the board here. Penguin going to drop down with a 3-shot beat down onto Gambino. Nice and easy. Spawners up outside. They're going to try to pour out to both Red Nest and Blue. You got 2 pushing up on Penguin here, and he'll be aware of it shortly. But we'll see what they can do to fend this off. Right now, holding on to control.
Holding on to it, a 15-point lead to their name as well. Penguin does go down, and that could open up Red Nest potentially to go down, actually, and that's definitely going to swing momentum into PK's favor. A little bit of control never hurt anyone, at least in Strongholds, that is. But unfortunately, they're not even able to get more than just 1 point because the rotation came in. 21-54 doing a phenomenal job of being down 2 players, but rotating accordingly to where the enemy is on the map, and with that, they're continuing to build this lead. The respawns have come in, and unfortunately, tapping buttons, still picking his nose. Top Red Nest needs to make a play.
Yeah, I mean, he's in a pretty solid spot, but it can be very difficult when these boys just don't stand still. Look at this. They're baiting, switching, diving out the window, tapping buttons, can't get a handle on him, and he's dead because of it. Drift off a spawn. He can't do it either. Look at this. Penguin just thrusting at the perfect timing. OS camo popping up. Nades in Drift's face. They're going to keep him back and make it impossible for these guys to get to these power-ups. I do think maybe they got hands on camo. I see Gambino with camo. Penguin's already diving in for it. Gambino, what can he do? The cheeky bugger. He's going to back off for now. Penguin, in the meantime, he wants to get up in this cap, but he's in a dangerous position here. Gambino hunting him. Penguin aware. He'll turn, and he'll smack the man down.
A good trade on both ends, I'd say. If you're PK, you'll trade that out. Overshield Penguin for your camo player, but unfortunately you're down right now by 30 seconds. You got Red Nest control for now, but Renegade wins that one-on-one in Red Nest. 3 we're currently dead for PK. They do get rockets, but 1 gets wasted, so how much of a power curve is that going to be able to give PK now that there's only 1 in the chamber? You got to turn that into a multi-kill, and unfortunately I don't think that that's going to be the case. A trip cap while all of this is going on for 21-54, and the lead gets almost to 40.
Yep, multiple dead, though, on Renegade's team here. He's the last one alive, and this is an opportunity for them to at least get a capture. There's a ton of pressure stopping them from doing so. Off with spawn, tapping, trying to deal with 2, and he can't seem to do it. Instead, they'll take Nest and Blue Bend, and that's the best they can hope for at this point. Spawners up in tower. Drift going to try to manage both, and I like the damage out of him. He's got Gambino to help out. Gambino needs to get the kill, though. He gets a trade instead. Atso with the pickup. Pressure still up in the catwalk. If they can turn catwalk and defend Nest, which Drift will do, they might actually have something cooking here, Wes. They just got to hold on.
Okay, here we go. A little bit of life of PK. They got a trip cap. They're going to lose 1 in Blue Ben, it looks like, but they get some slays. They may be able to recapture it. Unfortunately, Oa, he's not going to go down just easy, and because of it, Renegade actually, good job by Drift. That double kill could have been exactly what the doctor ordered for PK to stay in this game. They continue to hold 2. They do lose that trip cap. You want to see them regain, but with Overshield and Rockets coming up, there's more important things to focus on. Penguin gets lost in the chaos, and somehow Drift doing it all can't burn the Overshield. Actually, I believe he does. So Overshield not on the map right now, but absolute chaos for it will result in the score continuing to close the gap that is this 20-point lead.
The beauty of the thrust mechanic in Halo 5 is just, if well-timed in the right direction, you can even get behind somebody like Penguin and make him look lost in the sauce, Wes. I don't know what I just saw, but Gambino was one shot for what felt like 15 seconds, and he burned the OS off of it. Can they make anything out of this, though, right? Ola's not going to make it easy for them. They already got Blue Bend here. He's got a double. He's looking for a triple as well. It's a beatdown for the triple. He'll pick up the rockets and likely do a little bit more damage in just a sec here, Wes.
All four were just dead for PK, and Ola with rockets closing in on Catwalk right now. Finds an easy one. Knows there's a player in Blue Bend. That player uses his thrust. Ola with the back-to-back triples in the kill feed right now. Ola doing it all, and that is going to swing momentum heavily in his team's favor. This trip cap is going to exchange this lead and flip the score right back to about 40 points.
The chosen boy here. The boy, I'm trying to think of a wizard joke here, Wizard. Wizard. Anyway, all right, I don't know. Ola just making massive plays, looking like the wizard he is, and I love to see it. I'm a big Ola fan, Wes.
Everyone's a big Ola fan. He's one of the greatest
Everyone's
of all
an
time.
Ola fan.
He's been doing it for
too
about
likable.
20
He's
years,
way too
it feels like. The guy is one of the nicest people on the planet. Pair that with one of the greatest Halo players of all time, and that's what you're going to get.
That is definitely what you're going to get. Like you said, what the doctor ordered. And unfortunately, not looking good for PK at this point. Might be diseased. I'm not sure if it's worth saving. Penguin and Rockets, deadly combo. Even deadlier than Trippy with the two nades on the feed. Penguin about to get himself a hopeful double into Catwalk. Instead, he'll pick up the OS, but this is looking like curtains with the OS on the body, the pressure in the top tower, and a camo as well. There is nothing stopping this defeat on PK. That will be a 100-49 close in this game in just a second as they turn the caps to finish it off with a 2-0. 21-54. They'll put themselves in grand finals winner's side. Looking easy, Wes.
Rightfully so. I mean, these guys are champions. We knew what kind of level they were going to play at today. PK actually playing very well, but unfortunately, it's not enough to take down the juggernauts that are 21-54. I think we all would have predicted them coming from the winners bracket. Right now, the biggest question in my head is who's impressed us the most going from the losers bracket side to try and make this a grand finals to remember.
I mean, 21-54, playing lights out as expected. I think my personal highlight of the day, the back-to-back triples out of Ola. Going to want to watch that one again because man was looking nasty. They'll be waiting in grand finals, and hopefully they have a good competitor. I'd like to see, out of everyone here, KCP, as talented as they are, the fact that they won in dominant fashion last week, I'd like to see them wake up. I'd like to see them make a comeback, and I wouldn't be surprised if they did. So the opportunity's there. We'll see if they take it. In the meantime, yay, so give us the breakdown.
Team Halo 5 Day 2154 takes the 2-0 win here over PK, and they'll move on. They will sit and wait in the in the grand finals as they win winners finals, and PK will now be that final boss waiting at the end of that losers bracket, and they do have a good chance to get that rematch against Team Halo 5, but they're likely going to have to take down either a KCP, a Carnage Gaming, maybe even a Fire and Ice. So their day is not done by any stretch here, but let's pull up the stats for the first game here, and we'll break down this series before we head to a break and get you guys ready for the run through that losers bracket. We start off on CTF here on Truth, and this was a strong 3-0 win. Not as quick as we see some of those 3-0s from KCP when they can do it in like 3 minutes flat, but 5.5 minutes here. Really, really good showing from Team Halo 5. Let's go to the Slayer stats for this first map, and I think it's going to be relatively low here for the side of PK, and there it is. Drift leading the way with just 9 kills, but nobody in double digits there. The most assists was 7. So good team involvement, but just not enough kills overall here for the side of PK. Meanwhile, you look at Team Halo 5, 12 kills, 17 for Renegade. Renegade with a great game there, 17 kills and 7 assists to his name. So really all across the board, Team Halo 5 showing up really good in this first game. They dominate. They really just never gave an opening to PK here to get into this first map, and they dominated, take the 3-0 win. Let's go to the final page here before we move on to game number 2, which was Strongholds. We didn't get to Slayer in this best of 3. Penguin grabs a 12.0 KDA, Renegade even over that 10-point mark at 10.3. Great accuracy. Trippy dropping below 50%, but that's okay. The rest of the team picked up the slack. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gambino with a bit of a rough game, but the rest of the team hitting shots fairly consistently, just not enough to get them the win here on the first map. Let's go to the second map here. Let's go to Strongholds, and it was on Eden, and this one a little bit closer for a while. PK started to bring things back and close the gap, but once Halo 5 Day 2154 gained that kind of late game foothold, were able to cap 2 points, never really looked back. Less than 7 minutes for the game. They win 100-49, and that was the icing on the cake here. And it guarantees TB Halo 5 a top 2 finish at worst. Remember, these teams are fighting for a share of $1,000. You've got to get top 3 if you want a cut of the pie here. And Halo 5 has guaranteed themselves that. PK have guaranteed themselves at worst 3rd place, so they're in the money as well, just by nature of getting into winners finals, but they're going to want to be able to play for that top prize. So still some games ahead of them before they are able to do that. Let's take a quick peek at the Slayer stats for this final map of the best of 3. Look at Penguin and Trippy leading the way, 14 apiece. Pistola showed up in this one as well, 13 kills for himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, tapping buttons with an uncharacteristically low slaying game, 5 kills and only 6 assists. It isn't going to get it done here, and they fall. Let's go to the final page of stats here before we get ready to go to a break. 8.6 KDA for there for Trippy. Looking really good. 62.5% accuracy for Renegade. These players are incredible, and I obviously will talk about when I'm surprised to see one of them down in the low 40s. It's pretty standard, though, to see them high 50s, low 60s, very consistent players. Renegade, obviously, a very well-versed and extremely talented player here. Low damage numbers, though. Good accuracy, low damage, though, below 1,500. Meanwhile, you look at Penguin and Trippy, they're both above that 2,500 damage threshold. Really, really good showing from those two. They certainly carry the load in this second map, and it was the 2-0. So Halo 5 Day 2154, they move to grand finals. They will wait for the winner of PK versus whoever can make it to the losers finals, so they get into the top 2. We're going to go to a break, folks. We still got more action, though. As I mentioned, we've got to work our way through the losers brackets. We still have a few more rounds left there before we get to that final boss of PK, and we'll decide who goes on to Grands to face Team Halo 5. It's been a fun day so far. We've had a lot of very interesting matchups, some good, tight performances in these best of 3s, and the day is only going to continue to deliver. So we're going to take a break right now. Y'all, go to the bathroom, grab a drink, grab a snack, get what you need so that when you come back, you can sit down and just enjoy more Halo 5 actions. Microsoft Sunday will return in a few.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back once again to our Esports Arena Microsoft Sunday. What a Sunday it's been so far. Our winners bracket is decided. It's closed off, all done and dusted, and we've got the 2154 God Squad waiting in the winner's side of Grand Finals. Now, it's time to jump into losers. It's time to see who's still in this tournament, who still came or has come ready to play. To start, though, we've got Fire and Ice and Gerbils. Now, Fire and Ice, we've seen a little bit of today. Wes, we saw them get upset by Carnage Gaming a little bit earlier, so not ideal for them. Their competitors, Gerbils, I did a little search here, and I found them, Wes. It's Dipsy Doodle, Nikolai, Sanart, and Switch It Up. Some names I recognize, but not names I'm expecting to stand up to the likes of Fire and Ice. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Nikolai's a stud. And he's got some skill, and we've seen him play at a high level. So I expect these players to be around his skill range. But that being said, Fire and Ice is one of those teams that it's about this time where they start creating some wins under their belt, and they run into like the heavier juggernauts that are in the losers bracket down the road. So I'm thinking Fire and Ice is definitely the favorite coming into the series. I expect to see a lot of them. This is probably a spot in the bracket that they're familiar with and familiar starting that momentum that they gain from being here. So Fire and Ice, not the first time we've seen them in this spot, and not the first time we've seen them win in this spot. I don't think it'll be the last.
Well, let's see if they're still playing well today. They had a bit of an unfortunate start on the winner's side, but here's their chance, like you said, to really rev up the engines, to really get going here and to fight with their tournament life on the line. Now, Dipsy Doodle off the start, interesting opening. Going to play it very slow, knowing he's under pressure. And you know what? It might turn out to benefit them on the defense here. We'll see what they can make of it.
Typically, the defensive stand usually is the team that loses, but a team may pick up 2 kills. They pressure Pink. He can't get the kill onto the no-shield player. Nobody quite in a position to find an angle onto that player that was Pink too, but 2 more kills come through. And it looks like Gerbils did a good job there of getting a few kills, getting the flag run potential. Until Noble with some beautiful shots shuts down everything by himself.
This is the thing I expect. Wait for it. Oh, he didn't get the backstack. He missed the chance. And I guess he'll just shoot him in the back now instead, but I was waiting for Noble to get obliterated there, and instead he died much later than planned. And because of that, I think that Fire and Ice might... Wait a sec. I take it back. They likely won't have a chance with this flag. Car bubble spawn open as they pull it out car side, and that's an easy triple stack, apparently return for the blue team.
Yeah, unfortunately, not enough slaying going on to get that flag run exactly where they needed it to. But Fire and Ice and Gerbil's doing a good job of each getting a flag pull. Maybe not in the best situations, but we'll see those turn out. Eventually, you know that's true. So 2 dead on each side right now. Gifts and Art in Pink 2 right now, getting a nice melee kill. Can he get the double? He was on a killing spree, but Magico is going to take him out and end that from being the story of today's game 1.
Center with some speedy sensitivity there, though. He turned around, did a 180 again. He got the melee in. It was looking kind of wild on his POV, and hopefully that turns to benefit him a little later here. Dipsy Doodle not going to benefit from that exchange, though. Noble a little bit more cracked. He's got teammates on Pink who just died, though. Noble going to replace him. Sitting up in the attic here under a lot of pressure, though. And right at this point, he's essentially just a distraction. And you know what? He's doing exactly his job. The OS or Camo about to pop up here. They got pink side control and a flag in the hands as well. So blue team, quite the dilemma in their hands as they got to thwart both the Camo and Noble, who's being a nuisance in their base, getting a big defensive kill. And at this point, I think that flag might go through, Wes.
Yeah, great double back by Noble there.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, beautiful 2 kills from Noble. His teammates are in perfect position to pick that flag up and run with it. And because of it, they're going to go up 1-0. They're actually looking to turn this into a double cap right now. Looks like they've still got Pink control. The flag's already across Pink 1. Switch it up is going to be a guy that could potentially stop this from being the second cap to go in. But still Noble just doing it all, getting another kill. A great flank from Pink right there. 4 dead for Gerbils, and that's 2-0. And that's going to be a great lead for Fire and Ice. This is the Fire and Ice you know can find themselves all the way into the losers finals if they play at this level.
Yep, coming out with a lot of heat in this start, that's for sure. They're going to keep blue players back on their base. Looks like Nikolai going to try to get an opening to jump out mid. Just got to watch his pink side cross, though. Going to knock down the no shields. Going to chase this man down to P1. I like this, though. This rotation will give him access to the flag. Spawners up in bottom base, though. Nikolai looking for it. He's got a great vantage point here. Look at this flank. Switch it up, coming in with the finish off. 2 players spawning up in the bubble now. If they can manage the bubble spawns, and if they can clamber the damn pink attic, then they would have been okay, but they got a split spawn on the pink side to drop that flag in its tracks. And you know what? I think that's done and dusted for that one.
Yeah, a bit of a blunder there on the jump, but I think that pink player would have killed him anyways. I don't think that he would have been able to stop it, and because of it, I mean, we just needed to see a little bit more slaying go down in order for Fire and Ice, or I'm sorry, Gerbils to get that cap, but that flag's still out and about. That flag's still being transferred across the map. You see switch it up, forced to go under the base. Not typically you see that, but he is going to be able to punch this one in.
Let's go. Gerbils turning what could have been bad into an obvious positive right there, and a camo grab as well. Nikolai doing everything he could to get out of there, but 2 guns out of Fire and Ice, just a little too much for him. Switch it up. Can't get the nade kill off of his death right there, so pink side control going to be given up to Fire and Ice, unless that blue player has something to say about it. That's Dipsy Doodle, who can't Dipsy Doodle his way out of that situation. I'm sure I'll be using that joke a couple times if I get the chance to. Of course, we got a pressure coming into blue base here as they look to maybe pull this 3rd and final flag.
A double kill right there out of Magico. Going to create some space for his teammates as they come off spawn, but it doesn't look like Fire and Ice really wants to be aggressive right now. Luna getting caught off guard. You want to keep pink control while your teammates spawn, and that's a good way to do it. A good kill from Magico. And great teamwork, Pink 1, Pink 2, baiting and switching from Bullet and Magico right now. But Magico gonna have to finish this goal. And Nikolai,
There we go.
he can't do it. Nikolai with some great shots. Can he make it a triple? Yes,
Damn.
he can. Nikolai finding the opening for his team, creating some space, and good defensive stand there to get his team some map control.
Some defensive mastery out of Nikolai right there as he does get 3 before going down. But it looks like all he did was just fend off a couple zombies on the doorway. You got a whole hell of a lot more coming into blue base to keep that pressure up. It looks like Bullet, not sure what to do though. He'll die there. Sanart going to try to, in the midst of all the chaos, get up to mid. And it looks like he will take some damage from Pink, though he's got teammates on Pink's side, but these Fire and Ice players just so tenacious, so quick to get angles, and so difficult to deal with as Switch It Up does end up pulling a flag. And, I mean, dare I say, can they tie the game with this? There's one line of defense. That's Vic, I believe Magico just waiting there to hold it off. And he does get a pivotal kill. Flag still down on P1. Palu going to try to get some hands on it, but Dipsy Doodle not letting them have it. The flag sits out in the doorway. The player under the base, there to get the return. Fire and Ice putting in a lot of work just to keep the defense up here, though, Wes. This is interesting to see.
Yeah, you'd love to see Gerbils be able to punch that one in, but unfortunately they're just not in the position to do so. Great scrappy return by Fire and Ice there, and because of it, they keep the lead in this game 2-1, 5.5 minutes, so the clock not a factor as of yet, but a couple minutes go by and we could start the potential to see maybe some more defensive plays.
Well, no defense out of Fire and Ice, that's for sure. They continue to apply pressure. A majority of these blue POBs have been from the blue base, and unfortunate team kill there as well. Looks like that player might have died anyway. Sanart going to continue to push forward, just unleashing the entirety of the clip into that player and some of it into the wall. Unfortunately, he does die. Magico now up in the base once again. So just no time wasted for Fire and Ice to get back in the faces of blue team. Going to turn and try to burn the one top mid. He's got Poppy to help him out. That flag still sits in the pedestal, though. They'll collect it. Spawners up on Car's side. Flag out on the opposite side. So maybe a double dilemma here. Can they get that flag out, though? Can we have a bit of a standoff situation? Or will they be stopped in their tracks? You can see there's still gunfights going down on Car's side.
3 dead, though, for Gerbils, and it looks like the return oh, nope, the last player alive, able to get a touch, able to throw it Car's side of the base. It's going to allow all 3 players to impact this game a little bit further, but once again, 3 dead for Gerbils. Last guy alive grabs the flag. They need to be able to hop on this return. Magico going to crouch jump into the window. Is he going to be expected to be there? The answer is no, but multiple members coming in from Car. He gets 1, but still, these spawns continuing to favor Gerbils to stay in this game, but as soon as this return is to come in, this game will be over.
It ain't pretty, but Gerbils are actually somehow holding on here, albeit temporarily. They got 3 players in the base guarding that flag intensely right now. Sanart going to push out. Look at the beams, though, out of the window, and then Pink. Sanart could not do anything, let alone smell the air outside of blue base there. Switch Up going to back out. Teammates still with the flag. And the standoff still continues, but the camo about to be in the hands of Fire and Ice if they continue to hold on the control they have. Switch It Up. Not aware of that player above him. Magico just being a nuisance and just a battle of attrition here. The moment they had the camo, they could really impact something on blue side.
Unbelievable defense right now from Gerbils. The scrappiness that they've had to really muster in order to get this to just a flag stalemate with 3 minutes left in this game. They have to come out on top in this game, but once they do, they potentially could be in perfect position to double cap here. They're going to get the return, tie this game up. They're going to get the flag pull as well. It's the beauty of the flag standoff gameplay, and are they going to be able to continue this? No, Luna and Bullet both finish off the 2 kills, top their base, so they keep it a tie game, but we're now neck and neck, 2-2. Next cap is going to take game 1.
Gerbils, with the least threatening team name in our tournament so far, are somehow biting back, like time and time again, and just clawing their way through this. They managed to tie it up. We've got the timer against us now as well as we get down to the last 2 minutes, 30 seconds here. Boys starting to feel the pressure, and then Clyde going to do what he can from the back of the base with some defense here, but the lift going to come up to the flag here. We've still got a red player in the base, and they continue to pour in as well. So Fire and Ice, they haven't let up on the aggression, but somehow through all of this chaos, Gerbils have managed to pull through it and hold on to a tie. So I'm not keeping them out of the running yet here.
Not yet. They've done enough to stay in this game up until this point. They've shown that they can compete with Fire and Ice here. on Truth Flag, but can they close out a victory for game 1 of this series? The question still remains. 2 go down. This is a crucial time to get a kill and switch it up. Finds that crucial kill, but unfortunately for him, the flag is being pulled, but it does get thrown right at him. He finds another kill, stays alive, and switch it up, doing everything he can to keep his team in this game.
Bullet just juggling the flag, getting out of the fray at the same time. He's now got to defend it. 2 players will dive on top as Bullet just unleashes on them. That's 3 dead. Flag continues to rally out through P1. All the members of Fire and Ice around this flag, as all the members of Blue are hot on the overextension. We're about to see a clash in red base. Look at this. Multiple flying in. They collect the flag. A brawl in red base about to ensue, and the winners might win the game here, Wes. And Magico with the camo. Look at this. He could disrupt it all. Bottom base, not aware he's here. The fisticuffs coming out there, brawl. Bottom base, does he get the return? Comes in. Can he win this fight, though? This one blue player, is it switch it up? He's dove in. He's got a... What is going on, Wes? Dipsy Doodle.
Nade's coming.
He's dead, and you know what? I think it might be over. There's no way they stop him.
Oh my God! It's just as chaotic as you've ever seen in ending the Truth Flag. But Fire and Ice end up having just one more player impact the outcome towards the end, and because of it, they get that final cap on the board. Durable's doing everything they can to stay in it, but unfortunately, just one gunfight determined the outcome of that game.
I will say, as a caster and as a viewer of that game, that was fun. If I was a player, that was messy. That was a scramble. I don't know what that was as a player. That must have been, you know, kind of maybe aggravating or stressful at times, but there was never one clean break, never one coordinated flagpole into a flag cap. As far as I saw, everything was scrappy, especially the end, which was just a flurry of events. But as a viewer, like I said, as a caster, it was an enjoyable time. Hopefully you're also having a good time with this one, Wes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's as intense as it can get. Gunfights coming down to matter in the CTF format, but I mean, we saw a 2-0 lead, and then all of a sudden we saw it immediately erased, and then the flag standoff. You didn't know if it was going to go down to time, but I mean, players make plays, right? And that's what has to happen in these situations. And right now, I mean, if this series is anything like this to come, then we're going to go the distance, and it's going to be an exciting one.
Exactly, right? Fire and Ice, a team that we expect to be consistent, to be on top of this, looking a little shaky today. And Gerbils, they'll take full advantage of the opportunity here. So it was close. They did lose it, but like you said, this could be a series that goes the distance. They could capitalize and potentially turn things around. And I hope that they see this narrow loss as an opening, as a motivator going into game 2, because this is quite a juggernaut Latin American team they're up against. To get this close is, you know, exactly what you need, I think, to drive home, to drive through and actually take this thing. Now, as far as the series layout, Wes, we had True CTF. We're about to jump into Eden Strongholds next. So we're doing back-to-back objectives, just like we had in our previous series. Going to be an interesting one, no doubt. What are you hoping to see, at least at a Gerbils, to bring us to a game 3?
Yeah, I'm hoping we see a very similar show as to what we just saw in game 1, right? I mean, they were scrappy. They did enough to keep themselves in the game and give themselves a chance at the end. It just wasn't enough to close the door. But I mean, like, if they can continue to play like that, they can create enough opportunities for them to stay in it and potentially squeak a win or 2 out.
Well, we'll see if they squeak anything out this time. They're not squeaking out the OS, though, because it looks like Fire and Ice managed to grab that one first. Let's see what else they can put together, though. Pelu one directly above, and Dipsy Doodle probably regretting that challenge. He got melted right quick. Pelu going to see what he can make of this opening here. Does manage to cap Blue Ben. Going to hide in a sneaky spot for just a second. His teammates draw the attention, and I like this spot on a Pelu. Look at this. They weren't ready for him, but the teammate with that blue player that's going to put Pelu down. Noble, in the meantime, going to try to hold down Nest all by his lonesome. Doing a pretty good job so far. Until he dies, I guess.
Until he dies, as always. In Halo 5, I mean, that's the beauty of an arena shooter. You get to respawn. So,
Thankfully.
unfortunately, it doesn't look like the power-ups impacting the game too much. You do have rockets outside of red, as well as 3 players for Fire and Ice. So Dipsy Doodle just fly out there with reckless abandonment, but teammates are enough to back him up, and they get those kills. Control Blue Ben still. And with that, they're going to gain the early lead here in Strongholds. And that's what you want to see, right? You want to see the objectives. These guys get off. How can they play with a lead rather than how can they play from a huge deficit? Because last game got out of control kind of quickly, and it was almost too much to ask for them to try and come back. But right now, it feels like they do have a lot of momentum in this series so far. Although they're down 1-0, 16-1 is a great start for them.
Yeah, Gerbil's definitely fighting fire with fire here, kind of punching over the weight class we'd expect to see out of them. Not that these players aren't talented, but at this point in the tournament, with a lot of pressure on the line against a top-ranked LATAM squad, you'd expect Gerbils to falter just a little bit. But opening things up with 23 and counting here, Noble now forced to blue bend to try to get some sort of control on his side. You can see the control for blue over on top map. They're already making the move over to red nest. They've got multiple on catwalk, ready to melt Noble if he does make this challenge. We'll see if he gets away with something sneaky. That's the camo now up in the hands of blue. The OS did get picked up by Pelu, so they got half the artillery here. Nikolai, in the meantime, though, very important line of defense. And can he get out of the situation? You can see they're hunting him. Oh, can he? Okay, I thought he was going to skate the back of the catwalk. Instead, he's going for something trickier and a little more nerve-wracking here.
Great job to stay alive, though. I mean, in goal achieved. He was able to stay alive with camo. They had multiple players trying to find him, trying to shoot him through the air. He was able to make himself a hard enough target to do so. Actually forces the enemy team to use a rocket right there. His teammate gets a double kill, so he's just going to say, screw this, I'm flying to blue bend, hop into stronghold, and continue to gain points for his team. So although he hasn't really gotten any kills with this camo, his impact has been great.
I've loved this camo, right? Yeah, he's lived, he's distracted, he's rotated to blue, help with the capture. Now he's in red nest, and he's still alive. Sanart with a kill as well. That's 2 dead. They don't have the resources to conveniently get to nest. So we're looking at a temporary trip cap here, and maybe an outside spawn. I can't see the whole map. It does look like they are outside on blue bend, and they're going to converge onto blue bend and start to die in the process. That's 2 dead once again. Nikolai going to turn, get burned, though, in the turbine. And that one player in the turbine can't actually stop the blue bend capture. So fire and ice off a spawn. They're right back up in the catwalk. At this point, trying to stop the bleeding and the pressure coming out of this Gerbil squad.
It's all about the space he was able to create with that camo. It's not necessarily the damage he was able to do. And because of it, 47-16, Gerbil's really doing a phenomenal job here. Bringing it to fire and ice in game 2. Not going to fall behind in this game early on from the looks of it. They're already almost halfway through the score, and you see fire and ice with a little bit of control now, but if Gerbils is able to flip that on its head with these new power-ups coming up, this could be their game for the taking.
Great timing for a couple slays out of Gerbils there. They are starting to lose numbers, though. You can see switch it up, goes down to bullet. One player is sitting on the OS. Dipsy Doodle in a good vantage point, but can't see the OS, and it looks like they lost that fight. I think it might have been burned. I don't see the OS on a player. In the meantime, camo might be in the hands of Gerbils. Dipsy Doodle going to try to get his hands on the blue bend here. Multiple enemies going to make that challenge, though. He's about to be pinched as well, but thankfully teammates come there to help get the reset in. And I think that camo might still be in the hands of blue, unless it was burned, but we'll see. Either way, I mean, Gerbils making real strides off of the advantages here.
Love the slow play by Sanart right here. He's trying to play blue bend. Luna's going to have rockets, so he's going to have to play his life. He finds Luna. Luna was, I guess, out of rockets, but still a huge first kill on the fire and ice right there as Gerbils looks to continue control, continue the scoring, and to blow them out of this game. 70-19 at this point. He's just slow playing this, giving them red nest, not worried about going for the trip cap, but more so containing them and controlling the map how they want to play it.
Some excellent coordination and control out of Gerbils. And can they maintain it? We've seen so many squads time and time again get a hot start, get all the compliments from the casters, only to burn out right before the finish line and get came back on. So, you know, that's always a threat. And we know that the boys on Fire and Ice could accomplish that at the moment's opportunity. That rocket kill is huge, though. Putting the rockets down on blue pen. Gerbil's going to try to make something off of that opportunity here. Bullet just holding it down from tower. Going to have to back off. His teammate's now outside on red bend, so Bullet going to play it safely from back tower here. And we'll see if they can get into top catwalk. You know that Gerbils wants a piece of this. Melee's coming into Bullet here. Bullet not ready for that one. He's dead right quick.
Down goes Bullet. Down goes multiple members. 3 were currently dead for Fire and Ice. And control back in Gerbil's hands. They're going to go for the red nest. They're going to have a trip cap for a moment as blue bin starts to get transferred over. Overshield, camo, both coming up right now. And it looks like Fire and Ice has made their way towards tower and catwalk, which means potentially overshield in the hands of Switch It Up. Yes, sir. Gerbil's going to have that overshield.
No!
Does get Ninja, though, and Noble with the double kill. Ninja secures his team rockets. His teammates were in place for camo, and if you want to talk about a momentum swing and a potential comeback, it starts with a Ninja on the overshield player every time.
Oh, no. Don't let it start here. Don't let it start. Don't let that get in your head, right? Switch it up like they got an advantage. Look at this. 6 points left. 5 points left to close it. They can close it out here. So switch it up. You can forget that happened and hold on to control and move on to game 3 strong, because I don't think there's any way these boys are getting into the caps. They will still do it. They'll close this out. Gerbil's looking hot in game 2 with a 5 as well. 100-32 and a 1-1 series tie. West, we're going the distance. But, man, did that get a little scary just for a second there.
That is the kind of things that changes the outcome of games. And thankfully, that's not what happened in this game. Gerbils did such a good job throughout the entire game to put themselves in that position. You would have hated to see all of that momentum change immediately right there. But, I mean, a great play by Noble, but it wasn't enough to really change the tides. And all of a sudden, Gerbils, we saw them fight back in the second half of game 1. We saw them dominate game 2. They look like the better team so far throughout 2 games of this series.
It's funny, Wes, because we have a 1 minute timer or whatever it is. There's like a 1 minute delay on the stream. So, of course, we're 1 minute in advance. That's to ensure that we don't have any stream sniping, of course. That's the last thing we want. So I look back at the stream because I want to see the reaction to the backspec. So I'm looking at it as we finish here, and I get to see the chat kind of react to it. But you love it. You got to love to see it. Either way, like we said, Gerbil's looking good today. They've held on to their control. They've held on to their power-ups, their rockets as well. Nikolai, kind of the star of the show in that first half with that camo, right? That wonderful camo play that looked kind of scary for a second, but what it really did was distract the enemy and put him into a bunch of different tricky positions, right? To get into captures, didn't do a lot of damage, just drew a lot of attention, created a lot of space for himself and his teammates. And that's really what you want in high-level Halo. I mean, somebody who I'm thinking of who does stuff like that makes me think of somebody like Lunchbox, right? The unsung hero, always kind of where he needs to be to ensure that he brings the best out of his teammates. Anyway, let's see what else they can do. Before I lay out any more compliments here, Wes, we still got 1 game in the series. They still got to close this out. And that 1 game is going to be Rig Slayer. Rig Slayer could definitely be a nail-biter. We got the camo, we got the shoddy, we've got the snipe to play for. Inside map, I want to say typically the objective here should be an interesting one.
Typically, it's about pairing that camo with either the scatter shot or the railgun, to your point, and letting that player go off and that player making plays. And if whichever team can pair those two together, really puts themselves in a great position to get momentum going in this game. So pay attention to the break, pay attention to how teams prioritized one or the other or all 3, and how they go about controlling those, because that's going to really dictate the pace of this game and where this game goes kill-wise.
Well, let's see it happen. Magico right now with a tricky fight there, but somehow he lives and actually helps out with the burn of the camo. Man's still alive. 1 bullet to his name here, and he'll get right back up into the fray here. 2 in front of him. Shoddy in the face. Magico, the man's apparently the Terminator because he's unfazed by it, but he does die. In the process, though, Noble has collected the snipe. He's got 4 shots. Can he take some faces? Let's see.
Just a 1-kill game right now. Noble anchoring back bunker right now. He's getting pressed from the left side, but I'm not sure if he's aware of it. Nice headshot onto the player top rail, but can't win the no-scope, and because of it, switch it up, double kill with the scatter shot. The scatter shot ends up being the power weapon that does the damage early on here, and switch it up creates the space for Gerbils to not only have a 3-kill lead, but to get Dipsy Doodle a couple of bullets to help extend that.
Yep, 2 shots left in sight. There goes 1, and likely his death shortly after. Oh, did he hit that? I'm not sure if he connected with the second. Either way, at the very least, Snipe is burned on his deathbed there. 8-7 on the scoreline, just a slight advantage as they look to collapse into bunker. Magico and Noble will manage that. Multiple spawning up car side here just to try to get their bearings, but the inside map control on the side of Fire and Ice, and they can hammer them at any moment.
All of these players trapped outside, exactly where Fire and Ice wants them, but how are they going to go about trying to push these with no power weapons, no scatter shot to their name? Currently, it's off the field of play. Magico gets that kill. He's going to fall back. They're opting to just try and trap them. They're not going to try and overextend, push, and capitalize on their numbers advantage right there. But with this camo coming up in about 15 seconds, I think everybody on the map is going to be focused on one thing.
I love this play out of Magico. He's so aware of it. Comes in with the pinch. Teammates there to clean up the players on back catwalk. Thankfully, a carbine spawner does deal with Magico. Noble going to come in and take out Nikolai. Spawner's up in the bunker. And Noble, I think he was slightly too early for camo, and he might pay the price for it. You got multiple looking at it. Blue going to jump on top of it. I think they might have collected it. We'll see in just a second. Noble, he can't worry about that. Oh, wait, no. How did they... I don't know how Blue Team did not pick up that camo, but Noble will get away with it. I'm a little confused with that
Sneaks in,
one.
sneaks out, untouched to capitalize it all. And in 1911 with camo in hands, this is a beautiful position for Fire and Ice to run away from this game with the lead. Get out of this series still with your tournament lives. But right now, Gerbless, they need to figure out where Noble is. I'm not sure if they have any idea. He's going to make his way towards Snipe. Is this the actual correct play, though? Because everyone's eyes are on the sniper right now from Cat. He's going to have camo. He's going to find a forehead to his name. Can he land a no-scope? No, but he's going to pull the pistol out. Trades the melee, but doesn't get the kill, actually. And a 1-0 lead. Or a 1 kill with camo snipe is not what you want to see Fire and Ice do. Gerbless staying in this game still. It's not pretty. It hasn't been this whole series, really, but they're getting it done with another opportunity and snipe in the back of bunker right now. They can somewhat chunk away at this deficit that they have, but unfortunately, Nikolai's going to need to land a snipe here.
Uh-oh. They got to make strides with Snipe. He hits the body. Clean this guy up, though. Oh, my God, that was worrisome. Noble does die. Nikolai barely getting out of here. Does hit another body, though. Connects. He's got 1 bullet. Gonna back out the trenches. Worst case, he can play it, but let's see him plant this bullet. Right now, they're losing inside map. You can see Fire and Ice. They've quickly gathered it back. Nikolai in a bit of a sneaky position here on the bat ledge. And how does he mount this challenge? Is he going to tiptoe his way into this one? You got one sitting up on E2 right beside him. I know he hears it. He's now going to look out the center. Camo coming up soon here. Whiffs it, but does get the melee. These are big kills to collect. Shots into Magico. Drawing attention to himself, but he does die. Dipsy Doodle, it's up to him to stay alive and get something onto this camo. Spawner's up on bunker, though. And that inside spawn, so valuable for Fire and Ice because they get immediate sight lines on the camo. And I think they might be able to make plays off of it. I think it's still up. Dipsy Doodle, he wants a piece.
Tries to go down towards camo. Unfortunately, he gets spotted out by 2 players and eventually falls off the map right there. That's a tough situation for Dipsy Doodle. Camo is going to go in the hands of Noble once again. 3 dead for Gerbless, and what was once a 4-kill game is now all of a sudden 6. And against a camo player, you're spawning back bunker, so you're trapped with your back against the wall. Tournament lives on the line. Noble looking to close the door on this series. Knock Gerbless out of the game. And with a little bit of a ninja with camo, is going to get 2 kills. Make it a 3rd, probably. No, his teammate's going to be there and just beating some bodies down right there. 3 straight kills in the kill feed go to the hands of Fire and Ice. And they show you that they're here to scratch.
Was waiting to hear what you were going to say. He was beaten, but he landed on bodies, which sounded safe enough either way. Bodies are definitely being beaten, Wes. That's 4 dead as Fire and Ice. They just rev up the engines. We're looking at a 13-point lead and maybe more as these players in the bunker spawn limited options, trying to do something just to snag a trade in this situation. But look at the bobbing and weaving out of Tower 1 here. Noble going to spring jump his way to Tower 2. 1 player directly in front, and at this point, they can just brawl and trade out kills, but they want more. Noble getting some damage into that 1 player, and we'll see what else his teammates do to clean this up. But Wes, I think this has slipped away from Gerbles.
This has slipped far away from Gerbless. The scrappiness wasn't enough here in Game 3. They're down 13. They have to make individual plays, and we haven't seen anything that shows me that's going to be the case here in Game 3. We've seen all Fire and Ice here creating the pace, but although Nikolai sneaks away with a full sniper, it's in his hands. Can he hit the shots? The first one finds the face of Fire and Ice. He's going to really have to pop out here, and we'll see if he's capable of that kind of play.
Nikolai, want to get 8 kills with your 8 snipes? So far, you're 2 for 2. Let's see what you can do with it, because you got to literally pop off if you want a shot here. Hit him in the booty. That's a cleanup onto Magico. Like to see it. Still got something to work with, does with the no-scope. That was so close, but burns him! What a headshot on the Pelu. He's still going. Into center map, though. Man's being chased down. Can't get out. He'll drop the snipe on the ground and probably drop the L where it came from, right? I don't think there's any chance these boys come back with the snipe off and the camo on the body of a Fire and Ice player here. Just a matter of when. 3 kills now, 2 kills left to close it. Bullet with a double on the feed. Dipsy Doodle does clean up Pelu. But, I mean, what else can you get at this point as they continue to push up on spawn? Dipsy Doodle hiding in a corner because that's the only choice he's got. And I like the patient finish at a Magico to close it with a 50-31 in a pretty fun series, Wes. That's a 2-1 for Fire and Ice, but, man, was it entertaining the whole way through.
A very competitive series, but Fire and Ice rightfully comes out on top. 16-6 is what Noble had to drop for that game to look as big as it did. Noble picking up all the camos, a couple of the power weapons, and showing you exactly how to play Rig Slayer.
You love to see it. Always a fan of a good game of Rig Slayer, especially with all the goodies that's on the map to make it exciting, right? The camo to kind of draw you into center, the shoddy, and then the snipe plays at Nikolai just to, put a little stamp on it. He definitely showcased some great skill, and so did his team. I think Gerbils definitely, surprised us. We've had a lot of surprises, a lot of teams playing kind of better than expected, and that's what you want to see leading up to Infinite is improvement, is gains being made. So Gerbils, if they stay together, hopefully they continue to grind together, and we see them back in top form next week. But Fire and Ice, they'll move on in losers, and Yeso will send it to you with the breakdown in the Good Vibes Only zone.
Yep, Yeso here, back and ready to talk about one of the big losers bracket matches. Here's Fire and Ice take the 2-1 win, and let's not waste any time. We're going to jump right into the stats here. We'll go to the first map right off the rip. So we're going to pull these ones up for you. Fire and Ice, obviously, going out of the winner's bracket, I would say, earlier than they expected, earlier than I certainly expected, and they have to face off against the Gerbils here for this loser's bracket matchup, and they're able to take the first win. Close one, though, on CTF on Truth for this one. It's a 3-2 win, so a very tight finish in this one, but it did give Fire and Ice the early lead in this series. Let's jump over to the Slayer stats for this one, and look at Magico getting into the 30s, 34 kills and 12 assists. That's a phenomenal game there for Magico, and really just shows that despite how close this game was, Magico was just popping off the whole time, looking really strong. Everybody on the squad up into the 20s as well. Bullet the lowest with 20 kills, but also 26 assists on top of that. So really just incredible slaying games all across the board here for Fire and Ice. And what that really tells me is that, hey, what we saw, Fire and Ice was looking really strong, but just Gerbils, when they got their opportunities, they took advantage of them, and sadly it wasn't enough to give them the lead in this series early. Sanar starting off strong with 25 kills, 24 for Dipsy Doodle as well. Lower in the assist department, as you see both Switch It Up and Nikolai with 18 kills apiece and up in the double digits for assists. So really good showings across the board, but it wasn't enough to get them the win in game number 1. So let's go to the final page of stats here. Then we'll jump into game 2. Magico with that 16.0 KDA. Really, really good showing there. And both Magico and Luna up above 55% in their accuracy. Real strong on that front. And Bullet approaching the 4,000 damage mark, but Dipsy Doodle actually crushes the entire lobby in terms of damage at over 4,700. Also led in the accuracy department at just shy of 63% accuracy. So Dipsy Doodle with a great showing in the first game. Wasn't enough to get his team to lead, but we go to game 2, and this is where we see Gerbils bounce back. We go to Strongholds, and they looked fantastic. I mean, that 100-32 scoreline is very, very impressive. They really just never ceded control to Fire and Ice in this game whatsoever. They get a strong win here to tie things up. Let's go to the Slayer stats for the second map here. And interestingly enough, Dipsy Doodle with another good showing here. 15 kills. No, that's 16, I believe. 16 kills and 13 assists. Really good showing from Dipsy Doodle once again. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luna, Noble, and Bullet all tied, interestingly enough, at 11. Magico bringing up the rear with 7 kills, but they just never really got a foothold in this game. Gerbils took an early lead and really never ceded control over to Fire and Ice. And this was an important game. Obviously, Fire and Ice winning that close game, and a close loss like that for Gerbils can be demoralizing. It can almost kind of take the wind out of your sails. But it's good to see that Gerbils really came out of game one and said, hey, we were really close on that one. We can beat this team. Let's focus on game two. And they came out swinging and took care of business in game number two. Quick peek at the final page of stats, and we'll go to the last game of this best of three. Look at Dipsy Doodle with that 15.3 KDA and a 58.1% accuracy. A little bit of a dip there for Nikolai, down to 45.8%, but Dipsy Doodle carrying the load and doing great work. Also led in damage once again, 2,400 damage this time around. A great showing, and Dipsy Doodle was certainly going to be the key going into the final map. So let's jump into game number three. And we get the decider. It's going to be Slayer. It's on the rig, and Fire and Ice with a definitive finish to this series. Noble coming up big, 16 kills and 7 assists on this one. Really, really good showing there for Noble and the team as a whole. Even Bullet down there with not getting into the double digits in kills, still able to grab 10 assists for himself. Meanwhile, Nikolai and Sanart were carrying the load for the side of Gerbils, both up into the double digits, but not able to get it done, and having both switch it up, and Dipsy Doodle below 10 kills is part of the reason why it's a 13 kill gap here at the finish. 50 to 37 is quite a definitive finish here for Fire and Ice. This one not nearly as close as the first map playing CTF, and Fire and Ice move on. We'll jump over to the final page of stats here before we kind of get ready for the next matchup, because we've got Fire and Ice about to play KCP. We haven't seen KCP here in a little while. They fell out in the winners semifinals, and they've been waiting for this matchup to finish so that they could be ready to go. Noble leads the way with a 12.3 KDA, 56.5% accuracy. Really good showing there. And Gerbils here, solid performance against a tough squad in Fire and Ice. We've talked about them a lot over the last few weeks. This is a very, very talented squad coming out of the LATAM region. They are no slouches whatsoever. They can compete with some of the best in North America. So Gerbils, some good stuff to build on here, but we'll have to see if Fire and Ice can keep it rolling. They've got a tough opponent here up next. Last week's champions, KCP, waiting for them right now. And I'm going to hand it off back to Shyway and Clutch, and they'll get you right back into the action.
You said it, Ye. So Fire and Ice, it was a good win for them, but it was very scrappy, and it's not going to get easier up against their competitors, KCP. So up next, of course, losers round 7, KCP up against Fire and Ice. And KCP, despite, not playing quite as well as we'd expect up against PK, they're no slouch. I don't expect them to go down this early in losers. I think the threat is on Fire and Ice this time, Wes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think KCP is going to be hunting to get back to that finals position. That they want to defend their title from last week, and they're going to have to go through a multitude of teams to get there. Fire and Ice being the first here on the broadcast, and KCP, they're going to probably come out with a little extra something for us, seeing that they're extra motivated to defend.
I expect to see it right out the gate from KCP. We'll see I'm just looking at the series, so we don't have a CTF to start. It is a Strongholds Plaza there, so not going to get an early flag cap. Instead, let's see if we get some early control at a KCP, because Druck with a beautiful opening there gets quick access to camo, and he looks like he will stay alive long enough to potentially get something started. That's a kill on the Noble. Soul Snipe with one on the Bullet. And look at this, Druck. What a nuisance. Shots into Pelu before he gets back into Nest to ensure they have the cap, but doesn't waste time there. He's right down in the pit to get that as well. This could be an early trip cap at a KCP, and already Fire and Ice on the back foot.
Does look like they're going to be able to transfer yard, but Druck looking to press, it looks like. Which way is he going to go? The answer is driveway. Still got a little bit of this camo to his name, and he's already done a ton of damage in objective with this camo. Finds 2 before he gets taken down, and that's going to continue the lead for KCP here early on. That camo paying dividends at the start of this game.
Wild to think he was camoed throughout that entire series of events there, capping Nest and then getting all the way up into Tram, getting multiple kills, and now Talik and team going to try to prey on the players below here. Talik does drop. Trades coming in. Can they hold on to bottom pit? Doesn't look like it. Instead, Soul Snipe will get the cap and already focused on spawners, though not aware of the shotgun presence there. Noble looks like he'll drop that shotgun with his life. Bullet will drop as well. Magico getting tagged up. No choice but to hold off for just a second here. KCP, a lot of pressure out of them, and more pressure than Gerbils, I expect.
Magico stuck between making a very difficult decision here. Needs to figure out a way to work with this team here. Trying to figure out the best way to get this bottom mid control. Does find himself doing some damage to these players bottom driveway, but the kills go in favor of KCP. You're not getting Nest anytime soon with those 3 kills going in their favor. Super TC backs him up. Going to be able to get some damage onto the spawners over at blue, but probably hasn't forgotten about this player bottom snipe lift, I don't think, unless he already got taken out by a teammate. I believe he did, and with this light rifle in perfect position to defend Nest, doing a ton of damage, making the job easy for Talik and the boys over at blue. They force the glass spawns, they pick up camo, wash, rinse, repeat. Perfect Halo being played out of KCP.
Yeah, CC just kind of cleaning up shop here, putting in a ton of damage with the light rifle as well. Just the 2 scope shots is so damn useful, especially for his team, just to keep a player back, keep him under pressure with no shields. And I mean, at this point, 53 and counting. Can they get into yard? Everyone pouring into yard just to try to stop the bleeding. What a wonder nade at a Pelu that actually blew up the barrel. So you got the double damage from the nade in the barrel just to destroy CC. And enough for them to get the yard, but can they make any plays off of this? Talik does drop quick. We got 2 sitting in bottom mid here. Pressure coming in from Mikey. That soul snipe getting into pit. Trades left and right. They did actually succeed in capping pit. What will we see next, though?
Yeah, 63-4. You're going to need to get a trip cap if you're Fire and Ice to come back in this game. KCP going to let that happen. You need to figure out a way to get another round of slays before you can get all 3 of these strongholds. 1 goes in your favor, but you lose 2 immediately. And KCP back in the driver's seat, it looks like. Talik winning a big one-on-one with the player in his face, but they are going to get the reset on bottom middle. They did transfer Nest, however, and somehow it's a Nest yard setup for KCP. Magico trying to figure out, I guess, what the right play is here. I would say get up to Nest as soon as possible, but it might be too late, having had some time for KCP to adjust to this strategy.
One thing I will say is, thankfully for Magico, there was not enough pressure on him to stop the spawns from happening right beside him, so he had teammates with him. But despite the presence in Nest, unsuccessful yet again. KCP, they're just shutting them down left and right. And I don't think there's many more opportunities for Fire and Ice to get shut down again. They need to play perfect Halo, and I mean, just based off of what we've seen, Wes, give it about a minute or 2. I think this is over.
It's not every day you see the battle rifle in Halo 5 being used, and although he uses it for 2 of the shots, Talik finishes him off with the pistol in the trade, 83-10, and somehow that yard top snipe setups worked wonders for KCP as they were able to get the slays they needed, transfer it over to the bottom mid eventually, but with the trip cap being threatened right now, Soul Snipe's going to get them out of bottom middle with a nice shotgun shot there, and this game is going to be all she wrote. KCP playing objectives so efficiently, so effectively, that when they slay like this, the game's going to come in their favor tenfold, and that's exactly what we see here in Game 1. Fire and Ice needs to find a solution to compete with these guys. I'm not sure if Strongholds was going to be the game type they could do that in.
Yeah, this is kind of the brutal reality here. Is Fire and Ice, as good as they are, they've been playing shaky all day against, lower level teams. KCP, totally different beast. If you're having a rough day and you go up against KCP, they're going to make you look like fodder. They're going to dominate, right? So 100-10, our scoreline for Game 1, and unless something drastic changes, then this situation might not change for Fire and Ice. That was a Strongholds Plaza to start, so we got Slayer and Truth up next, and a CTF Kali if we get there. Very comfy for KCP. They do tend to be weaker in Slayer, so this would be the chance, and really the only chance, for Fire and Ice to do something. You think they got a shot here based off of what you've seen, Wes?
Based off of what I've seen, I do not think we'll be seeing a Coliseum CTF in the next 10 minutes. But I could be wrong, and the Slayer, anybody can win, especially if they're both solid. They're good teams, but Fire and Ice, they could not get anything going that game. There wasn't a 1v1 that I saw them win, it felt like, right? So KCP, as expected, probably a little pissed off that they're in the losers bracket right now, and And rightfully so, they're going to try and fight through that anger and use that anger to transition them into a little bit of a loser's bracket run. We'll see how far they can go, but already up 1-0 here in losers round 7. Already up 3-1.
Yep.
Make it 4-1
no.
with a nice double kill. Movement from Druck is what you call it. You can't teach it to everybody.
You definitely can't, though. I try very hard with my YouTube videos, Wes, and I will keep it up for Halo Infinite. Either way, the boys on KCP, they're back with a vengeance, and their first victims appear to be Fire and Ice at this point. 3-kill advantage, and that advantage about to extend as Druck finishes off yet another Protector medal for him. Not too shabby. CC with a 5. You'd love to see it. He got one at blue base as well, and CC about to take another victim with that one. I mean, Wes, we're seeing it before our eyes. This is just falling apart for Fire and Ice.
I mean, Druck is out here having a blast. Although 3 straight kills for Fire and Ice as Druck trades that kill out, and that stops the momentum that you saw KCP running away with right there. And potentially Fire and Ice is able to use that stoppage as an opportunity to gain some space, gain some map control, gain some confidence here. But Druck, right off spawn, finds a kill. Tog finds a second. Multiple players flying towards blue. Super CC doing 360s top middle as he's trying to find where players are spawning. And right now, you just see how comfortable KCP is with this control. They got players at red and blue bubble, split spawns for Fire and Ice. Those are impossible to work with. You're not going to be able to trade efficiently across the map from your teammates. 17-9, what was a 3-kill game. Right when those trades happen, immediately swings back in favor of KCP, and they look like they're in the driver's seat once again.
I gotta say, I'm so excited for the Jeff Steitzer 360 call out or whatever it is. Every time you get a 360 kill in Halo Infinite, I expect to see a couple of those, especially in situations like this when you have KCP kind of dominating and just spinning, you know, head on a swivel, getting kills left and right here. 360 is a nice way to add a little bit of flair to it as well. But look at this. All the boys in blue, they're trapped in blue in the collapse in session.
The collapse has been in session 25-11 right now. We're looking at a 50-22 game if this keeps up.
Boy.
And right now you might be fortunate if you get to 22 if you're Fire and Ice, because the momentum, the speed, the adrenaline, everything, the violence.
Yes.
KCP having it all right now. Taking a page out of Dr. Disrespect's book, and a disrespectful scoreline is what's going to follow suit for Fire and Ice's hopes and dreams to stay alive in this tournament.
Yep, Druck looking like the 2-time, though unfortunately not 6'8". Not many of us are. Either way, his plays definitely are. Looks like he will take the trade before dying. That's a double the score line, make it 31-15 now as Talik picks up another cheeky kill. He'll rotate back to red. That'll block the spawns and ensure that everyone on blue team spawns up on blue side. You can see how quick Talik is to look to the bubble. They'll pour into blue base here, but Talik already getting ready for the pinch. Shots into the back of Pelu. Pelu will take 2 with him. Some nice little trades out of him, but at this point, no real threat of a comeback, especially if they can't break out of blue in time. The pink control likely coming up soon.
What looked like what's going to be potential pink control is not going to be the result, I don't think. KCP finds 3 straight kills. The last guy alive is blue side pink. And with Camo not coming up for another minute, what is pink control really in the Slayer, right? You're actually being trapped pink side of the base from what it looks like Fire and Ice. And unfortunately, the rest of KCP, they're already top middle. They love this top middle position so much.
Jesus.
You've seen Druck up there, you've seen Soul Snipe up there, and it's because you're able to fly off and impact whatever fourth of the map you want to try and impact right there. Kills continuing to go in the favor of KCP, and this is an absolute slaughter. These two teams not that far apart, you would have thought before the series started, but I love that jump. I know that's a Shyway special. I hadn't seen the YouTube video pop up on my feed yet, but I'm sure it's out there. And that right there is just a beautiful Halo 5 play from some of the best to ever do it.
Yeah, that's a 2018 special, actually, Wes. You sprint jump, time a thrust off the lift, and you'll launch into the window. You got a clean one right there. You can get some crazy height off of it, too, but at this point, these boys are just styling. I was watching Soul Snipe there a second ago. You can see how early he burns that thrust. Just an interesting dynamic in the depth of the thrust mechanic in Halo is normally in gunfights, you want to kind of wait to burn your thrust at the end of the fight as a counterplay, but if you're playing aggressive like these boys on KCP, they go for an early thrust burn. They dive into the fight with a thrust and try to get so much damage on you early and ensure that you whiff shots early on that even if you counter thrust, it doesn't matter. And they also get their thrust back earlier, so they can use that in a second fight or in a second situation. Either way, paying off in spades, the entirety of their team looking coordinated, looking deadly. And as bad as that is for Fire and Ice, who unfortunately go down, and I believe that was a stake, 2-0. So that's it for their tournament today. The bright side of it is KCP are looking like they're coming back with a force on loser's side, and they might continue to plow through. Let's see if anybody can stop them, I guess, Wes.
It's going to be tough, especially in this losers bracket. I mean, KCP, they found themselves on so many runs throughout this thing. Most of the time, I feel like they're sitting in winners finals, but today you obviously had that 21-45 team comfortably sitting there. And KCP, they're going to want another shot at and stab at those guys there in the finals. They just showed exactly what they're capable of here as they start to gain momentum.
KCP gains momentum. Let's see what else they can do. In the meantime, Yeso, give us the stats. Let us know how bad that actually looked.
Spoiler alert, it was pretty rough. That's all I'm going to say on that front. KCP, man, dominating. They are looking to get revenge here, and they knock out Fire and Ice. And we're going to speed run this stat segment just like KCP speed ran that series. So let's bring up stats for game number 1. We kicked it off on Strongholds, and look at that, 100-10. I looked away for a moment. I'm here in the studio. I was taking care of something else really fast, so I had to step away, and I came back. And all of a sudden, it was KCP 1-0, and I immediately turned around to our TOs and said, so they started on CTF, right? And they, in fact, didn't. But, I mean, KCP, we talk about it. They're great at the objective game types. They bring that speed run mentality that they have at CTF over to Strongholds, and they dominate here. Let's go to the Slayer stats real fast, and we'll wrap up this map. Go to map number 2. 11 for Soul Snipe. 12 apiece for Druck and Talik on the kills. Great job there, and nobody on the side of Fire and Ice. Getting into the double digits shows just how dominant this map was from KCP, and they move up 1-0 in this series. We'll take a look at the last bit of stats for this one, then we'll jump into game number 2. But KCP showing up, showing out strong. Everybody above 50% accuracy. Meanwhile, on the other side, just not enough here. Everybody getting above 1,000 damage, but nowhere near enough for the side of Fire and Ice. So let's go to game 2. And now we've got Slayer. And this is, when we talk about KCP and they're so strong on the objective game types, and let's be clear, they're good on Slayer, but Slayer consistently seems to be the map that, or the game type, I should say, where they can kind of get caught, right? Teams can come back. This is an opportunity for teams to get back in a series against KCP because they're going to be super strong in the objective game types, and KCP said, hell no. 50-29 in just over 5 minutes time. Soul Snipe popping off with 18 kills. Talik and Super CC following that up with 13 and 10 respectively. And look at the 17 assists there for Super CC. They show up big. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, Luna, the only player able to get up into the double digits for this one. And it's just going to sting here for Fire and Ice. They go out, I think earlier than they would hope. This is a squad that can very consistently get into top 4, top 3, but unfortunately, they just ran into KCP outside of that threshold, and it means their day ends because KCP looks to be on a war path right now. We'll get to watch them again next, and if they can win their next matchup, they will earn a rematch with PK to try and get revenge in the losers finals, but they still have their work cut out for them here. Let's go to the final page of stats here before we throw to a break as KCP move on. In the 12.0 KDA for Talik, very good. And just shy of 65% accuracy for Soul Snipe. Soul Snipe living up to his name, sniping people, not missing shots at all, and they will move on. So Fire and Ice, we say goodbye to them. Obviously love to see them continue to come out and compete every single week, and looking forward to seeing them once again a week from today. So Fire and Ice's day is done, but KCP moves on. They jump up into the losers semi-final. So we'll have them here up next, and I'm excited for it, folks. It's been a great day of Halo so far. I've really enjoyed watching the games here. Obviously, the cast has been fantastic. Clutch and Shyway crushing it. No surprise on that front, but we're going to go to a quick break. So again, I told you earlier, go grab a drink, hit the bathroom, grab a snack, get what you need, come back, be ready. We've got the last 2 matches of our losers bracket on the other side of this break, so don't go anywhere.
All right, welcome back. Once again, our ESA Microsoft Sunday continues, and our tournament is just getting down to the end zone, Wes. We are in losers semis. We've only got a few more matches left to go here, only a few more teams left in the running. Our next matchup is going to be KCP. We're looking damn good right now, but next, their competitor is What Are Caps. Now, I will confirm the players on this roster in just a sec for you, Wes, but I know Scariotics on this one. This team, no slouch, for sure.
I'm not sure what terminology you just used the term end zone in, but I'd be willing to bet that it was used incorrectly. But
What did I say?
you said we're getting down to the end zone.
Getting down to the end zone.
I don't know what you meant by that. Canadian guy.
Getting down to the end of the tournament, the end zone.
Yeah, the end zone's not the end of the game.
You're
It's where you score
I'm not
points.
a football player. That's
Yes,
the thing.
which is why I'm just calling you
Which
out.
is why you know.
Yep.
Oh, God damn it.
The
All right.
the
All right, I'll
more you
remove
know.
that one from my vocabulary. My bad.
All right, we got KCP. We got What Are Caps. Got some good names on both sides. We know the KCP boys. They just got done playing on stream. But What Are Caps? We're getting a look at the list of players that are on there. And Gold Star BR, Scariotics, JK. We know these guys have tons of skill. Exodia, not to leave him out. Ton of skill, but can they put the pieces together to compete with a team like KCP? They've gotten this far in the tournament, so we know that they have to have a level of Halo 5 knowledge and skill, right? But I think that goes without being said when you look at the names on this team. What do you expect from the chemistry standpoint of these guys' ability to play together in order to get the job done against a team like KCP, who's already running the flag?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think the answer is revealing itself before our eyes here, Wes. Let's just wait and see, because that flag's already out. It's in the bubble. You do have a blue player actually diving on it for the return. It looks like he might be able to get it. Exodia backing up the blue to try to cut off someone. Gold Star, he has the flag in, though. Already over through car side. Can he get it to the door, though? KCP, that's Talik and Truck flying to the top of the map to try to get into this blue base and stop it. And they might actually do it. They just took out two. They took the flag out front. They're on the return. And that flag, I think they might be running that through. You got Talik going to slow it down for a second. Waiting for the split spawn here on the carbine, right up behind JK. JK going to drop like a fly. Soul Snipe with the finish. That flag still sits down bottom mid. And still a point of contention, so they haven't done it yet.
Just absolute chaos here. Flags are going everywhere. Players are sliding everywhere. Great stop from KCP. But another great stop from What Are Caps. So right now, love what I'm seeing out of What Are Caps. Are playing just as scrappy as typically the KCP boys play. And for the first time today, 2 minutes have gone by and KCP doesn't have a flag in the first 2 minutes. Not very often you see that. And because of that, that makes me think that What Are Caps, they can compete here.
What Are Caps definitely holding on. Like you said, Wes. Let's see if they can get a cap to their name, though. It's been quite a flurry of events so far. And, I mean, with a team name, What Are Caps, you know, having to win in both flag and strongholds, you'd think they'd be confused. But so far, so good. Can they hold a defense, though? Exodia going to keep things in track on pink side. Players out front base here. Exodia aware of it. Shots into Talik. Talik shooting a little better, but the melee will give him a trade. But is it enough? CC with a camo in the back of the base here. What can he do with it?
And try and play sneaky. You're going to get information of that overextension on Car, but let's just focus towards top the base. Unfortunately, they sniff him out immediately. Get a couple shots into him, try to push him out. He does pick up a kill, but a trade with camo, that's a win for What Are Caps right there. And right now, 3 go down. What Are Caps doing a phenomenal job once again of just wavering the storm. They don't get the power up, unfortunately, but they do shut it down. And right now, you're seeing some aggression.
Definitely seeing the aggression. Druck going to try to fend it off, though. Instead of, does he go back to red, though? He's going to go back up the center map. Try to get into that flag, get advanced timing on the base here. Already up in the window. What can he do with this position, though? Gold Star already mounting the challenge. You got multiple in front of him. Shots into Scariotic, though. Does clean up one. Huge play, actually, as he stays alive here. Going to dip out of bottom base, back up the top. And the spawns in car are open, so Druck, he knows he's going to get tagged up quickly. But he does manage to get it to window, so great little rally here. Can he get through bottom mid, though? Needs the teammates to defend him. He'll toss the flag out through, actually take it safely down through bottom base. Dodging nades as he does it, but man, the movement out of Druck to get through this situation. JK, the last line of defense, gets shut down. Flag still collected. Everyone out on blue side of the map, so that is a guaranteed 1-0 for KCP. A hard-earned flag by Druck there as well.
1-0 KCP, and finally they get that one on the board. It was just a matter of time, it always felt like. What Are Caps needs to figure out a way to get a cap on the board, and when your team name is What Are Caps, you might not be able to figure that out, right? Not to be that guy, but the team name says it all as of right now. Just 1-0. Super CC looks like he's finding his groove as he's sliding away. Gets that kill ping too, finds himself a camo, and now looks to hunt down these players, rotating back top their base, trying to stop this second flag from being punched in.
Yeah, that flag is going in. There's nobody stopping him. Talik will put that in. He'll get the kill on the Scary. He'll push out the car as well and already get back to that center map here. You've got some threats down on pink side, up on top mid. Just a feeding frenzy for Talik to put some damage in. At this point, just one more opening for KCP, and that'll be curtains for game one. What Are Caps? What are they going to do about this situation here? Goldstar already under red base. Does get deleted instantly, though. Exo going to replace him. Exo gets deleted. That's a double for Soul Snipe. And a couple body shots as well. KCP, they're back to play, and they're coming back with a little bit of, I want to say, attitude, maybe? A little bit of, you know, a little bit of disrespect, Wes.
Absolutely. These guys are out for blood, right? Like, they will not be happy until they're back in the finals competing against 21-54, 45, whatever the number is. But KCP, they're focused right now, right? They know that they want to get back to that finals, and they're willing to stomp on anybody that's in their way. Unfortunately, for What Are Caps, they found themselves against this juggernaut of a team in KCP. And with it, they're getting exposed.
Yep, that's a GG, West. I don't see this happening. That flag's already out through pink door. Druck gets one with a hot 5. That's Scariatic down, and a 3-0 for KCP in game one. And their gameplay in between kills looks like they're not even taking it seriously, Wes, which is, you know, hopefully a reason for What Are Caps to turn things around, come back with a force, because the last thing you want is to lose and to kind of be mocked like this at the same time, you know?
Yeah, 6 minutes of game time, 3 caps go on the board, 22 kills, I believe it was, for Super CC. And I mean, it's just everybody on this team looks like they're playing very, very well. And What Are Caps? Yeah, you have a bunch of individual skilled players, but that's not going to be enough when you get this far into the tournament. You're going to have to piece it together and play cohesive Halo. We know KCP, that's what they do best. They play cohesive Halo. They play together. They're efficient when it comes down to it, and that's what it's going to take a match of that efficiency in order to compete with them. What Are Caps might not be capable of that, at least this early on with the roster they're playing with. Well,
like we said earlier, their team name kind of fights against them, right? But not for Slayer, though, right? Yeah, they don't need to know what caps are to get slays. So assuming we got a Slayer next, maybe, maybe we'll see some signs of life. However, we'll likely get another objective at some point, too. But we do have a Slayer. It is a rigged Slayer. So What Are Caps? Let's see what they can do with this new opportunity here, and hopefully not fall off the map in the process of burning the camo. It looks like that camo did get picked up. I think it's Soul Snipe who got away with it.
Soul Snipe gets away with it, but a lead for What Are Caps early on. A little bit of an overextension from JK. He was trying to hunt down that camo player, but he ends up just walking into his death because of it. Soul Snipe with the snipe now in hands. Camo as well. You want to see him be aggressive with his team here. I don't know how sitting back is going to really pay off for his team. Unfortunately, they do lose 2, and now, a nice snapshot to trade that kill, but unfortunately, it's a 4-1 trade for What Are Caps, and right now, 7-4 being the score. They have snipe now in hands. I believe if they're able to pick it up, it's going to be JK that finds it on the ground, and we know this kid can pop off with this.
Unfortunately, as you say, he does whiff, but there's a shot to the leg right there of that red player. We'll whiff the third, though, right on top of Druck. Hopefully, kind of burning through the ammo there. Not getting anything for it. It's a little unfortunate there for JK. Probably a best-case scenario for What Are Caps, though, to only have a 1-kill deficit after all of the power-ups, power weapons seem to be in the favor of red. But things only just seem to be getting started for KCP. That'll tie the game up here. Couple cheeky shots into Exo, who's in a pretty rough spot, bottom trench. Soul Snipe going to rotate back down to center here. And it looks like he's got a great angle to delete both Goldstar and JK. And maybe Scariatic, too. Scary will drop as well, so that now brings us to 13-9 and a carbine spawn as well, and things might just get started with this.
Split spawns coming for what are caps. 3 spawn back BR, 1 spawns out Carbine. Fortunately, though, the Carbine player does get a kill, and because of it, he's going to be able to sandwich with his team top rail. It was 2 players, and Soul Snipe, he finds a 3rd. So great job by KCP to start off slow, but find their footing. Water Caps needs to figure out a way to slow KCP down, because their teamwork right there is what really allowed them to come back in this game. A very impressive performance.
Oh my God, Soul Snipe, does he live? Okay, he doesn't live. Thankfully, they managed to burn the camo there. Goldstar going to back off. Druck going to get right up into the face of, I believe, Scariotic, who's trying to get out of that situation. Slight advantage here on the side of KCP as they look to hold on to inside map, though. You can see plenty of pressure coming up through tower here. A couple whiff melees left and right, though. You don't want to see that from Water Caps because 3 of them drop in quick succession. That'll force the spawns out to Car once again. And we'll likely see the collapse here from them, but they'll hold on to inside map for now.
No power weapons coming up, I don't believe. Actually, 10 seconds for Snipe. I'm misspoken, and with that, a couple of kills are going to allow KCP to probably gain control of this Snipe. I like this push on the Hall. A stick and a thrust forward almost gets away with his life, is Druck, but a good job to trade that kill off if you're Water Caps, but you blink, and it leads up to 9 right now. It was a great start for Water Caps, but ever since then, it's been all KCP. They do end up taking out that sniper back bunker, so they're able to get control. It's going to be Scariotic in control of the snipe. If we can go to his screen, maybe he's able to muster a play or 2 to bring his team back in this.
Scariotic with a hell of an opportunity. 7 shots in snipe. Players dead all over the feed, though. What will he do with this, though? In the tower. Okay. All right, good start. Shotty down for the count, that's for sure. He'll go back up the top tower here. Got to look for that spawner. Looks like he's rotated out from bunker, multiple below him in tower, so nice little perch to sit up on. Can he play the patient game here? You know he hears it below as well, but he's got his teammates in a brawl on yellow, and he's not doing anything about it. He's waiting for the spring jump, and it looks like the patience paid off for him at the very least. Can he get a spawn kill as well, though? Rotate the back cat. Still 4 shots to work with here, so Scary could still make plays, and the camo about to be up as well, so kind of an interesting timing to give up that bunker side spawn. You want to be holding center, but Goldstar with the double, that'll do it.
Lost this team, this enemy top rail. There's going to be more than one. Does he know that there's more than one, or does he think he just got him off? He finds a second head, too. Scariotic getting his team right back in this game. It's a 4-kill game. They've secured the camo. As long as you rotate with your team, I'd have to say that's the way to play this map, even Halo 5 in general. But right now, JK getting the kill himself. Scariotic's going to be out of that snipe ammo, but damage done, and he's brought his team right back into it, making it a 3-kill game.
Scary starting to make some big plays for his team here. They've narrowed out that scoreline. Still surviving somehow on E2. Gonna have to back out here, but getting tagged up. Down to 1 shot. Thankfully, teammates spawn up with him, and they can work together to break through from this. But this inside map can be so important in closing out that scoreline. 2 push tower. 1 coming in from outside. Goldstar gonna square off with 1 up on tower here. Soul Snipe, is he ready for this though? Goldstar will hold on to the high ground for now. And just trades left and right in this one. No, did he see him spring jump? He didn't see it. Soul Snipe with the sneaky play behind them, and Goldstar, you'd expect him to be aware of it.
I feel like you have to predict that at this point in Halo 5, right? It's the most common jump. You saw Scariotic do it earlier. You saw the player follow Scariotic doing it the same. Unfortunately, not the same predictive skills goes on later in this game. Great nades come in from KCP. They got multiple players weak in Whitehall. Super CC is going to jump up, finish 1, find himself a weak player in the basement, but he can't finish that kill off. It's a 1-kill game now. Camo coming up in about 20 seconds, and you see KCP try to slow this down, control rail, and play for this next camo.
This is it right here. Water Caps tournament life on the line. 8 kills separating them from staying in here. But 6 kills for that red team as they start to whittle away at the defense is Scary. He's going to slowly break out of this. But all of his teammates have just died. They found him as well. Make it 47-42. Can we see anything? Goldstar at a deficit like this, you wouldn't expect a thrust slide out of bunker. They're all dead for this, Wes. That's 49. Can they get 1 more with this shotgun? Maybe not. Maybe a couple melees will do it from Talik. But 50-43 to close out the game. And what could have been a nail biter, but unfortunately they just got picked apart left and right from KCP. And KCP, they'll move on confidently, Wes.
A great 15-8 performance from Talik, but really it's all of KCP and their teamwork that was the difference here. Like I said, you have great skill on the other side, but you wondered how their chemistry was going to build up and play to the level that KCP plays at. I think that's tough to ask any group of free agents or even good players to do. I know we're going to see that probably out of 21-45, but that's a different saying. Those guys have been doing this for years. I think that that group of core players that we just saw that have a ton of skill, it's only a matter of time till they're able to get the right group of four and click. I just think they need to build some chemistry with the set roster first. I'm not sure if that's what they're waiting for Infinite to do or not.
Right.
But they made it very far in this tournament. But running up against KCP, you know you get your hands full, and unfortunately it was too much to try and overcome.
One thing I will say about Watercaps, they had the same roster last week, Wes. I think they did pretty well last week, but I'm pretty sure they have done better this time, ending off in winter semis. That's got to put them in at the least, I'd say, a top 6 finish. Assuming they stay together, maybe they can continue to improve, continue to make plays, because those 4 players, we know how talented they are, and it's just about getting that coordination, being in sync, and being able to match some of these players on KCP, because they have a ton of experience against this competition. Like we said, it's just it's the reps together. It's the synchronized plays. Anyway, in the meantime, KCP, they'll continue to dominate just as usual. We'll see if they can carry that through with PK, because I believe PK might be their next competitors very soon here, and PK are the reason they're in the lower bracket in the first place. But let's get Yeso to break down that series, and soon we'll be back with more.
All right. KCP, talked about it during my last segment. They are on a warpath right now. And while the second game did get a little close there in the middle, in the end, KCP just runs through what are Caps, and they will move on to the losers bracket final and a rematch with PK. So let's just bring up the stats here. We'll start with game number 1, and KCP just not wasting any time. All of these squads, they're looking for a top 2, at the very least finish. They want to get into grand finals, and they're saying to everybody in this bracket, get the heck out of my way. We are running right through you. So we start on CTF, and I talked about in the last series. Oh, wow, KCP dominated game 1 on an objective. It must have been CTF. Well, it was this time around CTF on Truth. It took a little longer than we typically see for the KCP speed runs, and I would say this one isn't a speed run because we've seen them win CTF games consistently under 4 minutes when they have the opportunity to do so. This one taking over 6 minutes, but 3-0, still a strong finish in game number 1. Let's jump to the Slayer stats here. As What Are Caps just never really able to get a good opportunity in this first game. Super CC leading the way in the frags, 22 kills and 7 assists, and really good all across the board. Talik 15 and 15, 12 and 14 for Solstein. Even Druck bringing up the rear with 14 kills and 10 assists. So really great team effort from KCP. They got rolling and never looked back. Meanwhile, on the other side, honestly, not bad numbers in the Slayer department. Everybody up in the double digits, even had double digits assists for Exodia, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. They couldn't get those kind of well-timed multiple players on KCP down to give them the opening to grab that flag, move towards their base, and it cost them here in game 1. So it's a 3-0 win. Let's go to the last page of stats here before we jump to game number 2. 15.3 KDA. Chef's kiss there from Super CC. The 62.4% accuracy from Talik as well, looking really, really good. He leads in the damage department for the entire game. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gold Star, the only one able to grab a positive KDA in this one. Great accuracy as well. Look at even Scariotic, 70.4%. So hitting his shots very, very consistently. That's 7 out of 10. And just wasn't enough for What Are Caps. So they go down 1-0 here in CTF, which honestly, if you're a team coming up against KCP, this is not, I would say, outside of expectations. This is just what they're good at. We beat this story to death, but KCP is fantastic in objective game times. But we go to game 2. Now's the opportunity. I highlighted earlier in the day. Slayer is not, KCP is not weak at Slayer, but this is typically the game mode where you can pull a win away from them. And you almost always are going to need to win the Slayer match against KCP if you want to beat them in a best of 3. And What Are Caps, as I mentioned, were able to look really strong kind of in the middle of this game. KCP pulled away a little bit early, They were up about 9-10 kills for a while, kind of as they eclipsed that 30 kill mark, and then Watercaps started to charge back. It got as close as, I believe, 2 or 3 kills, but Watercaps were never able to gain a lead late in this game, and KCP put it away. 50-43, not a huge margin here, but enough for KCP to be feeling comfortable for these last few kills. Everybody gets in the double digits. We see Druck and Soul Snipe with double digits assists, 11 and 12 respectively. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gold Star, JKV, and Scariotics all at 12 kills apiece. Exodia with 7. And, you know, I wouldn't lay this loss at Exodia's feet just for, you know, having the lowest amount of kills. But it is certainly going to sting here when it seemed like they were so close. They were really starting to bring it back, but they just didn't seem to have enough gas left in the tank to finish off KCP on this. And it means they didn't even earn the opportunity to try and steal a second objective game type of way and play on Strongholds. Let's go to the last page of stats here before we wrap up this losers semifinal series. As we jump over, Talik with the 9.3 KDA looking really strong. Accuracy numbers, I would say, across the board, uncharacteristically low for KCP here. The highest being Talik with the 51.8%. 2 players just shy of 50%. But it didn't really matter. KCP took care of business. They won the fights. They win by 7 kills. And that's all she wrote. Gold Star BR leading the way. In terms of the kills, Scariotics with the 4.3 KDA is solid and good accuracy as well. But Watercaps falls. And, you know, hey, there's some big, well-known names on that Watercaps squad. We haven't seen a ton of Gold Star BR in the last few tournaments here on Microsoft Sundays. And this is a player I really enjoy watching. Loved watching him in our Kellogg's 25K 1v1s a few months ago. So hoping to see more Gold Star. We'll have to see if that squad sticks together. But we've got another matchup ready, folks. It's the KCP PK rematch. It's losers finals. It's for the last spot in Grands. Let's see who's going to take it. I'm going to hand it off back to Clutch and Shyway.
Yeah, so you said it beautifully, my man. It is the KCP PK rematch losers finals. Wes, we got to get into this one. KCP, do you think they're ready now?
Absolutely. I think KCP has wanted this series ever since the last time these two matched up. I think KCP is kind of bummed at the way they played in winner's bracket when they matched up earlier today, and I don't think that they're going to come with the same lackluster performance. I think they're going to bring it to PK, and if I'm PK, I have to start the series off hot because I don't want KCP getting confidence, getting momentum, and thinking that they're the better team once again, because the second that happens, KCP can run with that momentum.
Now, Wes, speaking of run backs, we might actually have quite a run back, like true and true here, as far as the first map game type. So last series, PK KCP started with Fathom CTF. This series also starts with Fathom CTF. PK won it last time. KCP, typically the favorites. Can they change their game plan? Can they beat PK when it matters here in losers finals? Let's find out.
That's so. With this light rifle, it's gonna be his job to anchor for his team. He does lose 2 teammates. He's in the enemy tree right now, and they may not know he's there. They're gonna look for him for a bit. Soul Snipe gonna be on the opposite side of the map, finding a kill bottom middle, reposition top middle with this rail. Thinks that there's a player around porch, but can't quite spot him. Gets information to Druck, but can't hit the rail gun shot, and because of it, he's gonna offer to go double back, help his teammates secure this defensive return. But all while that happens, PK is able to play successful defense, and Soul Snipe not doing too much with this railgun so far. He picks up a kill, but with the rest of his teammates on respawn, it's not that big of a deal.
Let's see if he can make a big deal out of the remaining plays here, though. He did rotate. Does get that pickup. He's back out to mid, though. Trying to time the challenge with his team. Opening shots coming in. CC already pushing up the silo. That's a great vantage point. Soulside can work with them. You can see he's already getting tagged up in the backside, though. So a player rotating out through Treehouse. And that was Gish. That was Drift. Trying to break out of this setup here. Tapping buttons. I mean, speaking of breaking out, he'll chase down that one player into tree. Now with a vantage point for himself. And what can he make of it, though? Looks like he'll slow play this until he knows he's got an opportunity, and he might want to move in just a sec here. His teammates already cleaning up shop. That's Drift with 2, and Tapping will move forward.
Tapping Needs to win this one-on-one. Tapping typically the winner of 1v1s, but Druck is going to have that individual skill just as well as tapping and finds the 5 onto him. Drift does catch that overextension to his flag, but unable to finish that kill. Fortunately, tapping comes right off spawn, able to find that player, take him out. And with 2 kills going in their favor, it's a 2-2 trade, and map control being the name of the game right now. As new railgun comes up, Camo also on the come up. A big kill for PK right there as Atso gets another player to no shield. Atso playing very well to start this game, securing Camo as well.
We've seen it time and time again with Atso. He's always grabbing that camo, making plays, and this is just a perfect opportunity for him to do it all over again. He's got to start with Druck, though. Druck being a very difficult kill. Finally, he'll get him. Hold on to red base here. That flag, I believe, already out and being ran. They do have it in blue base. Raylan hands to Atso with a double. He's looking to do more. He actually turns a triple. And can they get that into a flag cap? Flag collected into the window. One last rally to get this, and Druck in position to try to stop it, but good luck. He'll meet the fist of 2, and that's a flag in the pedestal for a 1-0 start. West, we didn't get to officially see it last time, but I'm starting to see how PK might have pulled away with this one in the last series.
Absolutely. I mean, this is what PK needed, right? They needed to get off to a hot start. They needed to stay with the confidence they had earlier today. They needed to establish dominance early in the series to make sure they're playing the same KCP they played earlier today. And that's exactly what we're seeing, right? KCP has had power weapons, they've had positioning, they've had opportunity, but PK, to their credit, they're playing good enough defense, and they capitalized on some slays right there. They got the flag punched in, and a phenomenal job to set the tone for the rest of the series.
And the tone has been set for sure, and let's see if they can keep that tone throughout this game here, because Talik already in blue base. He's got a teammate with the flag. He's a line of defense with him. That flag being rallied through, I believe, bottom mid. Spawners up in silo. Overextension coming in through bottom mid as well. Talik got to get into this, putting some damage into Porsche, but those bodies already on the return, so Talik already thinking about the second pull. And I like this from him, assuming the return comes in. We got a hell of a brawl going down in the base. Talik does pick up a big kill. Return does come through, so immediate flag collection. He'll take that out through mid. Can he get so it looks like he will opt to leave the railgun because he knows it's a hot point of contention here. He wants the camo instead. So Talik trying to do it all as he puts the camo out to bait. Shots into bottom mid to leave that player one shot. Camo late as hell, but still Talik, he is holding on to the defense here. But is it enough though, right? That flag goes through, they still cap it, and everything Talik's doing to keep this in session seems to all be falling apart in front of him.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The efficiency isn't there, right? I mean, no matter how good of a play it is, if it's not based around the objective, how good of a play can it be in the CTF format? The potential for a counter cap is alive, though, so Talik, to his credit, could muster something to give his team a little bit of life here, but unfortunately, multiple teammates go down. Does get the first guy on the return, does get the touch. There's a guy in the back of his base that he needs to deal with, unfortunately. He's going to be able to do that as well. They're going to get that first flag cap on the board, so a great counter cap opportunity for KCP to get on the board, but still down by 1. They need to figure out a way to tie this game up.
Gotta say, Wes, Talik, okay, finally died. He was alive that entire time. We finally switched off him. I'm loving this spot at a CC, though. Look at this, so sneaky. And he didn't get first shot despite it, though. Gambino does see him perched up there, and he'll kill him for it. Soul Snipe still tethered back in base. Got some pressure coming in out front door. That's Gambino. Just picked up the kill. Soul Snipe, a couple shots to the body. Gets pinched by a second. That flag out the window. Pressure coming in from PK and the defense to help tapping with the rally. This is the final flag here, Wes. Can they get the overextension, though? You've got one more line of defense on that doorway, but Gambino flying in to cut him off. Tapping buttons. Just seconds away from planting it in and ending our game 1 with a 3-1 start. PK, they did it once. They'll do it twice. They are just better at CTF Fathom today.
PK, they have the recipe for success, and if you can beat KCP in some CTFs, you can take the series from them, right? We've seen it earlier today being the fact. Drift popping off with 20 kills to his name right there, and that's how you start a series that you need to win. If you're Drift, you love popping off for your team right there, and if you're Drift's teammates, you're feeding off that energy and hopefully rolling it right into game 2.
What a game 1, though. So flag 1 came off a well-coordinated play off of Atso's camo grab, right? He picked up camo, got a double kill, got the rail for the triple, and they had a coordinated run at the same time that they got that round of slays. That's the beauty of Fathom, is the spawns are so prevalent, but if you get slays in quick succession followed by a flag run, you're done. You're in the end zone. Is end zone, does that work there for the flag, Wes? You're in the end zone with the flag.
That works. Now we're learning.
Now I know. Okay, beautiful. Right, so they did that with flag 1. And I'm not even going to talk about the rest because it doesn't matter anymore. Here we are, Wes. Game 2. Slayer, Kali, and KCP. This is their final chance. This is it. They need to pull something out here. And so far, the snipe is in the hands of Tapping, and he might be the one to make the play.
We've seen Tapping make the play with Snipe too often throughout his Halo 5 career, and a great job by Soul Snipe to shut that down. Somehow, rockets are already over top catwalk. Soul Snipe getting those rockets and getting them across the map to impact the Snipe battle could potentially have just saved his team the game. Gets Soul Snipe to snipe. Unfortunately, he gets back down immediately from the player top rockets, but a good positioning right now for KCP to control Snipes out of the map. A nice nade, and Talik finds a kill himself, so 2-kill advantage, backs up to Blue Cave, and I like what we're seeing right now out of KCP. This positioning should pay off if they play the situation correctly.
This is it. You're just waiting for the shot to line up, and then you see him look away at the very last millisecond. He's got this one, though. Beauty! Into the back. That's a spree at a Soul Snipe. Full Snipe still. Plants one into the body. 6 shots left. Alone in the back of Blue Base, though. And he might be in a tough spot if he doesn't have team help. If he is in trouble, you can see the enemy team spaced out and away from him, though. So Soul Snipe rotation to Ben. He find an angle here. Loving the placement. Doesn't pick it up on tapping. Instead, Magnum will do the trick. Back up the top rocks here. Still looking for brains, for anything. CC, he'll get his piv. One up on rockets. Does he reach out this? Oh my God! Yes, he does, Wes. That was the answer to my question. My God.
A beautiful shot right before getting taken down, but right now Drift with the snipe, 4 bullets to his name. He's going to land a body back flag. Does spot this player creeping up below him. Nice little nade's going to get him a trade from his teammates, but unfortunately Tapping soaring through the sky gets taken out. The trade for Gambino comes through, actually. Atso finds another kill, so they actually trade efficiently here at Blue while the snipe battle was going down. Rockets coming up right now. They should be able to secure those as well. Gambino going to be by himself bottom snipe, but he finds a kill before going down as well. Gets the lead for his team, and PK all of a sudden back in the driver's seat. The headshot, not for Atso, but a nice body to maintain a little bit of control for his team. And you see Tapping and Atso trying to push blue flag, but they're going to be denied. 2 come through for Talik.
4.
As 4 go down for PK right there. Somehow KCP in a perfect position to go 4-0 right there in those trades.
Yep. And that's brutal for PK because they all spawn together on the elbow. KCP completely aware of it. Trying to get a collapse, but actually PK fending off the pressure pretty successfully. Soul Snipe, though, rockets in the back pocket here. Player out in the bend, snaps onto him. Gambino down, rocket into the street, but tapping the sprint button a little too quick there. Soul Snipe can't hit either. And those rockets will, I guess, land into the environment instead of a kill right there. Drift will get away with a snipe as well. And such a nerve-wracking threat in this game, the snipe is. But Drift can't get the kill with it, and he can't play it either. KCP, they'll collect it again.
Still a 5-kill game. Super CC with snipe. 4 bullets to his name's going to have an opportunity here to extend this lead. Maybe make this game a little bit of a one-sided affair. But PK doing everything they can to stay in it. What looked like some hit markers didn't land himself a kill there, and now Drift with the snipe, we've seen him go off, and a 2-kill game. Drift's going to make it a 1-kill game here, and this is big for PK fans.
Drift looking to snap on a couple heads. He's already got 1. Only 2 shots left to work with here, though. He's about to be collapsed on from snipe, so I love the awareness. Going to quickly rotate out, be replaced by a teammate. Rocket's about to pop as well, so this rotation will support it. Jesus, Druck, watch your face. He's out. That's it for the sniper, though. 3 dead on the feed. Last remaining player up in the maze, and he's hiding like a rat. Not much he can do. Rockets picked up. PK with an advantage. And pressure onto the new spawn here west. They got rockets. They got spawn pressure. KCP, they're in trouble if they don't turn this around.
KCP is on the ropes right now. PK giving them everything they got and a little bit more. Wasn't sure if PK was going to have this left in the tank for the day, but it looks like PK has come to play. Up 2 kills as we pass the halfway mark. The game's starting to get interesting, and it's PK in the driver's seat.
Patient 3-shot beat down on a tapping, though a stick left behind just to seal him out. Just a 1 kill advantage. Wes, you said it. It's getting interesting. It's getting real close, real dicey for these players. Especially KCP, backs against the wall, out of the tournament. If they lose this, every life counts dearly. And a 1 kill advantage now. Snipe side control going to be so crucial. Flank coming out from Talik into red base. It's a Druck with the opening shot, so rotate. Talik does pick up that kill. Gonna snap onto tapping as well. A little bit of a lead starting to form as Gambino drops. Drift will get a trade, but Drift, look at this. He's caught out dry in the open, and good luck staying alive there.
I mean, KCP did such a good job of getting these 3 kills, this 3-kill lead right here. It looked like PK was running with the advantage for a little bit, but no. You see KCP, the moment not too big for them, up 5 kills now and playing some Halo behind it. They want to stay in this tournament. They want to get back to the finals, and to go through PK, apparently it's going to be a taller ask than what they may have thought because PK here to play. But KCP, they want to see a game 3.
Can PK hold on till the weapon spawn? No, you know what? I don't think they can. Look at this. KCP running through them. Talik about to pick up a double. Spawner's up on blue side, but 3 kills left in this game. And before we hit the 6-minute mark, we might not even get to see the weapons. Looks like they will make a cameo in the end of this match here in the hands of KCP once again. Talik, 3-shot beatdown, I believe. Adso being the most difficult kill, but he still will die. Now 49. 1 kill to close the game, and it does go through. KCP, they hold on to their tournament life, and they tie our series with a 50-41.
Now the losers finals is all tied up 1-1. KCP getting to a game 3. I wasn't sure if it was going to happen when we looked halfway through that game, but they got the job done. Depending on what game 3 is, however, could spell trouble for KCP right now. But they've got their feet on the ground finally in a series against PK. They may have solved the problems that they have had so far throughout the day. PK, don't let this one slip away because you worked so hard to get that 1-0 lead, and now all of a sudden the series being tied up. Tournament lives are on the line for both teams here.
Yep.
We got 1 game of Halo 5 to decide it.
Exactly. Now get this. CTF Fathom was the start. That's what we had in the last series. PK won it twice in a row. The final match for this series is Strongholds on the Rig. The exact same match that we just saw in the winner's side when KCP lost it. Now, to those who were not here for that match, there was a player dropout midway through. KCP was winning. We had multiple disconnects. It was a bit of a rocky start until eventually we reset the whole thing. And then PK on the clean slate, they came through and they won it on this map. So KCP going to try again to take things home here, to bring it to grand finals. They need to start strong, and it looks like they do at least have the camo to start and a shotgun for Soul Snipe.
This is just about players stepping up and making plays, right? Your tournament's on the line. Who's going to step up and make the play? Soul Snipe, camo, Shoddy, you better make the play. He gets the kill. Going to rotate immediately to BR base. He's got Railgun as well. A huge opportunity for him to be the star that he can be. And he's going to shine right now as he gets the reset into base and is going to hunt down this player back engine. What knocks the player weak? Looked like a good shot to me, but unfortunately not enough for the servers of Halo 5. And that player's going to get away with his life. But all the meanwhile, they're getting points right here, right? You had a scatter shot, and unfortunately it's not the prettiest life from Soul Snipe, but when we talk about efficiency, when we talk about effectiveness, Soul Snipe just got 2 different resets on Strongholds. He picked up 3 kills, and while it didn't look like it was the flashiest way to do it, he's got his team comfortably driving in a 20-point lead.
They are definitely holding on to some control, albeit scrappy, but control is control, and that's what they need. Now, Talik has been popping off all series long, just in the background, Wes. We haven't always seen his POV, but he popped off in Slayer. Got a big piv right there, and now a trip cap on board for KCP once again. Time quickly turning in their favor. You rail about to pop up in just a second, and CC maybe about to get himself a couple kills here. Druck does drop the second. Going to try to outplay this player with a strafe. Doesn't have the bullets to do it. That's Tapping who wins it. And that's a huge win for Tapping. He needs to be close to that railgun, though, if they want any form of presence. If they want the slays, they got to get hands on it. Gambino and Drift, 2 big opening kills. Remaining 2 players inside map, and that's Talik once again. Talik pulled away with that rail. And will he make a play? Will he put a stop to PK in their opening?
It looked like nobody suspected him to be pushing top rail right there, but he only goes 1 for 1. And Talik with the railgun right here is going to spot the camo player, drops into no shield. Soul Snipe finishes him out, so good communication and teamwork on KCP's front. A nice job finishing off that player that was back Carbine. Now they find themselves in a double cap. They should be able to get these players out. A 2-for-1 rail, make it a triple kill. The last player alive spawns back here. He's going to get information, going to get some good damage as well as the reset onto the stronghold. And if they're able to capture Nest, which they're not due to the great nades of the spawners from PK, but that was a great sequence of events right there. 44-8 now in Game 3.
I mean, understand that they were at a 2-kill deficit right there, and Talik managed to weasel away with the rail and completely turn the situation around. And what a little surgical double kill he got there with that angle straight through to BR base, and they're still feeling the pain from it. Talik off a spawn melee kill. Back in the basement here. Druck going to get advanced timing on this bunker spawn. Look at this. Nade's already coming in. But so is the gunfire out of PK. And, my God, what artillery to just drop Druck quickly. Is it enough to get a capture, though? Trip cap on board for PK. For KCP. PK will stop the bleeding to fend things off. You got multiple over on Car. And topping. Bit of a dangerous game to get in here alone. He needs that teammate with him, and that teammate has been slaughtered by Talik once again. Topping, he can't get out. He'll eat a face of bullets here. And that shotgun way too difficult in the basement. I mean, at this point, I'm just seeing PK drop left and right in every gunfight, Wes.
Everyone on KCP's winning their one-on-ones. This is a massive turn of events for KCP. You're feeling momentum shift in this series, and they have taken the bull by the horns. A triple kill for Soul Snipe is going to secure more time on the board for his team. They want to get the reset in the basement here, but they're not going to be able to do it with just Soul Snipe hopping in there. So the trip cap not going to stay into effect for too long, but right now they're basically rotating however they want. Their one-on-ones, they're going in the favor of KCP. Talik finds one, applies some pressure on the BR base basement once again. But right now, PK, you're in control of one stronghold and you're being forced to play defense. You cannot find a winning recipe there.
You can see in Talik's gameplay, he is just reading multiple steps ahead of the movements of all these PK players. And as I say it, I mean CC popping off on screen as well. Everyone on PK putting up montage clips in Game 3. Sorry, on KCP, I keep flipping the damn teams. You guys get it. KCP, absolute destruction out of them. And I want to say it's not over, but I won't be a believer unless PK gets some semblance of control in the next 5 seconds. They'll push over to Nest and try to hold on, but look at this. KCP is Talik once again on the feed with a disruption, tapping, trying to make something out of the situation. He does get drugged, but look at this, melted again by Talik on the Carbine, who just seems to have sights and awareness of everyone in every location.
And Drift, slow playing this situation, I mean, you're down 90-15. You don't have time to slow play at this point. You got to make a play. He does find one. Potentially can find two. Does knock that player down to no shield. He's going to have to hop in Nest, though. Like, you need a stronghold for your team. You got to do it now, and unfortunately, you're being out-rotated. KCP already in basement right now. Drift, you have to sprint to the stronghold. Show some eagerness right now because your tournament life, it's getting thrown out the window. KCP showing you exactly why they're in the finals and they were the champions last week. Their efficiency is unmatched, and in an objective game type like strongholds on the rig, it's difficult to beat them once, let alone twice in one tournament.
KCP looking fierce in Game 3, Wes. What a blowout for Game 3 there. 100-15. Everyone popping off. But if you could just hit the controller pad. There you go. 19-8 out of Talik right there. And 52 accuracy, not too shabby, with the most damage and one hell of a score line. The man was constantly on the feed. He had the railgun plays to completely just break any form of setup out of PK there. But just beautiful plays at a KCP. PK, they gave us a show, right? They won the battles. They won winner's side. They didn't win the war, though, Wes. When it really came down to it, when it mattered on loser's side finals, PK, they go down in third place to close their tournament life. And Wes, all that's left are two teams. All that's left is Grands, and I can't wait to get to it. So let's send it to Yeso to break down the stats, and we'll be back with the best or most important matchup in the tournament.
I am not fortunate. One moment. How about now, Connie? Oh yeah, we can hear me. As a gamer, This is a heckin' gamer here to talk about some Halo 5. All I really have to say is KCP won when it mattered most. Obviously, we talked about set it up as the rematch, right? These two squads met in winners semifinals, and PK took it in fairly convincing fashion. And then they come into this matchup as we pull up our stats for the first game and started strong. We come into CTF. That's game 3. We'll try this again. There it is. CTF on Fathom. They come in and they start off strong, 3-1. And we beat this to death, but KCP is really good on objectives and specifically on CTF. And so if you're a squad like PK and you come in and you just dominate KCP on CTF, you should be feeling great about this series. And it looked like KCP might lose it, especially when we went to the second map and it was close. But before we get there, let's break down this one. Let's jump to the Slayer stats. It's a 3-1 win in just over 6 minutes. And Drift. Big game from Drift here to start things off. 20 kills and 7 assists. Tapping buttons also showing up well. That 12 kills is, you would say significantly less, but that plus the 13 assists is a really good showing from tapping buttons, and both Atso and Gambino following up with 11 kills apiece. So really good game here from PK. And meanwhile, on the other side, Talik at Super CC with some good numbers, but when you see nobody in the double digits in assists, it just meant that the teamwork wasn't quite there as much for KCP in this first game. And a strong showing for PK in game 1 as we jump to the last page of stats here for the first round of this matchup. And it was just like, wow. This is, it was, at the end of game 1, I would say, PK's series to lose because it felt like KCP on the ropes. Tapping buttons with a great game, 9.3 KDA and the 54.7% accuracy. Just shy of 2,000 damage. Drift was able to eclipse that mark. But Talik, in fact, led the lobby with near 2,500 damage. So PK takes the 1-0 lead, and we jump into the second map, and we go to Slayer. And now it's KCP's turn to respond. And this was a match that was neck and neck for so long. PK and KCP trading back and forth. PK kind of had a bit of an early lead. KCP comes back. They're going back and forth. And then KCP grabs a lead around that kind of 36 kill mark. And they never look back. Everybody in double digits in kills. 15 for Talik leads the way. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gambino had a bit of a rough game here, 5 kills and 5 assists. That ends up being a bit of the difference in this one as they end up dropping 50-41. Let's go to the last page of stats here for this Slayer matchup. In KCP, really, you saw it. They were battling back and forth in this matchup, and once they took that lead in the end of game number 2, it really felt like they weren't looking back. They looked like the KCP we saw in their previous 2 series in the losers bracket, and they just dominate from there. Talik with the 57.5% accuracy, even Soul Snipe just short of 60%. Really good from this team. And now we go to game 3. And KCP carried what they had in the end of game 2 into game 3 and dominated 100-15. In this third map, the decider for this best of 3 and the decider for who moves on to grand finals. And KCP looked impressive. Let's go to the Slayer stats for this one. And this will probably tell quite a significant story, and it does. Drift, the only player on PK to get double-digit kills. Meanwhile, on the other side, everybody up in the double digits. Talik led the way with 19 kills in this game. And Tapping Button is the only player with double-digit assists. So PK just wasn't fragging well enough here. And when you see a lopsided scoreline like this on Strongholds, you're likely going to see very lopsided kill numbers because, if you aren't getting really any sort of a foothold in the game, it just means you're not getting enough kills to open yourself the time to capture these points and shift the momentum of the game. And PK was never able to do it. KCP took an early lead. They never looked back. They just dominate this third map. They dominate the end of this series. And again, they won when it mattered most. This one with hundreds of dollars on the line, a spot in the grand finals on the line. KCP show up big, they take care of business, and they move on. 2-1 victory over PK. Talik with a 12.5 KDA. Talik having a monstrous series, honestly. Is certainly going to be leading the way for KCP going into these grand finals, and now they've got to play against Halo 5 Day 2154, and they showed a week ago that they could compete with this roster. Obviously, you could look at their loss to PK on the winner's side and say maybe this KCP team isn't the same at the same level as we saw them a week ago, but then they come in and dominate in the last 2 games here against PK and losers finals, and I'd say it's kind of a coin toss. Considering you won't see me again until I'm closing the show at the end of grand finals, I'm going to give my prediction now. I think Team Halo 5 takes it, and I think there isn't a bracket reset, but I would love for KCP to surprise me. They surprised at the end of this series. They may have some in their sleeve for grand finals, and we'll be having that here for you after this break. So take a step, stand up, stretch a little bit, grab a drink, get ready. When we come back, it's grand finals, folks, as we close out Microsoft Sunday.
All right, this is it. We are back with the finale of the ESA Sunday tonight. And if you're just tuning in, well, you picked the best possible time to do so. 2 teams left in this tournament, the fattest share of our prize pool in line for this. But of course, what these players care about is just the respect, right? Setting the precedent for Infinite to come and earning that right to tell themselves or to call themselves the champions going on into Infinite. Either way, we got our 2 teams in front of us. It is Halo 5 day 2154 and KCP on the loser's side. 2154 is, of course, Ola, Trippy, Renegade, and Penguin. And today they have dominated everyone in their path. They have not had a chance to fight against KCP, though. KCP went down to PK in the winner's side, and now KCP is back with a vengeance in losers for a first-time matchup. And KCP actually won last week, Wes. So this is a very interesting matchup that might be able to go the distance here.
So we talked about the blood that KCP kind of wanted after losing to PK in the bracket. You guaranteed 2154 has that same eagerness to knock KCP out of this tournament. They wanted KCP to make this finals. I guarantee it.
Right.
And now that KCP's here, we're going to see is KCP's energy. Do they have enough left in the tank after that loser's bracket run, or is 2154 going to really turn it up here and continue their dominant run they've had today? Druck with the shotgun bottom middle. He finds a Penguin. Renegade goes down as well. And Nest control. It's about to be transferred over to KCP. It's just a matter of where is 2154 spawning, and can they stop them from immediately capturing Yard to get a trip cap now that they've got the Slays in their favor?
Well, one thing I will say is KCP, they took that momentum from the last series and have carried it directly into this, because Druck has been moving and grooving all game long so far.
I mean,
the man just picking up absolutely everything and kills in the process. Not sure what happened with that shotgun there, but he does at least get the trade. Those players will pour in the pit. I don't know if it shot. I don't think it shot. He just like
He didn't shoot. He pressed the button too quickly.
Maybe.
And didn't shoot. It was an easy kill. He trades his life, and because of it, 2154, they get out of the trip cap momentarily. They got the bottom mid hill, but KCP still in the driver's seat.
KCP absolutely still here, holding on to center. You got 3 of them over in Cafe side. CC with a nice nade across the map there. Talik and Soul Snipe, quick finish on the final 2. That's a easy cap on the pit, and let's see what else they can make of it, because Spawner's going to come up in Cafe here. Going to want to make that rotation out the yard. It looks like instead they're all pouring out to try to get the bottom mid, try to maybe collect a couple slays here and keep KCP guessing, but KCP ready for this challenge. CC looking for more blood off of this, but Ola will turn him. Druck will drop one as well, so players dropping left and right. KCP going to make strides over to Yard, and can they get pit at the same time, though?
The trip cap, Super CC bobbing, weaving behind the Prius. Bottom middle. Can't stay alive forever, but does. Attract enough attention, does enough damage too. Druck gonna get the camo secured, and the movement from Druck today has been so beautiful to watch.
Yeah.
Druck really feeling himself right now, and for good reason. Finds himself in the grand finals of the tournament, finds himself with a trip cap, and the boys looking to take game 1 right now. 3 strongholds still controlled by this team, and try as they might, 2154, the pressure that KCP is throwing on them seems to be too much right now. You see, Trippy's going to spawn by himself towards the loop. He's going to try and push into Yard, but Druck's not going to give this to him, and Trippy's got the good camo-wise. I don't know why Druck thought that Trippy wouldn't be able to spot him, and because of it, they finally are going to lose Yard, but the reset comes into bottom mid, and damage has been done, 61 to 10. It will be one hell of a run from 2154 to try and come back in this game. In all honesty, though, KCP, they don't look like they're going to give any leeway to him.
Not at all. KCP are on top of them. They can barely get out of Yard as it is. You got Penguin, who will finally break free with the shotgun, hopefully. Clean up on this Soul Snipe. Make his way up to top yellow with a teammate. Hopefully they can work together to clean up the remains here. You got one up on Dip. That's Talik with the laser beams. Will get a perfect kill on the CC, though, so that's what you like to see at a Penguin. Dives into bottom mid. Quick cap onto that. And if they can swing things back and turn the control around, which it looks like they can, we might see something at a 2154. Now, no, these boys, they've been sitting, they've been waiting in Winterside Grand Finals, getting a little caught off guard by the energy out of KCP, but the moment they gather their footing is the moment they can strike back. In West, it might start happening here.
Yeah, all it takes is control, right? once a great team gets control on a map like Plaza Stronghold, they can never lose it for the rest of the game. We've seen insane comebacks, far greater than the one that we see right now, with the lead difference being what it is. This game is far from over, and 2154 still in the driver's seat has a real opportunity. But Super CC getting a good amount of damage onto 2 separate players. That's going to probably open up the map. You see Talik gets a kill. Soul Snipe finds an assist to Super CC. Camo coming up. CC tries to nade it thinking someone's going to be there. But that camo is yours, boys. Go for it. Absolutely. 72 to 32.
Oh, no.
It waits too long, and because of it, camo no longer yours. 3 go down. And 2154... they're doing a good job of trying to come back here.
They're weathering the storm for sure. Deleting CC is a good start to it. Can they get any more off of this? Ola in a bit of a tricky spot. Teammate with him, though. Look at that movement at a Renegade as he drops off at S4 here. Ola going to try to help him out. Going up and down from the lift here. Going to be in a lot of trouble on Nest, though. But I think Renegade is still with him. Still burning players left and right. Look at that movement at a Renegade. It's done enough to give Ola the opportunity he needs to get this Nest. And once again, they got inside map control. What kind of hold can they put together? You got Trippy over on glass. Ola trying to hold down Nest, watching for a flank as it comes in out through Nest. Ola going to make the rotation out to center. He'll delete CC. Well, he does it, and I like this. He can try to micromanage both situations. Tell me he does burn Soul Snipe as well. Ola just doing it all right now.
Ola, is it enough to get his team back in this game? They're going to have to get bottom mid control right now. 84 points. You don't want to give any more to KCP. You want a little bit of room to play with, because perfect Halo is what it would require if they got any more. But Ola's going to be aggressive here. Going to spot this player bottom truck, finish off Trippy's kill in a 2-on-2 situation right now. And Ola's found both the enemy players. Finds one.
Oh.
It's Pistola. Does it ever surprise you? He kills 3 by himself, keeps his team control, and that's why his name is yet to be said on that greatest all-time list.
That was so damn efficient, right? He was in such a bad spot to even get 2 kills in that situation. But to turn 3 off the grave is the reason why they're holding on to a trip cap, and KCP is flailing to try to get back into Nest. Now, they finally managed to do it. And what can they break out of this? You've got 1 out the yard, multiple out below here. Nobody yet to die, though, as CC dives out for 1, and Trippy gets the best of him. And that's a pivotal opening pick here. Camo now up on top mid. KCP want their hands on it, but 2154, they're definitely searching for it. I do think someone grabbed it. Trippy, look at this, seek and destroy. I think that was Soul Snipe with the camo there. He'll try to turn. I'm sorry, that was Penguin with the massive burn right there, but KCP still managing to get pit.
Yeah, they managed to get pit, and that's the big stronghold, right? That's a very difficult thing to transition back. Numbers not going in the favor of 2154 right now, and Druck's going to try and compete for bottom mid. Gets some damage, but Renegade Penguin, they find 2 of their own, and with it, they convert it right back. 67 and counting. This could be one of those comebacks on Plaza we've been referencing throughout this game. No lead is too great for some of these teams, and the collapse on the yard, it's a factor right now. He's no shield in the hill. He's going to get help. He bought enough time. Renegade can't seem to finish the kill, and because of it, Yard gets transferred over. You still have control of 2 strongholds, but that trip cap would have been something special for 2154.
I mean, that trip cap would have spelled a comeback because they would have had to go to Yard and lose timing. So at the very least, KCP managed to weasel their way out of a bad situation and maybe hold on to a victory here. 94 points and counting. Red Team going to have to fly into pit to stop this in its tracks. Druck does get a pivotal trade to hold on to the lead that they have. I don't think they'll make it into any capture in time to close this one. So KCP, they will pull away with game 1, 100 to 76. And it deserved game one based off of that control we saw early on, Wes.
Well deserved based off the start of the game. You felt 2154's momentum starting to shift it back towards their favor, but it was too little too late. And KCP had just enough left in the tank to close that game 1 out. They need to win a second game here to get the second best of 3 online. Are they going to be able to flip this series and get it to the grand finals? Second best of 3 here in order to win this whole thing is the question. 2154 has to wake up, and they got to do it quickly.
Yeah. I mean, you could argue that 2154 had a bit of an easier route to grand finals than usual, right? Having to face PK instead of KCP early on the winner's side. They managed to just kind of plow through, and they're sitting pretty in grands. All of a sudden, KCP It's as if they haven't been there, are here now, and they're playing lights out 21-54. They're not quite ready to match the momentum, match the pressure just yet, though, considering how talented these boys are. I expect them to rise up to the challenge here in game 2. Now, of course, it is grand finals, but these are still best of 3 series. So KCP, they win this next game, they reset the bracket. We look at a second best of 3, whereas, of course, on 21-54, 2 games for them, and it's curtains for the tournament.
Absolutely. It's going to be a very important, crucial game, too, because you don't want to play 21-54 in as many games as possible. You want to close the door on this series, start the next one right away if you're a KCP fan. And if you're 21-54, you don't want to give up the entire advantage you earned through winner's bracket, especially against a team that beat you last week. You want to figure out a way to stay in this series, get this to a game 3, and close it out first.
Can they close it out with the pressure we've seen at a KCP, Wes? I don't know. KCP looking a little different coming into grands than they did back on winner's side. That's a 4-1 to start. All spawners up in blue. And Druck, my God, he's flying and fiving. The man's just burning players as he goes by, getting tagged up from behind. But look at the movement as he lives and dodges Penguin to pick up kills at the same time. Spawners in bubble, and Druck is just keeping him back and keeping them under pressure. My God, he's such a nuisance, Wes.
KCP is playing with so much confidence against a team like 21-54. You can tell they think they belong in these series now. It was early in their careers that they may have felt a little intimidation, but when they see these names, they are no longer intimidated at all.
Like, I don't know, maybe it's been a while since I've seen Druck play or something, but something about his movement and efficiency is looking so, like just calculated. Every little step that he takes, the nades that he collects as he goes, the positioning and the placement of his reticle or the nade tosses, like it's all perfect. And it's popping up on the kill feed for sure. Now, Renegade, speaking of somebody who can make perfect plays, they'll answer back just as strong. That's a couple down in the feed here as they look to narrow the scoreline, but an 8-kill deficit still. Renegade with spawn knowledge, though. We'll see what he makes of it.
Good damage onto the player in car, and finds an angle to help out Pink's side of the map, but unfortunately, he's probably going to overextend out this front door. Do they decide to fly in after him, though? There's a player front to base. Renegade's going to get a shield back and gain the advantage in that fight. CC goes down. Penguin gets a double, and KCP was his all 4 players, so what was about to be a blowout is now very manageable 6-kill game as the second game was about to come up.
Beautiful car side spawn trap. Renegade just tearing through them. You got one in blue and Renegade in red as they pour out a car. And the only one who broke out here, you got Talik, who actually snuck under blue base, but Renegade, he smells the man. Talik, he is in trouble. Can he win the fight, though? Talik shooting a little better. And you love to see it as they break out of a rough spawn trap. And can they flip the situation on its head here? CC in center map getting tagged up from blue side, so they still have control. They still have presence on both sides here, but Talik's still not missing, and he'll continue to try to turn this around.
Pistola does get away with the camo. If we can hop on board with Pistola right now, see what he's able to do. He's one of those players that can literally change the outcome of a game with a single camo pickup. Would love to see what he's capable of right now. You know, he's got a flank onto Pink off screen. And with that, it's going to be KCP on the defensive side trying to spot this camo player out, although Renegade being car 1 is going to be very problematic as well.
Talik might be able to hear the challenge coming in. He's got Renegade first. The player above him, though, does drop on top. That's Penguin, who well, he got stuck. Okay, I was like, what is he doing? Penguin did. He was dying regardless of what he did there. Trippy going to try to hold on here up on P2. They were at a massive deficit, but only down to 2 now. And knowledge on the spawns in red. That nade will do the trick, though. Soul Snipe will rotate back out the car. Try to make his way back up to center map. There is a player waiting for him. And Soul Snipe, is he ready for it, though? Doesn't look like it. Gonna get turned around by this one, but nice shots out of him. And the bait and switch out of Talik gets the best of that situation. So even in situations where you'd expect him to go down, KCP, they're pulling through against the greats here, Wes.
KCP making it close, but is it going to be enough? Because they were off to a great lead. Just a 2-kill game right now. You have to think 21-54. They've crawled so far back into this game. They fell behind in game 1 as well, but Game 1, they were able to come back and make the game interesting. Game 2, it's already a close game. If they can keep this momentum, they may be able to take this to a Game 3 in this first series.
It's going to come down to the Campbell once again here. So Penguin in a crucial spot with this. Talik trying to be difficult as hell, and he definitely is, but Penguin dealt with him. Renegade in the fight with Druck, though. Druck will get away once again there, leaving an opening for KCP to maybe come back to get the camo. Penguin, the line of defense for it, though, but KCP push on to camo here. Penguin, can he at least get sights? Look at this. Ola Trippy, big kills. And the third going to go down in the base as well as they start to pull away with a lead here. Druck, he's down for the count as well. And all of a sudden, at a crucial moment in the game here, 21-54, they're starting to maybe pull away. It's still nail-biter here.
It's the second camo of the game for Pistola, and of course, probably the reason behind why this comeback is such a potential reality right now. A tie game, Druck gonna get caught off guard. Ola gonna find a kill on the Druck. Trippy finds two. A player trying to trade Ola out.
Beautiful.
Does get the kill, but Renegade's going to be right there to make sure that they get that kill, keep that 3-kill lead, and all of a sudden, 21-54, they're in the driver's seat.
Soul Snipe took a huge gamble right there, though, trying to chow Ola with the camo, and at the very least, he did trade it out to get rid of it and maybe stop the bleeding, but you can see all the members in red base. They're going to try to make a coordinated push out to Car, but Renegade just locking it down. And Demon Mode likely activated at this point as he tries to nail every single shot to keep him back. Ola there to work with him. You got the other two members on pink side just to keep them trapped in the red side of the map here. They're trying to hold them down. And Talik going to be the first to drop. This is a big opening for the boys in red. But CC, pivotal trade. Renegade Ola going to try to work together to collect kills on Dakar. And Druck being annoying as hell as Renegade just watches him go up and down. Finally, the man dies. And this is the advantage they're looking for at the 40-point mark with a 4-kill lead.
I love the play by Renegade to just slow it down, sit car one, and wait, right? He's going to play off of the information his teammates give him right here. It's going to be very difficult for KCP to get some map control as we see 21-54 in control of Pink right now, but a good flank from under the base. Super CC finds a kill. He knows Pistola's pink too, but Ola's not going to give that position up. Does get picked off from red though, so Super CC in a very interesting position. Blue side pink by himself. Does try to push into pink, and Renegade somehow gets out of there with a kill. A beautiful job by Renegade to keep this 4-kill lead intact.
3 kills to close the game. Camo up right now, and Ola wants a piece of it, but Druck there to stop him from getting it, and he does kill him with a nade. Camo still sits up. 3-kill deficit. Can they pull it back, though? KCP need to fight with everything they have. There is a player on P1. I think that camo might have been burned. Trippy dead. Multiple in blue base here as they try to get a trade out of this. That brings it to 48. Druck, massive shots into Penguin. Talik does finish him off. He's down for 49. There's one player left in bottom blue here. CC needs to live. And if he doesn't live, it's a GG for him. Trippy wants to collapse, but Talik, they're waiting to keep him back. Somehow CC in the base got a kill. My God, Wes, there's no way they pull this. They pull this back. Trippy, he needs to find a fight here. Soul Snipe gonna be the one to do it. No, he kills him. They did it. KCP got 2. CC
They find 2 unanswered.
with the kill on the Penguin. I didn't get to see it. But my God, Wes, that's the type of situation I want to go back and replay. I can't even speak right now. I'm losing my mind on it. Trippy was sitting in attic, right? They're 1 kill away from winning, but he didn't know where to go, and he didn't want to drop because Talik was waiting there, and CC was under the base as well. So, I mean, put yourself in that position for a sec, Wes. What a
You got to try and isolate the one-on-one, which is what he tried to do. It was just a little bit too late. And right now, you want to either isolate yourself in a one-on-one, or you want to put yourself in a position where your teammates may be able to capitalize on your damage. Unfortunately, neither were the case, and 2 one-on-ones go the favor of KCP. They close the first series out. They restart the second series, and now all of a sudden we have a best-of-3 with no advantages given to either team. And KCP looks like they may be the favorite coming out of the losers bracket.
So what a wild series of events there. I would have loved to see CC in bottom blue. He got a massive, so he was 1 shot. He got his shields back, got a huge play onto Ola to kill him, and that made it difficult for Trippy to go down to blue because Talik was there in time to cut him off. And then they held out. They stayed alive in blue base long enough and kept them there for Soul Snipe and team to come in, collapse, finish off that last kill. So, I mean, what a beautiful turn of events. KCP clutched up a situation you never would have thought possible. and they reset the bracket, and we're right back to square one here. Both teams have an L beside them. The winner of this series wins the tournament, Wes.
The winner of the series wins the tournament. It's just a best of 3. And if we've learned anything, KCP is here to play. So it's all about, can 2154 stop these hot starts from KCP? Can they answer? Can they make this a series? Or is KCP going to just clean sweep through this finals?
KCP going to dive right back into this one with Druck once again. It's a Truth CTF this time. We just got off a Slayer. We're going to jump right back in with a flag. And I mean, KCP off the performance, the clutch performance we saw, this is their wheelhouse with the flag already in hand. You got a line of defense at a Penguin, but is it enough? That baton being passed through P1.
Flag already out. Can Druck get a touch though? Druck I believe he was in a light pink side of the base as well. He actually ends up going for the flag. A triple kill. Killing spree out of Soul Snipe in the first 30 seconds of the game.
Oh
He's going to get his team a cap. Not only a cap, but a double cap potentially. This camo paying dividends to KCP's tournament right now. They've not only scored 1 flag, 2 flags in the first minute. And now that is a record for today. That's the best true flag performance we've seen, and Soul Snipe doing it all right now. The slays, the flag caps, the runs, the efficiency from KCP is what's separating these two teams.
Wes, you said it. We're getting record flag numbers for our tournament today in the grand finals of the tournament against the best players in the tournament. KCP, they've got a reserve tank of energy or something that they've unlocked here. And it's just spewing out all over the battlefield or something, Wes, because they're holding on. We got the car bubble spawns here, and somehow CC not dead in this situation, just being such a nuisance, trying to lock it down. Pressure still in red base here. CC with a sneaky play up on the Renegade who hasn't seen him yet. Easy kill onto him. We'll try to get the pink side, but we'll die shortly after. Flag out in the attic. Penguin will get the return, but they're trying to capitalize on the timing. They want to get right up into blue base immediately.
I mean, they got to start making plays, and they got to do it now. They're already down 2-0 with 2 minutes into this game. This is all KCP. They get to play comfortably from a lead. 21-54, you've lost 2 straight games. You do not want to put your backs against the wall after coming through losers bracket this quickly.
It might be this.
And right now, Druck is able to pull this flag. There's a player top middle they need to get rid of. It's Pistola. There's a player in their window as well that's pulled the flag. Druck doing his best to stay alive. Gonna have to dodge his own nade there. Fortunately, it doesn't hit him, but the flag down in front of the base. 4 dead for 21-54. Druck's able to pull this flag, get around the corner, and that's gonna punch in game 1. KCP is on fire.
This is some of the best, Wes. This is easily some of the best true CTF gameplay I think I've ever seen. And Druck, to turn a situation that could have been a suicide, right? He threw a nade at the shield. You thought he would have died. He got out of that, went to bottom mid, and turned his bad positioning into a better play, right? He had perfect reticle placement into bottom base, got the kill, the collection on the flag. I mean, I can't believe what I'm witnessing, but that's a 3-0, and that's 3 wins in a row. And all the freaking momentum on the side of KCP, 21-54, they feel the pressure. Can they even meet the pressure at this point? Can they even turn things around at this point? Or is this just mentally, crumbling for them? What do you think, Wes?
The answer is yes, but will they? Because KCP, I mean, they're playing at a great level right now. Like that game was perfect Halo. That was CTF truth. To perfection, the synergy that these guys have to be able to throw the flag out, have somebody else run it, be in the position that they're in to get the double cap. They forced it car side. It's not every day you see a car side run, but because the spawns came in car, they got the slays they needed to car side of the map. They knew that they were going to flip the spawns, and with that, they knew that they were going to have to run the second fight car. If they wanted it to be successful, they did so. I mean, that was just perfection by KCP. That's why they're one of the best teams that we have in Halo 5. And right now they're making some of the best players we've seen in Halo. They can't take a game.
Look like a lower tier all of a sudden, Wes. I don't know. KCP, just chef's kiss, right? That was beautiful. CTF play. And now I'm excited for the next game because KCP, they have all the momentum, and I think they have all the passion, too. There's got to be some serious passion behind these boys. They are grinding on a regular basis, grinding scrims, grinding for money, grinding for pride, whatever it is. The grind ends here. If they take this game, they win the tournament. Ola and the boys, they got to defend now.
You have to. Your backs are against the wall, and these guys typically shine with their backs against the wall, so I would be shocked to watch them go out the way that they are so far in this final series. But, I mean, that could just be a testament to how well KCP is playing at the end of the day, but right now, Ola with this cam are going to try and find an opening.
Wes, I'm taking a peek into the chat, and Caster Tools says that shout out to KCP for winning so fast. They want Clutch to see the Ravens lose today.
That's just rude.
There's a whole series of things you got to reply to there.
No, absolutely not. Just let the Twitch chat be the Twitch chat. They continue to troll. We're going to keep this Halo-centric right now as Soul Snipe with the snipe misses 2 easy shots onto the long haul. And unfortunately, he does find Ola's base. I'd like to see him try and make a play as he tries to throw the snipe off the map. Does get it off the map. Could have just shot the last 2 shots as well, though. So either or, that'll work. And unfortunately, KCP still down 1 after that shot and being able to throw the snipe off the map. But you see the aggression from 2154 starting to pick up.
Still efficient out of KCP to try to hold on here. Last thing they want is one of these red players with a snipe in hand. But this inside map in the favor of 2154. Spawners up on car side here. Ola just looking for a point of attack. CC with a kill on the Penguin player directly above that he likely hears. But that player hears him. That's Talik already with a sight on the Ola. Ola going to play it slow. He's just trying to stay sneaky, trying to find that juicy angle to work with here. And a teammate to help out as well. CC spawning up outside. Soul Snipe down for the count. Look at this. Druck also in a sneaky position here. But he's about to get pounced on by Penguin. Shotty in the hand too, but man's whiffing bullets. Looks like Trippy's there to save him.
Finally, some teamwork out of 2154 when they need it most. They get a 6-kill lead. You got this camo coming up. Unfortunately, they're going to lose some lives going for it, but it's evenly competed for. And once again, Pistola securing this camo. Knocked to no shields there. Is able to get out and push through the maze. Pistola with this camo. Really going to be able to dictate how this mid game goes.
The moment Ola has camo is the moment the pace changes in a match. Everything can turn around with this man with camo. You can see Talik's trying to hunt for him, but they haven't seen him yet. They'll dive into long haul. They're starting to get trapped in this situation, though. Ola with a second big pickup. Another player out on the yellow corner. Ola will put the shots in. Renegade with the cleanup. And Ola just continuing to bob and weave through these situations. He gets a shotgun as well. It's a beautiful little connection he can put together here. And he's got his teammates all converging around it as well. Look at this. Renegade with a pickup. Ola with the shotgun here. Can he put it to work, though? He does get shut down. KCP, that's a pivotal kill for them. And what else can they make of it? A 4-kill deficit. They are still holding on despite the advantages in CC. Speaking of holding on, he can make plays here.
Absolutely melted with that camo scatter shot, but right now CC, team's down 4. Can he make a play? Finds the first pick onto the player, pushing out a long haul right now. Does he expect this player to jump up top window? The answer is yes, but he can't find the back of the head of Penguin. A good job by Penguin to not show too much there and to drop down the second he understands he's in danger. And with it, the 4-kill lead still remains the same.
CC with 1 kill so far and a haircut for the other. But plenty of ammo to work with here. And right through the crack. A second! That's a double for him. He'll rotate center map. KCP looking to clean up the scraps here, but Penguin with a trade. On the tower, that's big at a Penguin. Can he hold on, though? CC ready to snap onto this man. 2 bullets left. He's got to burn him, though. 1 bullet. That'll go in the hands of Ola. And we'll see if Ola can make a play with it. 5-kill advantage still for the boys on 2154. A defensive, tournament defensive game. And Ola definitely putting the hurt on the Druck with that final bullet. This is it for the camo as well. Ola needs to live here. They've lost 2, so Ola will back up. Trippy with a kill on the Soul Snipe. Can Trippy be the line of defense? He's the last one there. He's diving in the pit for it. I think he did it. I think he burned that camo, exactly what they needed at a 2154.
What an unbelievable play by Trippy to be the only one in position to compete, and he ends up getting that kill on the camo player, making sure it doesn't become a factor. Now win condition for KCP goes out the window.
And this is how they win tournaments, Wes. They clutch up, they ice up when they need to, when their backs are against the wall. Even in situations like this, when they've lost 3 in a row, they still showcase they have what it takes for this. Of course, game not over yet, though, but a 10-kill advantage has now formed on the boys in red. Renegade going to make it 11, and at this point, you wonder if a comeback is even possible.
I'd have to say it is, but with the way 2154 has recently started to click, you feel them gaining a little bit of confidence and momentum right now. With that being said, KCP's been doing this all day, and it'd be no surprise right now if they were to close this game out on top. A 12-kill lead may be too much for them to try and conquer, make it a 13 with a great positioning by Penguin right there with the scatter shot. Finds another player top engine, backs him down as well. So Penguin just playing very sound Halo right now, knowing that his team would have to have a massive blunder in order to not find himself in a game 3 here shortly.
Yeah, now, I was going to say, can KCP kind of stall their losses here and hold out for the sniper spawn and maybe do something? But, I mean, we're seeing just doubles, triples all over the place. Talik will get a double, but he'll drop as well. These trades, of course, going to go straight to the kill stats of 2154. 5 left to close this out, and Trippy just looking for a backsmack here. Nade in, teammate there for the pinch. Easy kill. 4, now 3 in a second left to close this out. Sniper spawning up on Nest, and I mean, CC will get his hands on that sniper, but I don't know, Wes. We're looking at a 12-kill deficit here.
It's too little too late in this game. But that being said, we're going to find ourselves here shortly in a game 3 of our grand finals for the tournament. Who's going to be the players to make this play is the question. The closeout comes through, 2154, showing that they're not going to go throughout this grand finals goosed or not winning a game and not looking to compete. They still want to win this whole thing. They've started to heat up. We saw their teamwork come through. And then Trippy with a 16, 10, and 9 performance. That's going to do exactly what he needed to do in order to get his team across the hump and to that game 3 they need to find themselves in.
I like this, Wes. This is how it has to be, right? A true series in grand finals, bracket reset, in the final game. Winner of this takes all. That's it. That's the end of our best of 3 here. That final map, final game type, probably a big deal in setting the precedent for this, but I think regardless of where we go, these boys are comfortable, of course. We had Slayer in the rig. I think we have a Strongholds Empire next, Wes. And you and I both, we've been here many times before. Strongholds Empire to close a tournament. And man, has it left some memorable moments in our time with Esports Arena. If it is, in fact, Empire, this will be a fun one.
This is going to be a roller coaster, right? I think like either one way or the other. Once a team is able to get a trip cap on Strongholds Empire, it's how long. It's the question of how long can they keep this going? Can they keep momentum rolling? Can they get the spawn kills they need, the traps, the split spawns? Can they continue to pressure correctly in order to build a significant lead? Because on a map like Empire, where it's so small, you're able to rotate from one stronghold to the next so quickly. That you're able to shut a team down. If you can get numbers and keep numbers, this could get ugly quick.
We're talking complete shutdown. Not a single point can be grabbed when you're shut down on this map, right? And it can happen at any moment, right? At just any moment's notice. It could be 99 to 10, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, we got a full comeback coming in. And that's what makes beautiful moments in these Halo 5 tournaments. So Esports Arena knows exactly what they're doing by putting a map game type combo like this in the final one of the day. But of course, on a map like this, you got the OS, you got the camo, you got the combo, a lot of goodies for this one. Just close quarters gameplay throughout. And like you said, quick and easy rotations. All this left, of course, is to just jump into the game here.
Absolutely. I'm sure these players want to grab this championship by the horn. They want to take this thing. And I mean, it's been a brutal grand finals for 2154, but if they're able to still figure out a way to win this second best of 3, they can take their hats and run with them. Kicking it off on Empire Strongholds. I think we have to jump on board with the one and only Pistola as he makes his way towards camo.
I will say, Wes, rarely do we see KCP dominate at a level like this 2 weeks in a row. And you know what? 2154 are not going to let them have it. They got 3 kills to start. CC did get away with the OS, but that camo handily in the favor of red team, and the pit is as well. Penguin seek and destroy with that combo, but Super CC got to him first and almost got the stick onto Ola as well. Going to use what he has left of the OS to dive into his face, so big pick up there, and just as fast as they lost it, they'll take the pit back and move on to blue base for a double cap, I believe, at a KCP to start. We'll see.
A phenomenal job. And the use of that overshield by Super CC there. He's able to do so much damage, so much pressure, and help his team secure that bottom mid pit after losing it so early. Right now we're seeing KCP with the first points on the board.
Bola just going to try to stay alive as long as possible in pit. Looks like he is being collapsed on again from above. KCP, they turn the Jets on. They've been moving fast all series, but a map like Empire, they're across it in just a matter of seconds. And Druck right now, right up in the face of Trippy. Talik will take the kill. Renegade, in the meantime, up on red. You can see his teammates already in pit below, trying to win crucial fights here. Renegade just a supporting angel from above. And they will finally get 2 captures and points for themselves.
Renegade having one of the quietest finals I think I've ever seen from Renegade.
Yeah.
Would not be surprised at all if he's the one that steps it up here. Wins a huge pivotal one-on-one on Super CC outside. Super CC had the first 2 on him. He turns around, basically embarrasses Super CC. Although KCP does hop into the bottom mid stronghold, Renegade right there to get the reset when they step out. Can he get this kill on the Druck? The answer is yes. With both power-ups coming up in about 10 seconds, Renegade getting some very crucial kills.
Yeah, Renegade just looking left and right, trying to pick up kills. Where he goes, he will get the combo for 1. And this is beautiful timing to do it. They get these kills, they get the camo as well. So big pickup from Trippy right there. Renegade can rotate out. Trippy will get away with the camo. Renegade, he already wants a piece of that OS. Looking to delete CC, can't seem to get a convenient angle onto him. One directly in front though, but you gotta love the stick. That CC drop there, that puts the combo down, and it gives that OS a little bit more time to stay up and to remove that potential threat. And Druck might be able to turn this into a cap for himself as well, and some points for KCP.
Druck with this overshield could dictate how this mid-game is about to go. Renegade, like you said, getting taken down, but unfortunately Trippy picks that combo back up, puts it to use. Does Druck stick his teammate there? He sticks somebody, gets the kill.
Got a kill for it. Oh, okay.
And a second on the Renegade, a triple kill and a beautiful 5 right there. Ola trying to jump into base or into bottom mid right now, but Druck killing everything he sees, make it a 4th to his name right now. Gets the stronghold with his team and a trip cap all of a sudden for just a moment for KCP.
Oh.
They still have control of 2, but Druck right now actually popping off.
Actually, though, Druck been stealing the spotlight when it counts in this tournament. Talik here to help out, though. Talik been making big plays all day, looking to do another. That's a double for him, a save on the pit, triple for him as well. Red players dropping like flies. And Trippy, the last one up, is going to safely rotate out the tower. He's got to play it slow here. They need Slays to break out of this to get back into pit. Last thing they want to do is lose numbers here, so Trippy still slow playing his way through tower. Audio cues are everything. So is the radar, and it looks like he can't turn in time for that one.
KCP doing such a good job making individual plays so far throughout this game. It's been overshields, it's been back-to-back triples from individuals on the team that have given them this 20-point lead. They're looking to be aggressive. They're looking to keep control of red right here. There's 3 players in there. Soul Snipe finds 1, can't find 2, but does enough to subside some damage. They get a reset as well, so they're making 21-54 really work for this red base stronghold.
Pressure is setting in here, Wes. We're past the 50-point mark, and look at this at a KCP. Multiple slays, OS camo popping up here. And I don't see KCP on that camo, and I don't see them on the OS as well, interestingly. But OS, that's it for it. Druck gonna quickly delete it. Will turn around, get deleted himself by a nade here, but still KCP look to hold on to this. Renegade, dangerous dive into tower, almost killed by the barrel, but a 5 to his name. They might be able to turn pit here. KCP putting all their resources into pit to keep it alive, and can they do it? Renegade, he's alone, they'll reset it. Now 64 and counting, and they're looking for a trip cap yet again, so all these close shaves at a 21-54 just not going in their favor. And all they're looking to do is just stop the bleeding at this point, Wes.
It was another triple kill from Talik this time to get KCP the slays they needed to keep control and to keep this point system working in their favor. They've been trying to get red for a trip cap for so long, and unfortunately I think the overextension finally came through. They're going to lose bottom mid. Do they potentially lose blue as well, because you see a member from 21-54 in there? This could be a trip cap in the other direction for a moment if they're able to get the slays they need. Unfortunately, it does look like KCP's going to hop in the bottom middle. Stronghold's transferred over very quickly, and unfortunately, that's a bit of a blunder from 21-54. Yeah. They need to make sure that they hold that. Somehow, they get it right back, and with a few slays, this game could start getting a little bit closer.
2154 did turn that around, but it looked like KCP was at like a kill deficit, and they still managed to cap it. And everyone just pestering these boys in red, though they finally do get a nice round of slays here. So you can see a full trip cap in session. OS camo popping shortly, but they need to lock down the spawns here. You got one player in red already. Penguin in a perfect position to put damage into multiple areas, but about to be collapsed on, and he's aware of it too. How will he play this stuff? One directly above. Teammates with him, though. The posse here to delete these players out on red. Ben, look at this. 2 drop. That should be OS for red. And Trippy trying to sneak up for camo. Did he get there in time, though? Not sure. I think we have the camo on a blue player. That blue player already in blue base, so KCP going to slip away with it. But Renegade, the demon here with the OS, can clean that up. They can make their way to red. West, I mean, the comeback is happening.
And here comes Renegade. He's been quiet all day, but you know Renegade's going to show up when it matters most. A huge 2 kills in the blue, including the camo player. Make this... That if he picks up that second kill, that would have been monumental. But his teammates are able to finish it off. The pressure still stays under red. 3 go down. It's a one-on-one between Ola and Druck right now. Druck going to jump into the bottom mid stronghold, but realistically, he's not going to be able to get this by himself. So he might get it halfway, but he needs to figure out a way to get some slays because the reset's going to come in. And right now, KCP needs to figure out an answer and do it quickly. There's a trip cap on the board, and all of a sudden, a 50-point lead. You blink, and it's 10.
Yep. KCP getting kind of slammed and kind of disconnecting from the game as well, but they're still playing. Wes, I guess we'll just pretend it didn't happen. I don't know. They're jumping into walls here. Can they get their footing back and keep the score in line? Because as this happens, control is definitely not in their favor as well. You can see Druck is trying to turn 3 outside. So a flurry of events here. And dare I say it, but quite the storm. I was going to say something a little worse here. Wes, this is just everything going wrong on both sides.
On both sides. 2154, they look like they're taking advantage of the situation for now. We'll see how it actually pans out, but we see still continuing to score. I mean, we saw KCP up by 50, and all of a sudden, now it's 2154. It's Empire Strongholds. They're in the lead by over 10.
2154 have completely turned this game around. KCP not out of the running yet, though. Super CC seems to have regained himself. Has 2 dead on the feet. They're coming back with a force, too, as well. Renegade going to go down for the count. 84 and counting as they look to tie this point score up. You've got the OS in the body, a Soul Snipe as well. And Soul Snipe, look at this. He'll speed his way into blue. Might be able to get the defense here, and if he does, that's huge. That could be a game-winning defense play right here as they collapse and take out the players in blue. Spawners up in red right now. 90-point mark for KCP. Looking to lock down center map. Ola, he's playing a dangerous game up in the sneaky. Anyone who dies here could cost the game, Wes.
Every kill right now matters, and Soul Snipe finds some great damage. 3 straight kills, and that's going to do it, I believe. KCP going to have 97 and counting. It's going to be one last push from 2154. Can they get out the window of red? 2 immediately drop. Penguin's going to be bottom middle as well. And that's GG. The grand finals was reset by KCP and taken by KCP in that reset. Champions back-to-back weeks.
You said it, Wes. Back-to-back ESA wins at a KCP, and man, were you right about that last game. That was a hell of a roller coaster, right? KCP, they started out dominant, 70 points to what I thought was like 20, I think, out of the side of 2154 to then turn that around, get a lead close to 90, but KCP, they clutched up, they iced up, they managed to earn another victory. Now, twice in a row. Bit of a streak coming in here for KCP. So amazing work from them. Congratulations to them. And amazing work just from many teams in the tournament today. Wes, this tournament was full of surprises, right? We had upsets across the board. We had Carnage Gaming, I think, is standout for sure. PK coming in with an upset and then getting taken out, unfortunately, on the loser side. But a lot of standouts today. Do you have any final words before we close this one out?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, right? The level of Halo we saw today was the highest I think we've seen in a long time from all the teams, right? Even starting the first series, we saw some great efficient Halo. We saw some exciting plays and players that are learning how to put it together. And it's an exciting time, right? I mean, like Halo 5's coming to an end, Infinite coming out. You want to see the level of Halo being matched from from this first series of the day in the tournament to the last series of the day. And unfortunately, that's what we got here at the end of Halo 5 in these Esports Arena tournaments. So that's exciting to see. I hope that everybody's able to transition their gameplay into Infinite and continue to learn and to continue to improve and play that higher quality of Halo that, I mean, it just turns out to bring joy and like excitement to a broadcast. So very well done by everybody competing today.
Let's go. Good day of high quality Halo. Wes, you said it. It's good to see everyone leveling up, still grinding, because the real grind is about to begin, right? But when we come back, we're playing Infinite. We're less than a week away from Halo Infinite. What, 5 days now? The 24th of September. We're jumping into this thing, a true flight, and I can't wait to see this game finally back. This is what we're grinding for, baby. The real thing. So thank you so much, everybody who's joined in today, who's tuned in the chat. Thank you, ESA. Thank you, Wes, for joining me. One hell of another tournament, and can't wait for the next one every single Sunday. So we'll see you next Sunday with the next one. So close us out.
What an incredible finish, ladies and gentlemen. Hats off, as always, to Shyway and Clutch there. Crushing it on the cast. Great work all day, so please make sure to give them some love in Twitch chat. Also, go follow them on Twitter. They've been, doing a ton of discussion about this top 25. Also, Shyway's content on YouTube as well. Make sure to support his content on YouTube. Absolutely fantastic stuff that he does over there. But what an event today, and what a finish. I mean, that was a series for the ages there. That grand finals between KCP and Halo 5 Day 2154. And KCP, man, if you just saw last week and thought, okay, well, that's just 1 week. They had, a hot showing. That's about all you could see from KCP. They're still, maybe not quite top tier. They have put the Halo scene on notice. Back-to-back victories, an impressive win today. They dominated with the first series, forcing the reset. And then, despite things looking a little shaky there a little bit in the second series, they came back and responded emphatically. We had pop-off showings from everybody on the team, and they grab a big victory here. So back-to-back first-place finishes for KCP. I'm very, very impressed. And, I mean, for me, they're moving themselves into the conversation. I talked about it earlier on in the day when you kind of look at the tier list, and it's your S tier is your kind of mix-up Titan squads that we get every week. Your A tier then is your PKs, your KCPs, your Fire and Ice. I think KCP is making a very strong argument that they belong up with those big dogs, and they are just big dogs themselves. So congratulations to them, 2 weeks in a row, and I'm excited to see if maybe they can make a three-peat a week from today. We'll have to find out. It's going to be awesome. I'm very much looking forward to it. Folks, I hope you enjoyed the show today. I had a blast joining you, talking through stats, following all the storylines of the show here. It was so much fun to be here with you all. If you are starving for more Esports Arena content, the great thing is we'll be back all this week. We've got Series E Apex Legends, the final week of the season here to close out Season 3, kicking off this Tuesday at 4 p.m. Pacific time, right here at twitch.tv/esports arena. So we'll have open night on Tuesday and pro night, the final night of the season, Wednesday night. We'll also have Final Circle, our big recap show, where I'll be talking about the whole season, how things finished off. That'll be this coming Friday at 5 p.m. Pacific time. We'll have a new episode of Eat, Speak, Compete, our brand new podcast hosted by myself and Luke Shimona Hebrew. That'll be coming out this Tuesday. We'll probably have some Pokemon on Thursday, and then obviously we'll be back here once again 1 p.m. Pacific next Sunday with more Halo 5. So ton of stuff. Make sure you're following us on all of our socials. We're at Esports Arena on Twitter and Instagram, facebook.com/esportsarenausa, and over at esportsarena.com as well. That's going to do it, folks. I hope you enjoyed the show. I certainly had a blast. Looking forward to seeing you guys once again. But for myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you again next time.